regresiva. Al terminar 0, iniciamos la interpretación y damos la bienvenida, ¿sí? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Adelante, Julio. Dejamos de compartir, ¿sí? Bienvenidos para todos, buenas tardes, buenos días, buenas noches para los diferentes asistentes, oradores que están presentes desde Hong Kong, casi todos los países de las Américas, Europa. Muchas gracias por formar parte de la 5ª edición del Congreso Internacional Online de Educación y Nuevos Medios. Esta parte es un poco la parte de bienvenida, es la parte de dar las gracias y es la parte de mostrar un poco quiénes llevamos adelante el Congreso online en este 5 y 6 de mayo. Mi nombre es Delma Rodríguez, estoy a cargo de Anilla Cultural Latinoamérica-Europa en Uruguay, y nuestros emprendimientos siempre se han caracterizado por un trabajo colaborativo en red y un trabajo de colaboración, cooperación y co-creación. Así que para nosotros esta edición del Congreso es una edición antológica que reúne a importantes figuras, no solamente como oradores, contribuidores, comentaristas, invitados especiales, que han aceptado la invitación que hace al campo de estudio de los nuevos medios, y en particular cuáles son esas cosas, las características, los aspectos que el área de los nuevos medios como campo disciplinar nuclea, congrega y que por tanto lleva su legado, su patrimonio, y cuáles son las características que han perdurado en todos estos años. Así que muchas gracias a todos los oradores. Vamos a después ir explicando un poquito las principales características tanto del primer día como del segundo día, pero en este momento queremos agradecer a la Red Académica Uruguaya, la Red Académica Mexicana, la Red Académica Colombiana, que han estado colaborando fuertemente en la organización de esta actividad. También agradecer a Visual, que estuvo desarrollando la web y diferentes interfaces para el evento. Doy la palabra a Julio Cardoso por parte de la Red Académica Uruguaya. Adelante, Julio.
Buenos días, hola, hola, espero que me estén escuchando. Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches. Yo estoy en el canal original, me deberían estar escuchando. Adelante. Ahora sí. Bueno, un placer estar acá nuevamente colaborando con Anilla Cultural en Uruguay. Hace varios años que estamos haciendo equipo, también con los amigos de la Red Académica Mexicana, con CUDI. Y bueno, para nosotros es un placer estar apoyando estas iniciativas que esperamos, como siempre lo ha sido, un aporte importante a nivel académico, a nivel cultural y a nivel humano, más que nada, ¿no? Nosotros en este apoyo técnico, tratando de dar lo mejor que tengamos acá, en este formato de cuarentena que tenemos por acá por Uruguay, y bueno, esperando que todo salga bien, que todos nos podamos divertir, ni sacar buen partido de los conocimientos que todos ustedes seguramente nos van a dejar a todos. Así que bueno, muchas gracias, bienvenidos, y bueno, acá estamos detrás de pantalla apoyando, arriba.
Gracias, Julio. Vamos a dar la palabra ahora a la Red Académica Mexicana. No sé si Marta nos puedes dar un saludo desde ahí.
Hola, Delma. Buenos días, buenas tardes en las diferentes partes del mundo que se encuentren. Bueno, soy Marta Ávila, soy coordinadora del área de comunicación en CUDI. Y CUDI, como ya lo mencionaron mis compañeros, pues es la Red Nacional de Investigación y Educación Mexicana. Hemos venido colaborando desde hace tiempo con la Niña Cultural. Para nosotros es una gran motivación porque obtenemos muchísimo aprendizaje de estas sesiones. Y bueno, pues muchas gracias, Delma, por invitarnos y por considerarnos en estas actividades. Estoy segura que en esta ocasión vamos a aprender muchísimo y sobre todo vamos a disfrutar el estar colaborando con tantas personas de tantos países y el estar aprendiendo todos juntos. Gracias, espero se diviertan y sea una experiencia agradable, la disfruten y bueno, puedan moverse en los diferentes idiomas, podamos entender y podamos compartir experiencias todos en el mismo espacio. Gracias.
Gracias, Marta. Simplemente a modo de empezar el entrenamiento entre los distintos canales, les recordamos a los asistentes que ustedes, los asistentes que están en sala, no los que están recibiendo el streaming web que es en español, recuerden que ustedes seleccionan el audio que quieren escuchar y también vean si mutean el audio original o no para escuchar audios que correspondan, ¿sí? Así que dentro del botón interpretación, ustedes ahí tienen diferentes opciones, tanto de silenciar el audio original como de escuchar el canal que ustedes estén conectados o que quieran escuchar, ¿sí? Muchas gracias. Pasamos ahora entonces a un saludo importante desde la coordinación de intérpretes a cargo de Federico Brum. Vamos a aclarar que es un video el que vamos a pasar porque justamente Federico Brum se encuentra en detrás de escena, por decirlo así, de esta especie de teatro virtual. Está en interpretación con todos sus estudiantes y sus egresados interpretando, así que lo que él nos mandó muy amablemente fue un video de saludo de bienvenida, ¿sí? Así que si podemos compartir el video de Federico, adelante por favor. Verifiquen en qué canal están para ir escuchando diferentes, el audio que corresponda, ¿no?
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es Federico Brum, soy el coordinador de la carrera de Traductorado Público de la Facultad de Derecho Universidad de la República en Uruguay. Y aprovecho para darles la bienvenida a esta nueva edición de este Congreso Internacional de Educación y Nuevos Medios, en el que junto a Anilla Cultural Latinoamérica-Europa estamos dando ejemplo otra vez de esta especie de simbiosis que tenemos, en la que hemos venido trabajando juntos desde 2015, con nuestra primera trabajo conjunto de interpretación en 2015 con Neutrinos y más, que se realizó desde la Antártida. Y bueno, la metodología de trabajo que tenemos hasta ahora ha sido muy beneficiosa para ambos. Anilla Cultural y sus eventos precisan intérpretes que traduzcan a los ponentes a diferentes lenguas. Nosotros, con nuestros estudiantes, precisamos de conferencias como material de trabajo y también un lugar de práctica seguro en el que los estudiantes puedan desarrollar lo que han aprendido. Y así es como lo hemos hecho desde 2015. Un poco más adelante incorporamos la lengua portuguesa, así que no solamente lo realizamos en lengua inglesa, sino también en lengua portuguesa al y desde el español. También quisiera reducir un poco el ritmo, el paso de mi ponencia, porque sé que en este mismo momento hay intérpretes, estudiantes que me están escuchando y están pasando lo que yo digo, tanto a portugués como a inglés. Valga esta aclaración entonces para todos los ponentes, que aunque no los vean, sepan que todo lo que ustedes van a decir en este congreso va a ser interpretado a y desde el inglés, el portugués y el español. Así que tengan eso en cuenta en cuanto a la velocidad con la que hablan. una aclaración más en estos tiempos que corren y en esta crisis que estamos viviendo, esta crisis sanitaria. Los equipos de intérpretes están, por supuesto, todos individualmente ubicados en sus hogares, por lo cual tuvimos que desarrollar algunos mecanismos para poder, de alguna manera, superar esta barrera de estar todos a distancia. Pero encontramos la solución, será una herramienta más que incorporamos al servicio de interpretación y esperemos que todo se produzca con normalidad o con la mayor normalidad posible. Así que una vez más, bienvenidos al Congreso, espero que disfruten, que salga todo bien y nos estamos viendo. Mucha suerte.
Muchas gracias, Federico. Vamos a darle la palabra a justamente quien coordina los intérpretes de portugués y luego ya pasamos a la parte de saludos de Eduardo Romero, que es quien está liderando los aspectos técnicos. Alejandra, si estás ahí, adelante.
La carrera de traductorado, docente de práctica profesional portugués, y estoy participando como coordinadora en este evento justamente de los estudiantes y recién egresados que están participando, van a participar como intérpretes del español al portugués. Estamos muy agradecidos por esta posibilidad de práctica, que como bien lo dijo mi colega y docente, coordinador e intérprete Federico Brum, hemos iniciado en 2017 y año a año enfrentando nuevos desafíos, como en esta oportunidad que no estarán los intérpretes trabajando desde salas de informática, con todo el uso técnico en este lugar, pero sí contando con el apoyo humano y tecnológico que se preparó para que puedan trabajar cada uno desde sus hogares, esperando que todo salga bien para ellos. Quiero dar el agradecimiento fundamentalmente a la directora de Anilla Cultural, Nodo Uruguay, Delma Rodríguez, que siempre está junto a Federico, tratando de dar la posibilidad para que estudiantes de inglés y portugués de la carrera de traductorado puedan hacer esta práctica. Ha sido un esfuerzo colectivo con todo el apoyo humano y tecnológico necesario. En estos tiempos de pandemia esperamos que esta nueva metodología también se pueda llevar a cabo, y quien nos dice que quizás ya quede esta modalidad también para futuro. Mucho éxito, bienvenidos a todos y muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Alejandra. Mientras se prepara Eduardo Romero, les queremos recordar que ustedes tienen la posibilidad de seleccionar el audio y además de escuchar el audio original, sobre todo cuando están hablando de videos o diferentes canales de audio que estén usando, ¿sí? Así que simplemente que les recordamos que ustedes seleccionan el canal y a su vez los audios originales. Ahora sí, Eduardo, si estás conectado, les vamos a dar el paso, ¿sí? A la presentación, a la bienvenida. Eduardo Romero,
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Coordinador técnico de Red CUDI. Bueno, Eduardo realmente es impresionante porque ha hecho muchos desarrollos interesantes, así que antes de que él diga nada, agradecerle por todo lo que hace. Adelante, Eduardo.
Gracias, Alma. De hecho, yo quería agradecerte por permitir que la Red Nacional de Educación e Investigación Mexicana hospede estos eventos de Anilla Cultural. Es un privilegio estar aquí apoyándolos. Hemos aprendido mucho, como lo dice Marta, y también quiero agradecer a los intérpretes que durante estos años han hecho un trabajo excepcional. No sé si ya se comentó, estaba yo escuchando el canal de inglés, que se escuchara bien. Ellos son estudiantes muchos muchos terminando la carrera. Es de aplaudirse el nivel que tienen. Y también pues quería yo darles la bienvenida a este espacio virtual de la Red Nacional. Esperamos que se la pasen muy bien.
Gracias, Eduardo. Entonces, ahora que hemos dado la bienvenida, agradecerles a, bueno, todos los que están ingresando y a los que van a ingresar. Vamos entonces a hacer los ajustes en estos minutos que nos quedan para que Mónica y Wolfgang puedan empezar con su presentación, ¿sí? Así que podemos colocar el telón y ya para los que quieran escuchar el audio original del telón, no se olviden, cliquean en interpretación, mutear o desmutear el audio original y ahí ustedes ya pueden escucharlo, ¿verdad? Así que muchísimas gracias. Queda entonces inaugurado el Congreso y ya nos preparamos para la conferencia inaugural con Mónica Fleischmann y Wolfgang Strauss desde Berlín. Muchas gracias. Muy bien, vamos a hacer el ajuste previo para el inicio con Mónica y Wolfgang, que ya están conectados. Voy a ir al audio inglés para presentar ahí a Anja Praschke.
Ja, ich wundere mich schon die ganze Zeit, warum das hier so. Ach so, Schlitz. Mein Gott, das sieht doch scheiße aus.
Anya, can you hear me?
Yes,
Perfect.
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Can you see me? Do you see me? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
When you talk, automatically the system has your image in.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Anya. Okay, go ahead. It's a pleasure for me to introduce with Anya Praschke. Is the moderator and the presenter of the space, Monica Fleischmann and Wolfgang Strauss. And Anya Praschke is in Brazil right now. He is architect and he holds a PhD in computer science. He is associate professor and research at the Institute of Architecture and Urbanism at the University of São Paulo. She coordinates Nomads Research Group and develop and supervise research on cultural heritage in media, parametric design, cybernetic and ecological design processes. Thank you so much, Anya. Go ahead with your moderation and good luck.
Okay, thank you very much, Delma, for the invitation. It's a real challenge to do this virtual congress in this pandemic time. And I hope after today, we are unfortunately not in Uruguay, but I hope we open all a bottle of red wine and preferably of Pana, which is a wine I love. And I love your country also. So we will start with the inaugural lecture, Imagine a Space Filled with Data, the Architecture of Interactivity. It's a very interesting proposal. It's a little bit non-conventional. I will talk about it soon. We have the, first of all, I wanted to thank you very much, also Monica and Wolfgang, for the invitation to moderate this space. I have a very hard feeling relation with Monica and Wolfgang and their work. When I was a PhD student in 2001, I made visits to the research group. I did my PhD about virtual space, and as an architect, I did it in computer science. I was looking for conceptual sense giving to the virtual space, which was constructed at this time. And I had an amazing afternoon in the group, and with the explanations of this artist and architect. As you know, Wolfgang Strauss is an architect too and a scientist. And this helped me to develop an important part, let's say the thesis of my PhD work. So I'm really happy to be here. And you should imagine at 2001, when I went to St. Augustine, it was a center of research with thousands of computer scientists. And there were this group inside, which was really an exception. Yeah? And I was really amazed. And at this time also, I made a trip. I made interviews to many artists. And tomorrow you will see Maurice Benayoun, which I also interviewed. I went to Art in Com, which was co-founded by Monica and Wolfgang. And so I'm really glad to moderate this interesting lecture and panel. So the organization is very interesting. We will have 90 minutes together. It will be organized in 3 sections. Each section will be presented by Monika and Wolfgang, 2 projects each. And then we have commentators which are not neutral commentators. They are all related directly or indirectly with the work of Monika and Wolfgang. And when we finish this first section, which will take us like 50 minutes, 55 minutes, we will have a short panel with a contribution by a special invitee, which is Derek de Kerkhoff, and he will introduce his ideas for 5 minutes, and then we will have like 20 minutes to make a discussion, or the commentators can commentate more, and the public also can participate. Before I give the word to Monika Fleischmann and Wolfgang Strauss, I will speak shortly about the BIOS, very shortly. You can have more information of the BIOS in the well-done dossier by the conference. So if you enter the site, you find a longer biography of each commentator. So what I want is really shortly here. I want inform speak first of the special invitee, Derek de Kerkhoff. He participated. He was being a part of a presentation of the works Berlin Cyber City and Home of the Brain in '92. Derek de Kerkhoff was a former director of the McLuhan program in Culture and Technology at the University of Toronto, and nowadays he is Professor Emeritus at the Department of French. We have also then Daniel Becker. Daniel Becker is right now, I think, finishing his PhD thesis. He is since February 2013 a research assistant in the Department of Tristan. His contribution or his knowledge of Monika and Wolfgang are related in his master work. We have also Karin Ohlenschläger. Karin Ohlenschläger has seen Home of the Brain 1992 in Linz, and she is artistic director of Laboral Center de Art and Creation Industry of Gion, Spain, as well as a historian, scholar, and curator who is focused on media art science and contemporary art science. We have also Margit Rose as a commentator. She was responsible for the exhibition of Netzspannung.org in Semantic Map at the ZKM. She's an art historian and has been at the head of Department Collection, Archives and Research at the ZKM, who does not know, it's Center for Art and Media in Karlsruhe since 2016. And lately, and so we have one special invitee and 4 commentators. The 4th commentator is Richard W. Klusinski. He was a curator of one exposition, Propaganda, by Lasnia in Danzig. He is a PhD, media art scholar and writer and curator, professor at Media and Cultural Studies, chair of the Department of New Media and Digital Culture at University of Lodz. So these were the 4 commentators and the special, and now I will make a short video of Monika Fleischmann and Wolfgang Strauss. And they are pioneers, and we are really, really happy, and it's very, very important that you are here in this event. Monika Fleischmann is a German researcher, media artist and scientist, and the curator of new media art. Wolfgang Strauss is a German architect, media artist and scientist. Monika Fleischmann and Wolfgang Strauss have a long career in the creation of artistic research institutions as a base for their work. In 1987, they co-founded Art.com in Berlin, the first German research lab for art and interactive technology in 1996. The Mass Media Research Studies at the Institute for Media Communication at GMD, the German National Research Institute for Information Technology in Bonn. In 2001, the Mass Expertise Media Lab at Fraunhofer Institute for Intelligent Analysis and Information System, which I visited at this time. And in 2005, the e-culture factory. Now they are I don't like this word retired, but they are free and to do what they want and enjoying the activity around. My function as to coordinate here at this panel is to coordinate the time and the conversation between keynote speakers and commentators. And now I will give the word to Monika and Wolfgang. Thank you again for your presence here. And as I said, we have 3 sections. Each section will have comments. In the end of the 3 sections, we will have a special invitee, and then we have the debate. So I thank you very much again, and I give the word to Monika and Wolfgang.
Jetzt höre ich nichts mehr. Thank you, Delma. Thank you, Delma and Anja. Anja, wonderful what you all mentioned in your introduction, and I hope you hear me. Delma, do you hear? Yeah. I'm a bit confused.
Yes, we hear you well.
Yeah.
Hear
Okay,
you well.
good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Many thanks to all of you. We are so excited, and we are really a bit nervous because it's such a big event, and we thought we were reminded to the Whole in Space project today. So thanks also to the interpreters and everybody who is joining us in this adventure today. Digitization is far too serious to be entrusted to computer scientists alone. That was what we thought in the mid-80s. And we were asking Art University if they were interested in doing research in digitization. That was not the case. That's why we founded or co-founded with Eduard Banwart and others Art+Com in Berlin in 1987. The first German media lab, and then 10 years later, the Mass Media Research Studio at the German National Research Center for Information Technology. Our research was supported then by the German Telecom and the Federal Ministry for Research and Education. Everybody was an artist at the time, and we were influenced by Hannah Arendt, Joseph Beuys, Kraftwerk, and the theater director Klaus Michael Grüber. Of course, also of many others, but these were important people for us at the time. In our research, we became interested in the concept of interactivity as a thinking space, as well as in living in mixed realities in the real and the digital world. In West Berlin in the 80s, we lived on an island. We were surrounded by the Berlin Wall and separated from East and West Germany. We asked ourselves, how will the digital influence our life and how to overcome borders? I'm not sure if you can see the presentation. No.
Not yet.
Oh, I know why. Yes. Oh, now I did something wrong. Wait a minute. Yeah, I know what I did. So jetzt ist es weg. Ja. Ist es hier? Jetzt ist es nicht mehr da.
Okay. No.
Oh Gott. I'm sorry, now I switched off the presentation. That was really bad.
¿Precisas el backup? Tenemos listo el backup, Mónica. ¿Precisas que la pasemos nosotros?
Yeah, she closed the presentation. She will open it again.
Yeah. And I'm not sure where it is. Yeah. Dicky? Oh, God. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is really bad. Okay. Soll ich? Can you see that now? No.
No, not yet.
No.
You have to open it and then share. Share screen.
Yes, but ich kann es nicht mehr. Ich muss es da. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ja, das ist das.
Wird schon klappen.
The problem is that I had this on the... Nee, ich weiß echt nicht wie.
Podemos compartirla desde acá.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Podemos compartirla desde acá.
What?
Mónica, Mónica,
Can
atención.
you... Yeah.
¿Podemos compartirla desde aquí?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Julio, sí, estamos para eso. Julio, adelante.
Oh, that would be great. Yes.
Okay. Now it's appearing. Yeah. Okay.
And I'll do the screen sharing now, ne? Oder? Oder? Ich muss das gar nicht freigeben.
No, you have to, Monika, du musst einfach nur sagen, Slide weiter. Next slide, you have to say.
Next slide, okay.
Yeah.
Next slide, please.
Okay.
And do you have a big screen now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I just go on. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So, Berlin Cyber City. What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The first project I wanted to introduce is Berlin Cyber City from 1989. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, Cyber City was our attempt to overcome borders in people's minds. Visitors meet at a table with an aerial map of Berlin. The interactive table is the entrance to the virtual city and the input interface. The simulation of the virtual city as a wall projection behind the table is the output interface. Literally in between is the human being. Movement on the table shows the viewer's position and generates real-time movement in 3D visualization. Visitors perceive the sensor as an object resembling a small camera eye. It connects the digital city model to a jointly experienced space of movement. The interface stands for traveling with a finger on the map and brings East Berliners and West Berliners, former enemies, into conversation. Philosopher Hannah Arendt writes about the table as a place of communication that enables differentiation. Around the table, visitors take on a position in a world that is not their own to gain new perspectives. Next slide, please. Touching something and changing one's perception just by moving with the sensor in hand was completely unusual at the time for visitors in an exhibition. Next slide, please. Next. The table offers, we show a short film about this work. The table offers freely chosen routes through the center of Berlin, around the death strip, where the now open wall used to be impassable. East and West Berliners comment on the respective unknown parts of the city and describe them each other during this exhibition. People dive into the Stasi and Nazi past just with the sensor of the virtual reality data glove. You see Brandenburg Gate, Potsdamer Underground Station, animated as it was built in 1936 and still in ruins from the Second World War in 1989. And how the West Berlin train runs through the closed underground station during the Stasi period, where all these underground stations were closed. We were able to film in the Nazi bunkers with huge wall paintings. In those days, we were not interested in using virtual reality to escape into unreal worlds, as our partner and VR pioneer Jaron Lanier suggested. Rather, we wanted to evoke hidden memories and ideas for the future of Berlin with this work. Please, the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. A project which has to do with the cyber city is Home of the Brain from 1990. The title represents the idea of a networked space of knowledge. The internet at that time was understood as a kind of world brain, driven by collective intelligence because everyone would be involved in the future democratic society, as we believed. The virtual reality installation reflects on the new medium and presents the media discourse itself as a philosophical debate. It is a virtual exhibition of theoretical concepts with 4 buildings of thought, the houses of media philosophers. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next. The color-coded objects stand for different concepts of thinking and consist of written words and spoken statements. The houses of adventure, catastrophe, utopia, and hope are dedicated to the opposing positions of Willem Flusser, Paul Virilio, Marvin Minsky, and Joseph Weizenbaum, all of them important voices on digital culture in the early 1990s and still today. These 4 thinkers form the narrative mood of the virtual environment. Next slide, please. Next. Next. Next slide, yeah. The visitor equipped with data glasses and data glove participates in a discourse. Text fragments can be heard, voices become identities. Derek de Kerkhove at that time remarked another narrative aspect. It's like walking through other people's thoughts, he said in Monte Carlo when he heard my presentation then. Next slide, please. Willem Flusser, the media philosopher, became a passionate visionary about the digital revolution while he was searching for an answer to Auschwitz. For him, philosophizing meant orienting oneself in a confusing situation. In a letter written on his old typewriter, Flusser asked with expectation when we could build his red house of adventure. Sadly, he died soon after. Next slide, please. Next. Next. The architect Paul Virilio calls his cultural theory dromology, the theory of speed. His credo, speed destroys space and compresses time. As early as in 1990, he writes that screens were digital windows to the analog world that no one had to enter anymore. His book, in German Rasender Stillstand, could be translated as standstill at full speed. Virilio, very charming, agreed in a handwritten letter in French that we can use his interview to set up his yellow house of catastrophe. The next slide, please, blue one. According to Marvin Minsky, the blue house of utopia. Next slide, please. Can you give me the next slide, please? Yeah. According to Marvin Minsky, an implanted chip in the brain is the solution so that children do not have to start learning over and over again. They should already be born with the knowledge of the world. In his mind, there is no difference between the real human and his digital clone. Minsky was one of the founders of artificial intelligence as a new scientific discipline in 1956. His ideas were similar to those of Sigmund Freud. Our mind is ultimately the interaction of many individual agents who can be in conflict with each other. We emailed Minsky that his agent will live in the blue house of utopia. Please, the next slide, please. Joseph Weizenbaum's greenhouse. Joseph Weizenbaum is concerned about the power of the computer and the powerlessness of human reason. He was the creator of the first artificial intelligence program, ELIZA, simulating a virtual psychotherapist, especially because of his experience that practicing psychotherapists seriously believed that ELIZA would lead to an automated form of psychotherapy. He converted into a social critic and became an opponent of Minsky at the MIT Artificial Intelligence Lab. Next slide, please. The film, the video, please. Visitors explore the virtual space by flying through with the black data glove. And in the video, the philosopher's voices, maybe you have to make it very low, the voice, the voices, because I try to translate and speak over. It is really nice to listen to these voices, and the video stops now. I don't know why, but you hear Flusser's voice saying what characterizes the current information revolution is not only a recording from letters to numbers on the one
sondern
hand,
es ist auch eine Umschaltung des Fluxus der Information.
but it is also a switching of the fluxus of information.
Erwerben wollten, musste sich in den öffentlichen Raum begeben.
In the past, if you wanted to acquire information, you had to go into public space. And people who had to say something went into the public space
und andere hinkamen und das dort publizierten.
So the public space was the place where people exhibited and others came to carry home what was published there. And today,
die wenden der Politik und einander, sie wenden sich einander zu. Und das ist eine neue Struktur, die nicht mehr Politik ist, sondern eine Vernetzungsstruktur.
And this is no longer politics, but a network structure.
Le nouvel espace est un espace vide. Ce n'est plus un espace-temps. Le temps
is a space of speed, not the space of time. It is a space where I can manipulate time. What I manipulate is not the time of the human, but the time of the apparatus.
C'est un milieu.
It is no longer a medium, but rather the carrier medium of a certain milieu.
Was ist denn der Unterschied zwischen dieser Hand und der menschlichen Hand? Warum sollen wir überhaupt einen Unterschied suchen? Weil die menschliche Hand zum Beispiel gehalten werden kann.
What is the difference between this technical hand and the human hand? Why are we even looking for a difference?
Für den Menschen eine gewisse Bedeutung.
Because the human hand, for example, can be held by a beautiful woman, and this attitude has a certain meaning for the human being, but none at all for this mechanical hand.
It's a waste of time to learn things over again.
Marvin Minsky says it's a waste of time to learn things over again. Oh, he speaks English. Children will acquire knowledge in this much faster way. Maybe you can listen to him.
Get that.
While in Berlin Cyber City, the rawness of virtual reality, simple gray blocks of houses create space for one's own thought, the table proves to be a discursive interface. In Home of the Brain, the use of data glasses guarantee close reading in splendid isolation. The ambient light and shadows programmed with Radiosity software are reminding of the metaphysical images of Giorgio de Chirico. So this is the end of the first section that we present these two projects. We will start after the comments with the second section. I would like to ask the commentators or Anja.
Yeah, thank you, Monica, for the presentation of the two projects. I would like to remember that Home of the Brain got the prize, Golden Lika Interactive Art Prize in 1992. It was a surprise to see an installation like this. So I would like to ask now Karin Ohlenschläger to comment and Margit Rosen to complete. Please. Put on your sound and your video. Karin? Margit?
I'm here.
Okay. Margit Rosen is here. Karin?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Hello.
Do you want me to talk?
Yes. You have like 3 minutes.
Okay, I will do my best.
Okay.
Before giving my comments on this first section of Monica and Wolfgang's work, I would like to share a few words about the context in which their work arose, even if we saw some very important part of this historical context. Because following the World War II, as most of you might know, especially since the 60s, artists have been working on new communication structures, tools, and methods to contribute to the reconnection of the world divided by the Iron Curtain. Artists did so mainly through mail art, through happenings, video, and other communication tools as telephone, radio, or satellites. And they did it also by exploring new methods of participation, collaboration, and sharing experience and knowledge, as we just saw also through Monica's and Wolfgang's work. In addition, since the 1980s, they have been creating new physical and virtual environments to put their concepts into practice through new structures of research and production. And as we just heard from Monica and Wolfgang, through the construction of transdisciplinary media labs or architectures of interactivity, as they named it. So their work is rooted in all these traditions. And at the same time, their projects illustrate the major step forward in the evolution of media art in our context. And I would like to highlight fundamentally two aspects. Starting with the art history context, Monica and Wolfgang belong to a generation of artists that made visible and experienceable the very deep principles of quantum mechanics. Even if Derek will talk a little bit more about that fact, I just would like to say that in quantum physics, the observer is always an active part of a system which is to be observed. And his or her presence influences and transforms the system. So we cannot conceive the world as something separated from the user anymore. No, we construct reality by moving through it, by interacting with it, and by thinking about it, because thinking is also a process which involves moving concept, moving information, and moving data through our mind. And both artists expressed also this crucial point in a very clear way when they said media art is not only interprets reality, it also immersively puts the viewer in the picture. It invites the viewer to shape an image of the world by taking an active part in its construction, or that one that reflects the changes in their own thinking. This is for me a very powerful idea, especially if we want to consider the potential impacts of media art in education as well as in cultural or social transformation. And there's the second significant aspect I would like to sign briefly,
Karin,
which is important. Yes, just one.
Complete. I don't want to press, but we can come to this back at the end.
Okay.
If you want to speak shortly the second aspect, or you want to keep
okay,
it?
The second aspect important for me in the educational context is that reality is not just a physical, tangible, and measurable world of things around us, but reality is related to the potentiality of becoming, to the potentiality of process-based developments. And the interactive artwork of Monica and Wolfgang shows this very clearly experienceable and understandable. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Karin, to contextualize the project, mainly in Cyber City. Also, we have younger listeners here, and maybe they are not aware of the context of the development and of the difficulties to develop also this part. Margit Rosen, do you want to complete something?
How many minutes do I have? 1?
2?
2. I just want to say this is one of the key early projects of VR in the history of the so-called media arts. And what's very interesting that as compared to the 1960s, where the participation or the activation of the viewer was mainly a physical activation, you had these early examples like Home of the Brain, or also examples by Jeff Bishop, where suddenly language information would come into the participation, which really marked a difference from the purely physical exchange. I had one question, actually, if I may pose one. The space you've modeled is, that's the hall of the new National Gallery in Berlin, built by Mies van der Rohe. And I had wondered, I mean, you could have chosen any space whatsoever. Was there a specific reason why you've chosen the National Gallery as a frame for the Home of the Brain? So.
Yes.
Oh, sorry,
course,
I thought
yes,
we commented already.
Because it was what we found at that time, that one of the first virtual architectures, because, for example, it was planned for Bacardi in Havana, Cuba, as headquarters, and then you know, as the history has shown, that the Havana crisis, the Cuba crisis came across, and so Berlin was so eager to buy this design, so to say. So it was like a plug-in building, and also in its structure, everybody knows. I think this is sort of nearly no space building or empty space building in the first front. So that was a reason. But another reason was we were in the beginning of the House of Brain. We thought we want to do a real conference, and we chose for this the National Gallery, and then asking the four Flusser, Minsky, Weizenbaum, and so, we found out they never would meet at one place at the same time. So we decided to do this in virtual reality. So that's the background in brief.
Yeah, that's interesting, Wolfgang, that you remember us. Yeah, thank you, Margit, also. So let's.
I just want to add that the story was longer. Yeah, the story was longer.
Yeah, the story
because
was
it started at another place, and it should be a real theater performance, and it was in a house which did not exist anymore then, at the Berlin Wall. And then we came to the National Gallery because it was the best example for that. But just to mention, okay, we go.
Let's pass to section 2, liquid views and energy passages, and then we have the commentators.
Yeah, and thank you for your comments. That's very, very interesting for us, and that's what we hope that we get so much from that. Can we have the slide, please? I'm sorry that I cannot get it myself. Okay, thanks. Regarding the concept of interactivity, unlimited interaction only works with as few specifications as possible. The supporting element must be culturally known, even unconsciously, as in the next work, The Story of Narcissus, Liquid Views, 1992. Here, the reality of water is created by artificial intelligence and leads in a reflective way to an encounter with the second self, to quote Sherry Turkle. In Liquid Fuse, a horizontal screen shows a shimmering water surface. The sound of water can be heard. When approaching, the viewer sees herself reflected in the water. A fingertip on the touch-sensitive screen glass causes waves and the image melts. At the same time, the water surface is projected onto the wall behind the installation. Looking upwards, the viewer sees herself as an observer, as if enlarged by a magnifying glass. The intimate introspection turns into an unconscious public display of the self. The performative dimension of Liquid Fuse is evident in this process of approaching, exploring, and transforming. The self-experience of the recipient is becoming a component of the work, as Karin mentioned before. The phenomena of a mixed reality is revealed in the transition from the observational to the operative perspective. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah. People in Los Angeles play wildly around, while in Madrid many people kiss their partner in front of the water image. In Japan, the installation was almost shut down because the giggling girls on the big public screen did not realize that they had to bow to the sponsors. In Mexico, guided groups of visitors just stood adoringly in front of the shimmering water screen. In Paris, several men did not look in the water because they didn't feel beautiful enough. In Germany, someone wondered why the water did not run out. It looked so real. And it was so surprising for the people at that time in 1992. Depending on the cultural condition, the reception was completely different and is rooted in the staging of the installation, a half-intimate environment in which the audience observes someone who at first feels unobserved. The difference to selfies on a smartphone today is the lack of differentiation. Remember the mirror stages by psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan? He describes how someone recognizes him or herself in the mirror as the one who is perceived by others. The self thus arises as an imaginary entity outside of us. Next slide, please. The video. We always wondered what it is to be called, the interface here. What is the interface? Your own image in the mirror, the water waves, the touch-sensitive glass, all of it. Mark B. N. Hansen, literary scientist, describes that the image is scattering but far from ending engagement. In fact, catalyzes a transition to another realm, to the realm of the disintegrated image. He observes the mirror becomes the actor. The writer Michael Joyce sees Liquid Fuse as both, embedded in cinema and verbal narratives. A woman greets her past self as if a sister or lover. A man attempts to trick the self he was instance before. This metafiction are, of course, tales that the external viewer produces. Yes, comments. Time for comments. Oh, time for comments for Daniel Becker. I think, Is that possible to do that now?
Yes, sorry, I was with the microphone out. I would like to invite Daniel Becker to speak first, and Karin can comment. And then we have also Richard Brzezinski and maybe.
Yeah, sure.
There's also the project Energy Passages you will show.
I wanted to start here with this one.
Liquid Fuse. Okay. First Daniel Becker and Karin also.
Yeah,
okay.
Please.
Okay, my comments are just about Liquid Fuse. Well, the first thing that fascinates me as an art historian who I am is how this ancient story of Narcissus still serves as a motive for artists and as a medium, how Roth and Krauss put it in this time. especially since such mythological themes are less part of the canon of the contemporary artists or media artists, especially, one could assume, and especially since the discrepancy between ancient source and technological innovation realized leads to attention, or as Roland Barthes put it, a punctum. And I think such a momentum is an important element of the work, also in terms of reception. And Monika and Wolfgang once told me that the subtitle, A Virtual Mirror of Narcissus, was added later because at first no one of the exhibition visitors wanted to touch the screen, because you had the museum feeling where you're not allowed to touch things. And therefore a kind of instruction was needed. And it's just precisely at the moment of touching, two worlds meet each other. One, an external one, to which the technical setup, the exhibition space, or even the audience belongs, and an internal one, which takes place between the user and its virtual counterpart. And in this moment, so many levels meet, which constitutes the aesthetic attraction. I don't know, do I have the time for a second point, Anja?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, the second point is the materiality in liquid views, where water occupies a central position, not as an actual or sculptural element, like liquid water, nor as an iconographic motif or reflecting surface, but as animated water. And in addition to the screen, the acoustic splashing also plays a role in liquid views, but more for the immersive spatial situation. And in contrast to classical art, participation, interaction, performativity are an important feature in liquid views, as in many other works of media art and art in general since the 60s. However, this animation in form of liveness, synchronity, immersivity, and augmented reality is a special feature that hardly appears in other works in this way. For this, water as an element such as its actual all-pervasive, it's chaotic because it is liquid, fragile, and unstable. And this animation of the waves in liquid views, in particular, stand thereby in the context of the in this time contemporary system theory, which in turn has its origins of cybernetics, and there it's closest circle to this post World War II research, which it's shown in liquid views. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel Becker. Karin, did you want to say something?
Yeah, very briefly. I would like to add that this interactive installation was really a visionary contribution to experiencing the impact of the digital age in the new construction of our identity and in the perception of self, or in the new entanglements between private and public space. As the artist just explained, the big difference between the conception of self and selfie culture consists of the fact that the selfies reduce the presence of self to an egoic and pathologic experience, which transforms the self into a product to be consumed by others. And in contrast, the self-perception of liquid views immerses us in the poetic dimension of the self as an open, ever-changing flow of potentialities in process. Thank you.
Thank you both. Great. All three.
Monika, you want to add something, or we continue with energy passages?
We continue. Yeah.
Okay.
It was great to hear that, but let's continue.
Yes.
Energy passages. Next slide, please.
Yes. Next slide.
Yes, thank you. Energy Passages is from 2004. It's a decade later that we are investigating another form of floating movement and a different type of media mirroring. Energy Passages is a site-specific installation in public space exploring the mood of the people in a city. Every day we filter the 500 most frequent keywords of the daily news and project them as a flow of words onto the public square in front of the Munich House of Literature. Next slide, please. Next. visitors select single words according to their preference via touchscreen or microphone. Next slide. Next. Next. Immediately, invisible connections between words become visible, represented in the flow of words as a linguistic network of terms. Artificial voices murmur the chosen words. A soundscape surrounds the visitor and touches the body, as sound scientist Holger Schulze notes at the time. Through interaction, the participants produce a living newspaper that reflects their own interests. They become co-authors of emergent narratives. Digital elements are transformed by the audience in an analog way, namely in conversation. The audience's discussion goes far beyond the meaning of the original news and has some poetic dimensions. Next slide, please. Next. While watching the flow of words, the visitors have their own associations. Reading the word Faust reminds a woman of Goethe's Faust, but it refers to a politician who hit the table with his fist, the German word for Faust. Next slide, please. Next.
The video.
Ist the video? Next is the video.
Über Haushalt und ab. Nach 5 Jahren Interesse eigentlich. Seiten. Streifen. Kamera. Lässt Angaben. Entwurf. Partei. Frauen. Gästeaufladen, Kaffee, Stammtisch, Versicherungen,
Gymnasium,
Kaffeehaus, Feuerwehrleute,
danach Gymnasium,
Landrat, Donnerstrainer, Deutsche Trainer, Kameras,
Milliarden Trainer, Deutschland, Präsident.
Jahre. Oberhaushalt und ab. Nach 5 Jahren Interesse eigentlich. Freisetzung. Einnahmen. Prozess. Gäste. Generalstreik. Schon 18 Jahre spielen. Ministerpräsident.
Millionen.
Deutschen.
Jahre. Deutschland.
So.
Jahre.
Next slide, please. I think you can stop. Yes, next slide. At the end of the 4-week event, the protocol of interactivity, a color-coded statistic, becomes visible as an abstract image of the city and the energy of the citizens. One can see that the most frequently used words of the intellectual newspaper makers are rational terms like percent and millions. In contrast, the audience choose emotionally charged terms like price, parents, sacrifice, love, food, girls, happiness. The audience's interventions illustrate the spirit of the place, the poetic energy and the thoughts of the people in this city in November 2004. Next slide, please. Yeah. The workflow plan highlights the architecture of interactivity. Sherry Turkle, professor of science, technology and society at MIT, describes this work as an evocative object. Quote, the idea of a spatial experience of the discourse of news in urban space and the possibility of deconstructing the newspaper captures the fragmentation of citizens' media experience in a culture of stimulation. It thus reflects and concretizes an important cultural and political moment and makes it an object of reflection. So that's the end of Energy Passages, and I would like to ask for comments from...
Yes. Richard Kruszyński, would you like to comment, please?
Yes, sure. I'd like to talk about this work, Energy Passages, in terms of continuation and break in relationship to the previous artworks. Because what is continued is actually this interesting hybridity of constructed worlds and the focus on augmented reality perspective. Because all three previous works actually dealt with same complex of issues. Even home of the brain, which is a virtual reality piece and looks like kind of step away from augmented reality perspective. Even this work actually create a kind of extension of brain-mind activities. Experiencing this work, actually you feel like searching the borders of your own mind, which is kind of connect with discourses not belong to you, but becoming yours under your reflection. But what is the break? I think what is very interesting, what make the Energy Passages, the new step in the development of the art of Wolfgang and Monika, is the focus on community and relationship between individual and community. Because, you know, this is kind of symbolic end of the first, let's say, first chapter of the artwork of Monika and Wolfgang, the three first works we were talking about so far. This is the symbolic closing of this chapter with this narcissistic approach, the mirror of Narcissus. It's just focusing on individuality. And next, we have to do with the work, dealing with, firstly, community, the mode of community, the city as the constructive process. Writing about the works of Monika and Wolfgang in the catalog of the exhibition I curated years ago, I refer to Georgia Agamben's concept of new community without identity, community of which each participant is just the example of this community. And actually the experience of Energy Passages brings us to something similar. There are plenty of people selecting different concepts, different words, different passages, and we are facing the cloud of emotions, of discourses, of ideas surrounding us. And again, we also have to do with data visualization, which is becoming more and more important in the work of both artists. So this is something very, very particular, the opening of the new perspectives, but in the same time rooted in the previous experiences provided by the works. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Richard. I'm a co-commentator here at this moment. I feel the same. There's a newness in this project, which was done in 2004. I just finished my PhD in 2002, and you introduced Monika and Wolfgang the word mixed realities. Because before this, we were like separating virtual from they called it real, yeah, concrete reality. And it comes, the technological challenge was the organization of the information communication in the network. This was really a challenge, and the project is pioneer in this way. So I completely agree with Richard about his analysis and the importance of this project. Monica and Wolfgang, would you like to add something?
Not yet. Not yet.
Yes, we go to section 3, or
maybe we, yes, yeah.
So
I
we go to the last section.
So
we go to the last section, and keep people who have questions, please keep it for the end. The last section is Netzspannung.org und Semantic Map. And
oh, thank you. Yes.
Please.
Semantic Map is from 2001. We go a few years back. It's the semantic calculations in energy passages are based on the technique of the knowledge map, which we developed earlier for the digital archive. The last section is about the digital archive and how it becomes accessible via knowledge maps. Based on a neural network that is trained by the human to generate a self-organizing map, the semantic map here is used to structure and visualize large data sets in terms of semantic relations. The documents of artists and projects appear as nodes in a network of thoughts. The static database of information is transformed into an intelligent and navigable knowledge network. The visitor experiences knowledge through differentiation and becomes a sense producer. Semantic Map reminds of Marvin Minsky's vision that the books could talk to each other. Astrophysicist Roger Malina compares the semantic map interface to a telescope used for browsing and accessing the cosmos of data. Next, please. The next is now about the semantic map, where we needed the the Netzspannung.org archive. We initiated this as one of the first educational platforms and online archives for media, art, and digital culture. The internet platform is an interface that is organized on a cross-disciplinary basis between media, art, science, and technology. Next, please. The statistics of Netzspannung.org show a world map with the international networking of the media art community in May 2008. It also shows the geographical origin of the monthly accesses of the 150,000 monthly visitors at that time. That means 5,000 visitors a day. The most wanted tool shows the most popular pages in the ranking. The Netzspannung.org team at the time were 10 women and 14 men. Since 2001, the platform is archived and 2010, the platform is archived and hosted at the ZKM Center for Art and Media. Please, the next one. Next slide. The next slide is the video, and it is in English, and the interpreters
An
have
archive
the
for
text.
media.
I hope they can follow and maybe translate. I think it's
Art and digital
stupid
culture.
if I read it also. It's
The
wonderful
Internet
to
platform is
listen.
organized on a cross-disciplinary basis as an interface between media art, media science, and media technology. Netzspannung.org is an information pool for artists, designers, scientists, and scholars. Netzspannung.org presents topics from media art and research such as cultural heritage, teaching culture with digital media, perform and play, on interactive play and stage concepts, and explore information, create knowledge, on visualizing information. The area Positions shows numerous video documentations of lectures given by renowned artists, scientists, and scholars. Selected lecture series are recorded with the aid of a mobile streaming lab and can be transmitted live into the lecture theatres of associated colleges and universities. This networking of lecture theatres expands the possibilities of teaching on the spot and represents a first model of the classroom of the future. The area Learning addresses the question of how teachers and students can be introduced to artistic work with the new media. Here, teachers can find a variety of ideas, suggestions, and teaching examples, showing how they can get children and young people to develop, for example, dancing scrap metal robots, a multimedia music performance, or an interactive exhibition. The Digital Sparks competition provides an insight into media studies teaching at German-speaking colleges and universities. All competition entries submitted by students from the years 2001 to 2003 are archived and can be researched via an interactive map. Netzspannung.org's archive contains over 1,000 multimedially prepared database entries, including research projects, artistic work, and interactive installations, as well as mixed reality performances, experimental formats, and interactive visualizations. Media cultural artists can also help build up the archive directly. The community area is Netzspannung.org's open channel, where artists and designers, as well as scientists and scholars, can publish their projects themselves. In this way, their contributions become part of the archive. The archive is accessed via different interfaces. Lists are useful for tracking down particular people or projects, while graphic knowledge discovery tools, such as the semantic map or the timeline, help users to disclose new connections and content intuitively. The semantic map structures, networks, and visualizes the archive's content in terms of semantic relations. It provides users with a navigational system that allows them to rummage through the database, discovering new and hidden connections. The semantic map organizes the archive into semantic clusters. The timeline sorts the content of the archive chronologically, presenting it in dynamic time axes, and thereby revealing connections between different content fields. Netzspannung.org is an interface for digital culture and a place for education and learning on the internet.
We don't hear you, Monica?
I'm sorry, yes. Next slide.
Yes.
I wanted to say that's the last slide. The archive interface media flow opens up a media archaeological reference. This is also what you see here in this image is also the archive of Netzspannung.org, but as a media flow. It draws visual similarities to art historian A.B. Warburg's space of thought that builds on the thematic grouping and regrouping of images. With media flow, it receives its digital updates through the database interface as the process of linking or serving becomes relevant. The inherently static database is transformed into a variable time-based medium. The archive becomes accessible, a room filled with data. Paradoxically, the interactive media artists of the 90s did pioneering work, and their results were eagerly taken up by the engineers of the industry. Interactivity in its simplistic industrial form has permeated society. The interface has become intelligence and, as a lifestyle product, is becoming a cultural object of consumer culture. Karin said this before as well. Today, interactivity is omnipresent and thus no longer the core of media art. While one aim of media art was to be unruly or seductive in order to enlighten users or trigger discussions, the consumer interface is subtle and beautifully polished by the industry. If media art still has a task today, then it is to critically accompany the accelerating development of artificial intelligence. So, thank you for listening, and we are wondering about the last comments of the contributors. Or
yes,
questions.
I would like to invite Margit to contribute.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes.
As we're talking about the archive, I take a short detour. I mean, Wolfgang and Monika belong to those generation of artists when, in the late 1980s, the first computers were available who were powerful enough that you could interact with three-dimensional images in real time. They were this first generation who really redefined what an interface with an information machine could be. And it was really, they were, you could say they were writing the history of the future. They anticipated this generation a lot of things which are here today, like VR, augmented reality, motion capture, sonification, force feedback, and many other things, which would then later become, as Monica just said, part of our daily entertainment industry. And to know this history is super important for the narrative of our art history and culture and technological history. But most things are not very well known outside our circles of specialists, and there are various reasons, because this media art scene managed to create a temporary public through festivals and conferences, but there was a certain lack of social actors and institutions for preserving the works and stabilizing the knowledge, for ensuring that all these events at work would enter the canon, the collective memory. And due to the fragility of hardware, a lot of these works are lost. And so we really rely heavily on these archives. And there is now a lot of complaint about that this digital history is partially lost. And in the discussion, in these complaints, sometimes the achievements of Monica and Wolfgang exactly in preserving are sometimes a little bit overlooked, because with Netzspannung, they really have created an important platform, a very important tool to create a public, so a public that gathered around common concerns, certain ideas, theories, technologies, art. And it's, as Richard said, it was also about community building. It is a rich capsule, which really shows also the discourse of this so-called media art that had developed in parallel and partially in opposition to contemporary art. So it comprises topics that are now 20 years later in the daily news: how digital technologies change our communication, the way we acquire knowledge, the way we remember. And what is really interesting for me as how they approach the archive and the other projects, they never thought about a rigid filing structure, in the sense that the database was always just a tool and never a goal. So they offered a large number of interfaces, because this fatal assumption that searching databases would lead to knowledge, they would never go for that, but they allowed for randomness, for discovery, for semantic relations of, and these were technically supported with a semantic web that was really a technology that was totally unexplored in the cultural milieu at that time. There it was, when I saw it for the first time, I was really overwhelmed, because it opened a horizon of what would come, which of course now much more easier than it was then. And it's almost tragic to see that only 20 years later, what they had thought of formalized now slowly enters in what our institutions are doing with their knowledge databases. So we're really very late, and they are, in a way, you all know the famous essay by Vannevar Bush, As We May Think, which he published in 1945, where he addressed the problem, what ways do we find to handle all this data? And I think what they made clear is that this how we may think would be a combination of like a conversation of learning people and learning machines, which was not as clear back then as it is today. And a very last word, what's so interesting about this generation, and especially you too, is that you have not just created artworks, but tools. And artworks and tools both belong to our horizon of making, our two modes of making the world or keeping the world inhabitable. So I'm always glad when I learn more about your research.
Thank you,
yes,
Margit. I'm
yeah.
happy.
Yeah, it's really nice to recognize. I think it's really nice, this conversation, and we have your first view as artists about what you have done, and then the commentators have a second view, and we are really getting to something, to an understanding of the context and the importance.
Yeah, I'm so happy about. May I say something?
Yes,
Anja?
please.
I'm so happy about what Margit said, because when we launched Netzspannung.org, it was in 2001, and it was a few days after the catastrophe of 9/11 in New York, and even then people came from New York and joined, and it was really incredible how many people came to this conference. Also there was this disaster before. And because it was, somebody told me just a few weeks ago, it was like an ignition that people found a way to communicate through this platform, or to dock on to, yeah, and that's why I liked so much what Margit just said.
Yeah. There was no Facebook at that time.
Yeah, there was no Facebook. There was nothing. Yeah, and people felt very much alone when they were studying, when they were not at a few media programs like like you in Anja. You were in Brazil, and we were wondering to hear also about that. It was very unusual. We were also wondering about when we had our world map and saw where people came from to look at Netzspannung.org. It was so fascinating for ourselves. We learned so much through that. Yeah, who is interested and what is happening there. And we did our Digital Sparks competition in the German-speaking countries also to train people and students and professors. Yeah, but I don't want to. Yeah, Wolfgang says I should stop. And
no, really interesting to see the background. Richard, would you like to add something on the comment?
Yes, yes. I would like to add a few categories. I mean, transdisciplinarity. This is a very important issue nowadays, and this kind of organizing data, this way of involving the participants to becoming actually the user of this clouds of data is very important step, early step towards transdisciplinarity in artistic research and participation. I think that this is very clear that such works make us think about new perspectives of getting knowledge, of being in the process of education. Do we still need traditional institutions, schools, and other spaces when we are actually much more engaged in building ourselves, our perspectives of knowledge, interacting with this kind of structures? So, and this is very important that everyone can take responsibility for the results of this kind of experience, cognitive experience. And this is, we are facing now processes like citizen science, for example, when people actually take the position of researcher without getting involved in institutional frameworks. In this case, we are having to do with educational, analog, similar educational project. So this is actually the new way of dealing with knowledge, dealing with the history, dealing with others, looking for the personal path within the community effort. I think that this work showing clearly how close art is to research, to humanities, to social sciences, that actually we are in a very transdisciplinary neighborhood where everyone can build, because of the possibility of experiencing such works, it's his, her own world related to the words of the others, because they all actually experience the same clouds of data. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Richard. We finished now the 6 presentations, the 3 sections, and Delma already sent me a message that we have to go on. So I would like to ask Derek Kerkhoff now to do his special contribution as an invitee. It's called Reality Mixed, Virtual and Real in Berlin Cyber City and Home of the Brain, really around 5 minutes. Thank you. Derek, you are here?
I'm just going to, there we are.
Okay.
Hi. Well, I will talk about that, but I would like to come back to the discussion between Karen and Danielle about identity, self, and about liquid views. I've been following the work of Wolfgang and Monica for 30 years, for sure, with great interest. I've been using their work to teach to my students. I've made videos around the theme of liquid views, and liquid views, in fact, is what hooked me to their work. I was very moved by it. I thought it was immensely poetic. And I love the way that Danielle is pointing out this point of contact between the virtual and the real. But let's mention it's also a tactile experience, which is a very powerful aspect of these kinds of work. What liquid views said, the question of identity brought up into my mind, and I worked around that theme for a fair bit, was the fact that gradually, as we are delegating so many of our cognitive experience to our machines, they are getting out of us. The future is that that self, which we consider as being the source of decision movement, motivation, that self, which is somewhere in our body, probably closer to the center than in the head, but nevertheless, we never know quite how to situate it. That very self is moving out. It's moving out because it moved in when we learn to read and write. When we start to put language in ourselves, we built ourselves, we built a consciousness, we built an interiority, we built privacy. Now, privacy is the thing that's leaving us. Privacy is what we are not, that intellect, that conscious, that cognitive autonomy that we take for granted is precisely that which is now taken over by business and government. And they do so quite naturally without asking themselves any kind of epistemological question. But for example, the way we relate to Alexa or to Google Assistant or whatever these things is actually allowing them to make decisions for us. And we are actually replacing the memory that we are putting in our smartphone and the judgment that we are yielding to these instruments. We are being replaced. All that which was inside us is now being replaced by algorithms or by the actual effects of algorithms on our sensibility and our emotions. So we're in a much more tragic time than at a time when liquid views was presented. And so there's been an enormous evolution that hasn't been sufficiently recorded. And among the things that I was going to say, and it's going to take maybe a little bit more than my 5 minutes, but it was really the issue, one of the issues that is now finally brought to our attention by the development of physics, and particularly the movement from classical physics to quantum physics, is the problem of reality itself. One thing that hasn't been said about the work of Wolfgang and Monica is that it is constantly questioning the relationship between reality and virtual reality. It's mixed reality, and this is why I'm saying I assume that they had some anxiety about it, and if they didn't, they should. I certainly do. And so the question comes back to Einstein. Einstein, at the very beginning, when he began to pay attention to quantum physics, was extremely anxious about 2 or 3 things. One of them was entanglement and non-locality, and the possibility that there could be no communication between 2 particles that actually responded at the same time to the same changes. And the other one was, in fact, that the slit experiment that actually allows you to see that waves and particles do not function the same way whether observation is on or observation is off. The idea then for Einstein, his conclusion was, well, and the question is then, it's the same question as Hamlet, to be or not to be, that is the question. And for him, it was exactly the same problem. Is there something permanently in continuity outside of us as observers, or is it just me? Quantum physics seems to say it's just you. Whereas classical physics says, well, there is continuity to the world. Einstein never answered that question. Now, let me just put you through this reasoning. All of you have had, I hope, very interesting, fascinating dreams. What is the condition of your dreaming? The condition of your dreaming is that it's really happening. It's totally happening. It's real. There's a continuity that's assumed behind whatever it is that's happening in your dream. Boom, you wake up, it's all gone. Oh, that's surprising. How could I have been so there? How could it be so real, right? Well, it wasn't. Oh, well, if it wasn't, whatever I'm doing now, seeing you there, maybe that too is something that only works because I'm observing you, because I'm listening to you, because zillions of pixels, which are the equivalent in image making to the particles, stay for the while that I'm looking at this screen. It's a very key issue to ask oneself that the very thing that allowed to have the illusion of continuity is the thing that is put into question today. It doesn't mean that it's going to stop, but what it means is that we haven't gone at all to that edge that made that fantastic Giordano Bruno. He lived 25 kilometers away from here. Giordano Bruno was that brilliant and burned alive priest who said, it is not matter that creates consciousness. It is consciousness that creates matter. He is the most forward quantum philosopher that we can hear of, having made that question. At the edge of quantum physics and classical physics, at the edge of thought and matter. That's where the question is. And so I think that those two themes, our identity on the way out, or at least our sense of self being now taken over by some kind of digital twin, that's one area that needs observation. That's other area, and Wolfgang, who is a physics professor himself, certainly understands this. It's time for both of you to get back to work.
Yes, I was thinking the same.
That's a good idea.
Thank
yes.
you. Yeah, thank you, Derek. We have, I think, like 2-3 minutes to finish, so we will not have the place of questions and answers of the public. Delma is like putting together the questions, and maybe she can send it to you. But maybe the other commentators, and Monica and Wolfgang, if you would like to say something. Delma, do we have more time?
No, no hay más tiempo, lamentablemente. Estamos cerrando 8 minutos, estamos cerrando.
So let's Monica
and lo siguiente. Hay reflexiones, comentarios del público que son muy ricos y vamos a hacer un foro después del Congreso para que Mónica y Wolfgang las puedan responder directamente. Hay preguntas que son realmente filosóficas, que necesitan de intercambio y que quizá lleven varias horas para eso. Les agradecemos realmente, sigan enviando los comentarios, el público, por favor, porque me parece que hay entre los comentarios de justamente los contribuidores y los expositores, se ha dado una reflexión muy, muy fértil y que vale la pena aprovechar en un espacio posterior y más amplio. Anja, te dejamos que sigas moderando como lo venís haciendo hasta ahora excelentemente. Muchísimas gracias y queda el cierre.
Okay, so let Monica and Wolfgang say goodbye to us and we finish the lecture.
Yeah. I thank you all very much. It was so inspiring to listen to you and to really what Derek said, to go back to work is a good idea. The point was always, where could that be? Yeah. because yeah, we were looking for the right country and the right city, and now we stay at home, and that's more difficult. Anyway, but we were really happy to hear that, because we try to work on a book about our work, and it's so boring for us because we know everything, and to get inspired by you is so really rich and wonderful for us, because then we, you know, then we might come back and think, okay, it's worth to do it. Yeah.
We have to go back to
Thank
work.
you. We have to
No,
go back
it
to
was
work.
a very inspiring session for me, and it's an experience like, for example, being in a project which is called Hole in Space, so one of the first, which is also one of our role models long before we started ourselves with media art. So I knew it long before, and I always admired this project amongst some others, of course. And so one sentence, what also was a driving power when we started, was the idea, which now is described as transdisciplinarity. And a funny example we had concerning the place where to go. We nearly found a place in a German university where such a transdisciplinary study work combination, say, of design, computer science, and philosophy, literature, science, and so could have started. And we had some first small projects with students running. And the funny thing was that the human science professors found out when we started to write a paper to get funded such thing, that they find out that they would go back more to close reading, and that this transdisciplinarity would be a lot of work. So that was why when we retired and said, okay, then we just do what is in our possibilities now. So, but it was very inspiring for all the ideas and comments from this small circle.
I want to say that because I mixed up my presentation, I could not have the original one. I had in my last version many links to all of these works, and I'm sorry that this was not to be seen now, but I will ask Anya to do, Delma, to do this last version then on the web somehow, the whole presentation. So I thank Derek very much, and I thank Richard and Margit and Karin and Daniel all for supporting us, and it was so nice. It was such a great experience. Thank you. Bye-bye.
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 Bye. Good to meet you all. Bye-bye.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Gracias a ustedes, y quisiera comentar que todos los que están presentes también pueden generar posibles invitaciones o posibles lugares para que Wolfgang y Mónica puedan continuar sus creaciones, ¿verdad? Nos preparamos para la conferencia magistral de Roy Ascott. Vamos a preparar el espacio para Roy Ascott, por favor. Voy a dar el dominio a los comentaristas. Richard, tú ya estás como comentarista. Vamos a, vía Santos, estás habilitada como anfitriona para que puedas hablar. Justin Trigger también, coanfitrión. Estamos dando los permisos para habilitar a Tom Gorman también. Espero estén interpretando. Me hacen con el dedito para arriba si está llegando bien la interpretación. Gracias, Rodrigo. Te estoy dando coanfitrión para que compartas en el espacio que te toca. Roy, te voy a dar como coanfitrión y voy a reescribir tu nombre, Roy. Voy a... que estás con algo secreto, como nombre. No te preocupes que ya lo tipeo. Bien, quedó tu nombre habilitado. Perfecto. Ya estamos preparando, ustedes mismos, los oradores del espacio de Roy, pueden activar sus audios. Yara está ya como coanfitriona. Me falta Ángela, que la estoy buscando.
A Bia está presente, a Bia, Carla, Arthur.
Sí, está presente. Recuerden elegir el canal de audio, ¿verdad? Recuerden elegir el canal de audio. ¿Dónde está Ángela? No la encuentro.
Alô, eu sou o Arthur Matucci. Eu estou presente, estou ouvindo. Vocês estão me ouvindo?
Sim, Arthur.
Ah, legal. Deixa eu ver se eu ponho o vídeo também.
Não.
Alô. Deixa eu ver se eu apareço em algum momento.
Aparece sim.
O fundo deve estar bem confuso. Ah, tá de cabelo branco. E nós vamos falar depois do Roy Ascott. E a gente vai falar em inglês. Should we speak in English? Is there...
I can hear you in English, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, the magic of technology.
Yeah, that's true. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you after a long time. Hello.
Hey.
All these faces keep appearing. That's great. So what's next?
I guess it's Roy's turn now. You would be speaking to us, right?
I guess so, yeah. I'm ready to do it, but I don't know what the next move is.
Maybe Dalma will introduce you before you speak.
Okay.
We're waiting for her now.
Okay. Hi, Dalma.
Un minutito, por favor. Sí, un minuto, por favor. Ya estamos tratando de localizar a Ángela.
Ya tengo el audio del
Ah, perfecto, Ángela. Perfecto. Sí. Perfecto.
Tá bem, ele foi pegar uma coisa que eu tinha liga.
Não, tá falando no telefone. Queria saber como que eu ponho minha própria aqui.
Eu também não sei. Tá, em qual sistema tá essa conferência?
Ah, tem que pegar aqui, ó, tá vendo? Você clica aqui, você vê o nome, você vê o nome de várias pessoas. E daí, não sei. Aqui parece que tem 11 pessoas. Tinha
Arthur, todo mundo está te escutando. Você tem que
Sorry.
pôr mudo.
Sorry.
Eduardo?
Oi, tô aqui. Hi, I'm Carla. Hi, Roy. Hi, Yara. Hi, Arthur. Hi, Bia. We are here together. Thank you, Delma. It's working. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, it's a little bit loud.
It's too low?
No, it's high.
Too loud. Too loud? Okay, let me get it. Is it better?
Yes, it is.
Yes, thank you, Yara. Thank you for inviting us. Not working.
But before we start, just to say to Roy that Gilberto Prado want to say hello, and the people here from Brazil miss your lectures and workshops.
Okay.
Hi. How are you, everybody?
Hi, Bia.
Hi, Bia.
Hi, Delma, and others, and everybody.
Bueno, muy bien. Ahora sí vamos a iniciar con el espacio de clase magistral de Roy Ascott. Gracias, Roy Ascott, por estar conectados con nosotros. Vamos los oradores, comentaristas y quienes van a participar, por favor, seleccionen el canal de audio adecuado, ¿ah? Porque vamos a iniciar la presentación. Por favor, oradores, adelante, ¿sí? Verifiquen eso y ya vamos a dar inicio a la introducción de la masterclass de Roy Ascott. Mientras damos el pase a los intérpretes para esta parte, voy a hacer una breve introducción de el espacio de Roy Ascott, un espacio, se puede decir, recargado, complejo, con muchas partes. No solamente es la clase magistral de Roy Ascott, sino que por las características de la obra y el legado del profesor Ascott, invitamos a dos especialistas a presentarlo por las múltiples facetas que tiene el profesor Ascott en no solamente los nuevos medios, en la educación, a nivel teórico, y por eso convocamos a Richard Klusinski y Ángela López Ruiz a presentarlo. De parte del Congreso, simplemente hacer una breve síntesis vinculada al legado educativo del profesor Ascott. En primer lugar, se refiere a el docente como explorador, y en particular esta característica ustedes la pueden encontrar en el texto que nos regaló Roy Ascott para el inicio del Congreso, que está en el programa, como una forma de inspirar y una forma de generar comentarios. El otro legado importante desde el punto de vista educativo es el concepto de tecnoética como una convergencia entre las metodologías, teorías y prácticas educativas. Aunque el profesor Ascott en su propio texto, Mis docentes, él diga que el I Ching y el Tao han sido sus maestros más duraderos, desde el punto de vista educativo, Ascott concentra la figura del maestro, no como aquello que se debe enseñar, sino el camino del creador en una multiplicidad de áreas enlazadas por la tecnología. Muchas gracias, profesora Ascott, y damos la bienvenida a sus presentadores, el profesor Richard Klusinski desde Polonia y la experta en nuevos medios, Ángela López Ruiz desde Uruguay. Adelante, Richard.
Thank you. This is a great honor to talk about Roy Ascott. Actually, for me, this is something very personal because it was, I think, somehow mid-90s when I had a chance to give a talk at Plymouth conference, first in the extended the first, I think it was when 1996 or something, when I had an opportunity to talk. Later on, we collaborated on some project. Roy was so nice to contribute a text, I think 2, 3 texts to different publications of mine. So this is actually very personal. But I want to focus on what is the most important for me in the approach, in the position, in the contribution of Roy Ascott to contemporary art. And there are few categories I have to mention just to show how it is important. So first is interactivity. And it was something like 2011, I think. There was the exhibition in London presenting works of Roy. And I had an opportunity to to experience for a while change paintings works from the late 50s and beginning of the 60s. So this is actually the beginning of the history of interactive art, late 50s, early 50s, early 60s. And in the same time, it was continued by a very important concept, the most radical in the theory of interactive art. The statement, I repeat, maybe not very precisely, that Roy Ascott wrote that interactive artist is a designer. But this is the designer who design the field of creative activity of the audiences, of the viewer. So from the very beginning, actually, we could observe how art has been open towards participants, towards those who not only want to experience somebody else's work, but also to contribute something from his or her side. So this way, since late 50s, has been developed the program for art inviting participation from the side of its audience. So the next category I want to mention is telematics, which is extremely important, I think, from the contribution of Ray Arscott to our contemporary art field. And again, it was, I think, Electra exhibition in Paris, in the Muséum de Ville de Paris in 1933, and La Plissure du Texte, the work opening the field of artistic creativity in between continents, involving several participants using different tools of communication to contribute to the artwork, which was actually the process. So this is already in the very center of the concept of interactivity, that artwork becomes the process. Anytime when I engage in any change painting, I transform the object into the process. But in the Plaisir du Texte, we had to do with the process involving several participants. So the process itself, communication and activity, breaking the borders between participants, between places, they just spending the time and contributing the work were disappearing. And the third concept, this is the post-biological. I think extremely important. Again, we are talking about the world we could experience via technology. We can manipulate the technology, or we can create with the technology. So actually, there is no way to deal with the world nowadays not being engaged, involved in technological concept. So there is no nature, there is no biosphere anymore. We have to do with techno, digital, bio zones organized in the new construction, new architecture of the world. So around those three concepts, interactivity, telematics, and post-biological world, I first of all see the art, the concept, the ideas, the theories of Roy Ascott. And in the same time, I understand, I know very well that I'm touching just few points of the very rich, very developed, huge area of artworks, of ideas, of influences. So I just want to remind also that Roy Ascott was the first who got the very special golden Nike Prize from Ars Electronica in 2014 for visionary pioneers of media art. So maybe visionary, I should also indicate in the portrait of Roy Ascott. And this is what I wanted just to propose for the beginning of our conversation, of our meeting with Roy Ascott. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gracias, Richard. Adelante, Ángela López Ruiz, por favor.
Bueno, muchas gracias por este momento. Es un placer para mí presentar a Roy. Es un artista que admiro inmensamente por todo su pensamiento desarrollado en estos años y también por sus prácticas artísticas. Yo preparé un pequeño texto basado, más allá de todo lo que ya mencionó Richard, acerca de sus prácticas interactivas referidas a la cibernética, a la telemática. Quería también hacer hincapié en un intenso estudio que ha desarrollado Roy acerca de la expansión de la conciencia y la realidad sincrética. Me interesa señalar sobre todo la interpelación que hace al pensamiento de Freud de imaginarse a un ser humano como un ser unificado y la propuesta de Roy de pensarnos a nosotros mismos como seres múltiples. Entonces, ¿cómo integrar esta dimensión que propone Roy en el campo del arte? Para esto quiero citar una obra colectiva, me refiero a Planetary Network, realizada en 1986, donde Roy participa dentro del equipo de curadores de esa obra. Se trata de 100 artistas de 3 continentes que están interconectados en vivo a través de computadoras, faxes, tomas de televisión, videotextos, etc. Esta acción se realizó durante 14 días en Venecia y luego siguió por un tiempo más. Traigo esta obra, dada esa interactividad en vivo, como un reflejo de este significante que estamos viviendo hoy, en este contexto que estamos compartiendo incluso. En esa obra, Roy propone romper el estatuto de ser artista para ser participante del arte. Y en este caso es lo que propongo también ahora a través de esta obra anticipatoria, visionaria o quizás vidente, el compartir este momento que estamos como un estatuto de participantes, además de estarlos escuchando activamente a Roy. Gracias.
Gracias, Ángela López Ruiz. Gracias, Richard Sklusinski. Vamos entonces a dar la bienvenida ya directamente al inicio de la conferencia de Roy Ascott. Adelante, Roy.
Hello, thank you. I can't see you on my full screen, so how I manage that, but
Roy, nosotros, ¿te acuerdas que habíamos acordado que compartíamos tu presentación? ¿Estamos de acuerdo? ¿Le damos a compartir, te parece?
yes.
Perfecto.
Yeah.
Adelante, presentación, entonces.
Okay, shall I start now?
Adelante.
Yeah. Okay, so well, I've called this talk. First of all, let me say what an honor it is to be part of this really, really important occasion. I think it's wonderful what has been arranged, and the artists and theorists who are involved. It is really an impressive. And I'm really honored to be part of this. And I would like very much to thank Delma, of course, for arranging this, and Ricard and Angela for their recent comments in outlining some of the things I've been trying to do over the last 50 or more years, I'm afraid it is. However, so let's start. I've called this the Tao of Technoetic Art because I wanted to talk about the Tao my way, my pathway through it, in considering art as an organism. So let me start by saying that I think art as an organism is a living form which grows and embraces all other kinds of, and interacts with all other kinds of organisms. And if we see art in that way, we immediately see art education and art schools and art colleges and galleries and critics and theorists, all part of this organic whole. Next slide, please. Have the next slide, please. So I just broadly there give some definitions of technoetics, and I'll read them out a little bit because they are being translated, I know, as I speak. So technoetics is a convergent field of practice that seeks to explore consciousness and connectivity through digital, telematic, chemical or spiritual means. I think I do want to lay importance from the very start on the fact that our connectivity and the future of our practice in art is not simply digital and telematic. I think it will involve the chemistry of the brain, and I think it will begin to embrace more spiritual attributes. So then also we have, as Ricard has kindly mentioned, the question of what I call moist media, which is a part of this technoetic field. So technoetic comes from the Greek noesis, mind, technology, mind, and technology and consciousness. I want to speak also about the effect of all of this technology on our thinking. I think what this has done is to create a hypercortex. That's to say, with minds interacting in the net, we're producing a global network of collective cognition. So the hypercortex is the whole sort of world system of thinking, which is both open-ended and emergent. The next slide, please. The next slide. So this is just a little cloud. I'm not obviously going to expect this all to be translated nor to speak to it, but just to show the kind of cloud of thought, the connectivity between fields, disciplines, ideas, and sensibilities that our field that we're all involved in now embraces. But central to all of this, for me, is cybernetics, the theory of cybernetics. Next slide, please. Next slide. Before I discuss fully the nature of cybernetics, I'd like to introduce my way into all of this field, how I first became involved in the first instance with technology, and how really that informed my practice, not simply my digital sort of computer practice, but the early interactive work that I set up. I served my military service, national service, as an officer in the fighter control branch of the RAF. And that was where we're concerned in the Cold War with the possibility of aircraft flying over the North Sea and bombing us. And so my job was to look down on this sort of tabletop that you see here, which was feeding in information from radar about the behavior of aircraft over the North Sea in real time. And this was plotted, and this is the interesting point to me, not by one radar report from one radar signal, but 3 differently placed across the coastline, focusing on the behavior of one aircraft. So instead of this sort of, how do I say, binary thought, which we're very used to in Western thinking, this sort of tertiary thing, three positions were always assessed to find the true position of and movement of the aircraft. And I think equally the tabletop started its impression on my mind in a certain kind of way. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I should speak very, very briefly about my time as a student. I'm trying to find this pathway to explain to you because I think it is very useful. I studied, after I'd done my military service, I went to the university to study with Victor Passmore and Richard Hamilton. And I think Passmore, perhaps less known, for me, a wonderful non-figurative abstract artist, constructivist artist, and Richard Hamilton, I think, very well known as the father of pop art and all that sort of thing. But Hamilton's importance to me was he introduced me to Duchamp, and above all to the glass, and to the complexity of meaning and the openness of interpretation that Duchamp provided with the work that he gave us. That no message was fixed. Everything was open for interpretation, for the viewer to enter into the picture. And in this course, the case of this, of the great glass on the left that you see here of the slide, of course, he made the whole environment available, open and part of the work in an important kind of way. Certainly working with glass became important to me. And the third influence in my time as a student and my thesis in turn was on the very late watercolors of Paul Cézanne. And in those very late watercolors, you'll see the beginning of everything that's important to us in digital and current art today. That's to say that the viewer is invited to make meaning. All those bodies, all those trees, all those clouds in this little painting you see here, which is actually quite a large painting, in the painting here are fluid. They're not fixed. And Cézanne was effectively in this work and many other works saying, no, it's up to you. It's up to you to resolve this work. You enter into this. This work is an organism that you will enter into. You will resolve its complexity. So those three sort of things were very important to me. On the one hand, Duchamp, the making ideas visible, Passmore constructing a new space, and Cézanne inviting the viewer in. So this resulted in the first work that I made, these change paintings. Next slide, please. Next slide. Well, this was a next slide after this one. Sorry. Next slide. Yeah, so there you see I started making these works, which were sort of seeds, really, of a potential open-ended work that each time the viewer moved slid the glass panels, a new work was created. So the viewer became part of the process, and the viewer actually resolved the work, which was never ending. It was always open to change and always open to interpretation. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the first show I had in London, I want to show you because I tried to make the catalogue into a kind of a more reference book. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, this, so we go, so in it, I tried to describe, I'm not going to read this to you, I just wanted to make the point that the first show that I had in London, I wanted really to make a diagram of the function of the work. I felt it was important as a supplement to the work itself to show its social place and by implication, my and our social responsibility as artists. Next slide, please. Next slide. So I can't read those today, but I'm talking about epistemological hardware, about systems, participation, and also the importance of diagram space, because it seems to me that drawing in the 21st century, that drawing has moved from that other kind of representation that we inherited from the Renaissance into essentially the diagram. I don't just mean drawings with straight lines and arrows and circles, but I mean that drawing which attempts to be a notation for change, notation of transformation that's taking place in whatever we're viewing or feeling. Next slide, please. So this piece, which is now in the Tate Gallery, was accompanied in the catalogue by this sort of reference. And I was calling these pieces metaphors, just as we have metaphors, which are the best way, as Nietzsche said, you know, all truth is metaphor. You know, there's no ultimate truth that we can deal with, but we can form metaphors which approach the truth of whatever we're trying to understand. So I think forms can be metaforms in that sense, and they have open for meaning. And so again, with the participation middle panel, you see there's a little red stripe there that the viewer can move back and forth as if to move between interpretations of one metaform, which includes the idea of a bottle, womb, umbrella, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So very briefly, that's just to refer to a couple of books of mine that have talked about this. Next slide, please. So let's talk about cybernetics a little bit, because we're not just simply, of course, talking about machines and computers. We're talking, in fact, my first introduction to cybernetics was a book by Ross Ashby called Design for a Brain. So it was actually a biologist for me who first introduced the importance of cybernetics, which is concerned with, as Norbert Wiener said, control and communication in animal and in machine, in nature and in artificial systems. Control and communication, that is looking at the whole as an organism and seeing how all the parts interact. And so for art, the parts are the work itself, the artist's consciousness, and the viewer. And all three are involved in an interaction. So the study of art really is best really understood as the study of cybernetics. Of course, it also included robotics, which we're quite interested in now. Warren McCulloch's work on cognitive science, which is of course led to artificial intelligence, and hopefully may lead eventually to artificial general intelligence, but that's a little bit along the way. And of course, Norbert Wiener's book on cybernetics. Next slide, please. Next slide. Before moving on, I must mention the work of Stafford Beer. Stafford Beer, Allende in Chile, commissioned Stafford Beer to implant a nervous system into Chilean society. And Stafford Beer did many wonderful things for the short time he worked for Allende. You know, notably getting the reports on the budget and the spending of the country and the gross national product up to date much more quickly than any country in the West was able to do. But as you know, Allende was effectively murdered, and that was the end of Stafford Beer's work. But he created this very interesting situation in which feedback from all the industries, from all the output, from all the agricultural product were cybernetically brought together to enable one to have an overview of the whole. I'm just pointing out how this idea of cybernetics and the organism stretches from society to the artworks that we make. Next slide, please. Next slide. But then, of course, in 1974, I mean, I'd been looking at cybernetics and seeing how important it was, but in 1974, Heinz von Forster dropped a bomb in the sense that he said, look, wait a minute, you're all right. You're looking at the world in terms of interacting systems and so on, but there's one thing you've left out in all of this, and that's the viewer. Until science recognizes that the viewer, that the analyst, that science investigator is a part of the system that's being analyzed, then we will not get a true sense of what how nature proceeds or how systems can be developed. So the introduction of second order cybernetics was hugely important to the sort of theory that underpins the kind of work that more generally we're all involved in. And of course, that became part of the understanding of this relationship between the viewer, the artwork, and the artist, that the viewer, that the art is a system which includes the viewer and the artist. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So very, very briefly, I could talk about this a long time, but I do want us to remember in all of this, as we go further with AI, artificial systems of perception, and understanding our own cognitive and perceptive systems, that there are what I would call second order senses as well, which are completely ignored in Western society, or have been. That's to say, all these ideas that we associate with intuition, with the psychic, with the spiritual, with all these other domains, the occult, all these things which are absolutely forbidden in Western society, actually begin to take on some importance again. For example, the chemistry of the brain has introduced us, not introduced us, has allowed us better to understand many of the practices that we would call primitive, which exist, as to my experience, particularly, for example, in Brazil today and elsewhere in South America, where plants are used to transform consciousness, to create other states of awareness, other states of being. And I think we're just beginning to move towards that understanding, that the relationship between the chemistry, pharmacological processes, and the brain, and perception and understanding and learning are going to be at least as important as artificial intelligence developments. And if they're separated, and if the mechanical AI is given preference over the study of the chemistry of the brain, I think it will be to our disadvantage. So I think as artists too, and certainly in art schools, we have to begin to introduce these understandings of the ways in which the thinking, consciousness, perception are altered and can be managed as much by the chemistry which is brought to bear as it is with mechanical electronic systems. Next slide, please. Next slide. So that's the first time I made a statement about all this in the scientific literature when I talked about behaviorist art, as I called it. Really, I was talking about behavior, identity, chance, change, process, system, interaction, and transformation as the key words which would determine our development in art and enable us better to understand what contemporary artists are doing. And that also has informed my teaching. Next slide, please. Next slide. So next slide. So just to remind you that the tabletop has many functions. Bottom right is the work that I had, which was a tabletop being changed in real time in the Shanghai Biennale, where visitors could come across and thump on the table and change images, which were also being changed through a telematic network and broadcast on the tabletop. And on the top left, you see all that interest in the 19th century in consciousness, which was worked out with these transmissions with the spirit and so on and so forth. And bottom of it, also the importance of the land. This is a very, very old map. I think it's a 16th century map of a Neolithic earthworks near me in where I live, which is trying to set out the significance of these stones and pathways to Neolithic men. So all of this has to do with mapping, with planning, with interacting and looking down. Next slide, please. So for me, the tabletop is a really, really important thing, whether that tabletop has physical elements which viewers can use, or whether it is actually a projection through telematic systems. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that was the way, that was how it worked at the Biennale in Shanghai, which of course is there was no language attached to it. There was a tabletop with pieces on it and 2 chairs and a box of pieces, and people came and made of it what they would. And that's what interested me, that meaning can be made out of the interaction between people, even without a context, even without a framework, that we're meaning-making people. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, that's another placemat for the dinner table. But trying to talk about these areas that I have in mind of the reality, which I think is made up. It's a very variable reality. From the artist's point of view, though, we're using a technoetic approach or a moist media approach. And the kinds of spaces that we now operate in are very varied. We have physical presence, which is in eco-space. We have a sort of vibrational presence at nanospace. When we go to nano level, all matter is vibration. We have cyberspace, of course, which we're using, entering into now. And there's this other one, as I say, I don't want ever to leave out of the equation in our understanding of where art is moving, and that is what I would call psychic space. So we're involved with connectivity, which is a way of dealing with a cultural coherence. We're dealing with a field consciousness, which leads to a sort of spiritual coherence. And we're talking about world building, which is bottom up. As physics develop, it will move for the quantum level upwards, we have no doubt, from the nanoscale up to the human scale. Next slide, please. Next slide. So let's talk about introduction to telematic art. There's previous slide. Sorry, slide before. Yeah, so basically we're looking at I call the 5-fold path as the Tao telematic: connectivity of minds and machines, immersion in a hybrid space of a variable reality, interaction with transmodalities of media and systems, both physical, electronic, spiritual, and chemical, and transformations of images and forms and consciousness. And really, this is about emergence. And the whole of the movement in art now is about emergence, emergent meaning, not meaning given by the artist, but meaning emerging from interaction of the viewer with what the artist has provided. And I mean that on all levels, not simply on pressing buttons or putting things and sliding panels. I mean paintings, images, photographs themselves, which through their usually ambiguity invite and afford the possibility of transformations of meaning on the part of the viewer. Everything is open now. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is very briefly to remind of the Plissidou text, which was our first opportunity. Frank Popper, the historian, invited me to take part in this exhibition called Electra, back in '84. And there we had, I think it was 12 or 14 locations around the world on the back of the IP Sharp time-sharing network for us to exchange images, well, text, making images and text to create a fairy tale. So each location across the world became a part of a character in a fairy tale, and the story developed from there. Next slide, please. Next slide. And then Ars Electronica, actually through Richard, various people I shouldn't name, but because there was a collective of very generous minds that invited me and found the funding to create this piece. But it was called Aspects of Gaia. And really we sent out a call through fax, through email before its time, but electronically and so on, for images and text about the nature of Gaia, about the Earth, and digital pathways through it. And it was, I think it was a useful piece because it enabled me to see how, both through this railway that went around the building and on the screens in tents above it, there could be an interaction both of screen and physical space interacting with the world and with players throughout the world. So I'm very grateful to Ars Electronica for enabling that to take place. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Just say I'm part of it. Next slide. So I want to talk about, since I know there is some interest in teaching and art education in this conference and seminar. I've been working in various places, London, Toronto, San Francisco, Vienna, Plymouth, and Shanghai over the last many years. Very briefly, next slide, please. I started in London at Ealing School of Art. Next slide. And I called it the ground course. Next slide. This was the sort of ideas and so on I threw at students when we started, trying always to introduce wherever possible ideas about genetics, about biology, about computers, and even the earliest form of communication, which hadn't really quite come on board yet, to them from the start in their thinking. Next slide, please. Largely by bringing a very diverse group of artists together to look at these questions of identity, environment, and behavior. And those were the sort of key factors in which people took on not just a new persona, but created, next slide, please. Next slide. But created what I call a calibrator. These are students building calibrators in which they would take a situation that they're in, they would build these calibrators which would look at the nature of the behavior of people in that space, the nature of the environment itself, and the systems that were working within that environment, and determined from that a set of actions. So they became, as it were, a new person. They acted out. Next slide, please. Next slide. They acted out roles. It was not exactly role playing, but character creating, in which they interacted then as a small group to invent a game. In other words, but that meant there were extreme limitations on their behavior that changed according to the weather, according to the number of people in the room, to various kinds of constraints. They were constantly aware of changes of the environment, socially and physically, and then changed their behavior artificially in relation to it, and then tried to work as an organism, as a group of 6 students, to invent a game, and then actually to build it under some of these limitations. So for example, one would operate the calibrator as the guy on the top left is, with a little calibrator, or down the bottom left, which he designed, and say, well, you know, this is the time of day, there are 3 people in the room. I can use wood. I can't use my hearing. These are limitations on my behavior. These are limitations on things. How do I move next? So it's a complex scene to try to describe in 5 minutes, but essentially what we were looking at was to sort of enable the student to examine themselves through the limitations that could be set upon them artificially in the environment. And then to see that a work can be produced out of that, that they can then go back in and analyze through their direct experience. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Now, this is some of the books, you know, in that early period that had quite a lot of effect on me. And they stretched, as you see, I mean, Roland Barthes was talking exactly about what we're now involved in, absolutely. That the pleasure of the text becomes the case when the reader becomes effectively the writer of the text, essentially. The text that is offered is sufficiently open to allow the reader to become the writer of the text. At the same time, a whole lot of books were coming out on electronic meetings, which of course eventually led on to, as I had the good fortune to meet with some of these people very early on, like Jacques Vallée in Paris, who then moved to California, and Ross Ashby, who I've mentioned already. And of course, importantly in all of this, well, was Fritjof Capra's book, The Tao of Physics, which attempt to bring together even Eastern ideas of mysticism and so on with the possibilities of the new communication environment. So all these things added up to the sort of field that I was working with. Next slide, please. I know I have to move on now. Next slide. Next, then I moved to Toronto. Next slide. And there I had it was actually the largest art college in North America at the time. And of course, it had all these old things like a Department of Fine Art, Department of Graphic Design, Department of Fashion Design, Department of Industrial Design, which seemed to me to be completely 19th century in its thinking. So I wanted instead a completely new curriculum that looked at information, behavior, environment in the way I've talked about, but at a much more, how to say, developed, sophisticated level than what I had, of course, planned for just a foundation course in London. So over 4 years were given over to this, and the map on the left, which I can't go into detail, but that map and ways of carving up creativity, as it were, into real world activity was sent out to all students in their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years to tick off all those elements that interest them. We then fed that back together to create classes, to create subjects that could be taught and studied and worked on. So we built bottom up from the desires of students into the possibilities that were afforded by the team that we had. Next slide, please. Next slide. So these are the areas of, the thing was divided up not into fine art, graphic design, industrial design, but looking at information, structure, and concept from the point of view always of speculation, that is what is possible, theory, what is known, analysis of how to examine it, and how it can be applied socially. So out of those elements, a student would sort of navigate a pathway, and we would create, if you like, classes out of that, studios out of that, and hire staff and artists, and designers and architects in to support that practice. Next slide, please. By the way, it was way too radical. It lasted a year. And then I moved to San Francisco as the Dean of the San Francisco Art Institute. Next slide, please. So down there, I won't go into the details of the Art Institute, but one thing that I developed there, which has lasted, was the Center for Critical Inquiry, which has now become, you know, the research program that I've run for 20 years. But I think it's interesting to look at the people that I brought together there to talk about how inquiry into art and society might be developed. With Angela Davis, of course, who's still very, very active now. Anyway, other names will be known to some of you and others will not. But there is quite an interesting group of thinkers and artists and scientists there who kindly came together for us to start to understand the kind of field of inquiry that as artists we could be engaged in that would constitute art theory. As distinct from the art theory, which is sort of 19th century based, where you simply look at paintings and dream up sort of ideas about why they were created. This was attempting to dig deeper. Next slide, please. It was at that time that I was introduced, by the way, to networking down at Stanford Research Institute. I'd never, ever heard of it before. A friend of mine who worked at a new center there of consciousness studies introduced me to the fact that Texas Instruments had this like sort of typewriter that you could plug into a telephone and you could put in a code. And this was early kind of networking back in 77. They very kindly, Texas Instruments let me have a dozen of their machines you see there. You just plug in to the telephone. And so I got them just sent out to various artists like Douglas Davis and people like that around America and Europe. And we did the first sort of online kind of networking stuff, as you could call it. Next slide, please. Then I was on the board in Seoul in Korea, South Korea. Next slide. Which again was a center looking at telematics. It was funded by the main telecommunications company in Seoul, in Korea. And there I tried to develop, again, a sort of structure, a concept for what I call the energetic core of a creative organism that could be made up largely of artists, with scientists and writers and thinkers and so on. I'm just showing you these things really, they each call for a lecture, but to indicate the sorts of, you know, really endless possibilities that are afforded if one once gets rid of the old structures of art schools and art education and the narrowness of it. But how, on the other hand, it doesn't just become freewheeling and flying around, but has some kind of structure invested in the knowledge and understanding of science and nature, which now is afforded. Next slide, please. Next slide. And then in Vienna later, I took on a professor in the Hochschule für Angewandte Kunst. Next slide, please. We called it, next slide. It was called the Lehrkanzel for Communication Theory. And I was able to run seminars with Australia and England and Austria of students with artists and so on. So there I produced this connective model of interactive art practice, which I actually used in the original design of the Ars Electronica building. We had a small board of half dozen people advising Ars Electronica on the development of their building. And this is some of the material that I talked about, a kind of connectivist model of art practice, which took on board not simply sort of form and so on, but, you know, ideas of emergence, because it seems to me that emergence is the radical, an interest in emergent meaning is the radical difference between the art of today and the earlier art forms that preceded it. Next slide, please. Next slide. So that was Ars Electronica when we gave me that prize. It was nice. It gave me an opportunity to bring together a lot of the digital work, of course, which is what Ars Electronica is about, but also the interactive work that was analog. And I didn't want to separate the two. I think there is a continuum. It's not either or anymore, I think, but what is the important thing is the viewer now is invested with the responsibility and the opportunity for creating meaning. Whereas there was an older model of art and art history, which said meaning of a work was to be learned and studied and acquired rather than created by the viewer. Next slide, please. Next slide. Well, I can't go in detail, but just trying to say, how one gets into this field, ideas about how one amplifies thought, designs identity, seeds, structures, and so on, comes as part of the package, as part of the field that we inherit from the digital past as we move into a post-digital, a more biological future. These elements and relationships are important. Next slide, please. Next slide. So then 20 years ago, I set up based in Plymouth University, something called the Planetary Collegium. And basically what it was, it allowed artists from all over the world to come together 3 or 4 times a year to meet face to face, but the rest of the time to be online in developing their PhD research. I have over 80 graduates who achieved the PhD within this process. Next slide, please. And so nodes, so it can only be done, of course, with small groups when they meet face to face. So small groups were formed into what we called nodes in Zurich, in Milan, and in Trento eventually, and so on, and various parts of the world, and with it every year an international conference called Consciousness Reframed. Next slide, please. Next slide. I won't go into the details of that. Next slide. It seemed to me that in these changing times, it was important for artists, all artists, to be able to engage in theorize or considering their practice within a larger framework. Next slide, please. And then 10 years ago, next slide. I set up in Shanghai my studio. You were invited you could visit with that website address there, which is to create a 4-year program based on technoetic principles, offering a technoetic arts, a 4-year program. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, sorry, next slide. This gives you an idea of the structure on which the 4-year program is built. You see it looks at, as in the early days, behavior, identity, environment, looking at questions of collaboration, connectivity, construction, and creating syncretic strategies, looking at paradigms of art, the sort of things you expect, but also making cyberception, that is, all these new forms of perception that we have, where we see further into space, deeper into matter, and so on, how that creates new kinds of awareness, which I call cyberception. So cyberception, technoetic discourse, cybernetics, and all these questions of behavior are absolutely built together into this 4-year program. And of course, with it, I have not just teachers from around the world, but also Chinese, the benefit of Chinese artists and Chinese thought, which for me is hugely valuable, both theoretically and philosophically, and actually politically together in looking at the organism and creativity of the organism. Next slide, please. This is some of the students, just some random pictures of the sort of things they engage in and build and ways of learning and interacting. Next slide. Next slide. More and more of the same. Next slide. So just briefly, I'm hoping, if I may say so, to Delma, that this might be available to students if they were, and others if they were interested eventually. So obviously I can't read all this stuff out, but I am pointing here, trying to show there's been a shift, in the early days from modernism to postmodernism, which was very big in the middle of last century, until this field now, which I practice now, which I call syncretic, which takes on board many, many changes. I'm not going to go through it, it's a lecture in itself, but I think there is a shift, it's a major shift in our understanding. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is a talk about the multidisciplinarity within universities and art schools, but I think the linking systems of thought, which link all these areas of science, performance, art, biology, technology, and architecture together, has to be cybernetic, in fact, technoetic, telematic, and eventually will then be syncretic. So these are the binding elements, telematics, cybernetics, technoetics, that can bring together the sciences and the forms of art and architecture within an educational framework. Next slide. Next slide. And architecture as well, but let's move on. It's just to say that architecture should also consider that buildings could grow from bottom up. Next slide, please. I have to move through, I'm short of time, I know. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Well, reality is becoming both, art is becoming both immaterial and moist, numinous and grounded, embodied and distributed. This is again is a way of trying to understand this new world that we're entering into, but which actually embraces all those sort of practices. I'm trying to avoid this idea that we're running headlong into sort of an AI, VR world, and all other attributes of cognition and practice and creativity are sort of left behind. The hand is forgotten, the machine takes precedence. The mind is forgotten, artificial intelligence, and I'm looking for a more rounded, more holistic view of how we move forward. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this was when I introduced this idea of moist media for the exhibition that very kindly Richard Krischer in Austria invited me into. It was in Graz, I think. It was a sort of celebration of the year 2000 that we were making in that some wonderful caves in there that the exhibition took place. We've slipped on to the next slide, which is fine, because it's to say that moist media now and bio art, of course, is now being practiced all over the place, and we're very familiar with those developments. But I think moist media, which is a combination of the wet, moist, natural systems and electronic, digital, quantum systems coming together. That's the reality of it. Next slide, please. But in all of that, because I'm not going to give a talk on bio art and I'm not qualified to do so, and that's not part of this. But within it, let me say, I think that biophotonics will play a hugely important part over the next 10, 15, 20 years, even in art practice. Because Fritz Albert Popp, he died recently, very sadly, but he had, I forget quite where, I made a visit once in Germany, this laboratory looking at biophysics, the way in which photobiology, as we could call it, is being done. Biophotonics, or what he was concerned with, this idea that actually the organizing principle of the body is through light and the behavior of light and the instruction of light. And it seems to me, I'm just giving a little clue here to where I think we might be moving in the future as bioart develops. We would look not just to the cellular and to the wet organisms, but to light and to biophotonics within the system. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, I mean, just to go, physics has been mentioned in previous presentations and so on, very, very important it is. But let's, I think what is important that Hans-Peter Dor, for example, and many other physicists are telling us, that the world has a holistic structure. It's quantum physics. Matter is not composed of matter. It's composed of potentiality. Reality is potential. That's exactly the point of the art we produce now. Whether it's a fixed image or a moving image or an interactive space, it demands of the viewer that meaning should be made through that interaction, not that the meaning is given by the artist. I think that's the important thing. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next, yeah. And so very briefly, just to say that, of course, we've understood VR in English has been used to talk about virtual reality, which we know what that is. I think we have to think about validated reality. That's the Newtonian reality. And there's vegetal reality, which is, I call it entheogenic. That's to say, the reality that comes about through through natural putting in the chemistry of the brain. But, you know, at one time we kept them all separate. People would go off to a little room and put something on and be in virtual reality or do this. But nowadays, there's begun to, more and more, there's a flow between all these. Reality is variable. We're constantly got that little thing in our hand, that little phone, which is taking us everywhere than where we are at that moment, at the same time as that moment. And of course, that phone will be in our wrist and in the body, of course, within 10 years. But nevertheless, whether it is or not, we're moving constantly between realities all the time, it seems to me. And so reality is now become variable. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. Yeah, these are things I've got to move on. The planet is telematic, and these are things I've talked about. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I've talked about moist media and syncretism. Next slide. Just summing up now. Slide. Next slide, please. So one final point I want to make, which I think is interesting as artists and in terms of education, is that we're no longer a single self-organism. Our identities are becoming permeable and transparent. And I think the idea of what the self is being redefined. I think art is playing a part in that. But basically, we're engaged in constructing many selves. And I think the more we go into ourselves as well, the more selves we should discover. So really, it's basic to say, if we're talking about education, we're talking about art, we're talking about the future and development, we have to recognize that the self is no longer fixed, but the self is generative. And I think that has implications for art, where we are in this endless state of becoming. Next slide, please. Next slide. So just to sum up, I'm not going to read that out, but this map really sets out the relationship now that shows this variable reality and the elements that feed into it in the space, which I think it will inform any development of educational enterprises, particularly what we would still call art schools, and so on and so forth, will inform the development of design practice, of architecture, and so on and so forth. So I'm sorry to have rushed through all these issues, but I've used the time and I am grateful for the time I've been given. I'm very grateful for your attention and for this opportunity, as I say again, to talk to you. Thank you very, very much indeed. That's it. That's it.
Muchas gracias, Roy Ascott. Quedamos con la imagen suya firmando, haciendo su rúbrica. Vamos a pasar ahora justamente uno de los aspectos que considerábamos importantes en las cuestiones de la telemática y de la trayectoria de Roy, era realizar un tributo al arte telemático en Latinoamérica, y para eso vamos a invitar a Yara Huasque, que ella coordinó el espacio de Brasil, y a la gente de Chile, de Reuna, que nos avisan que en Chile en este momento en Santiago está temblando. Hay un temblor de 4.6, así que esperemos, cruzando los dedos, que puedan estar con nosotros. Roy, vamos a hacer entonces en homenaje a tu presencia, en homenaje a tu trayectoria, a contar las primeras experiencias de arte telemático en Latinoamérica. Si nos permites unos minutitos, por favor. Adelante, Yara.
Thank you, Roy. Thank you, Dama, also for this invitation and this opportunity. I invited also Arthur Matuk and Bia Medeiros and Carla Rocha to join me to this tribute. I will explain a little bit about Perform. Perform was a project that was developed between 1999 and 2001. It was born in the discipline of Arthur Matuk called Electronic Writings at ECA USP 1998. It was an experimental project, and we created two groups, one called Desterro and one São Paulo, two groups that were trying to collaborate in teleperform through the media that we had that time. In Brazil, we were at that time also celebrating the 500 years of discovery that we call rediscovery. And we thought that this was a chance to celebrate the cyberspace, inviting other participants that had no chance to participate until that time, like Indians and other individuals that were excluded of cyberspace. Perform organized also telepresent and face-to-face workshops, like one that we at Paula Pericinoto's farm, when we invited Ripa Hindi, Top Tiro, and Oahu from Chavanti Nation in Brazil. And also we call our performance before the 500 years and Os Outros 500. That means that we would be approaching the celebration in another way. That was our reply to the government's official celebrations. The script, assuming this speech of the other who has been made exotic, coming from a place that has been prepared as a tourist trap. So I have to introduce my colleagues also, just to say that that time we had REMAV, that was what is today RNP, that connects all the universities through the internet. And we also had many universities involved, like UFSC, UDESC, Univale, IMB, Morumbi, and UNB. So first, I want to introduce me. I'm editor of the Journal for Artistic Research. I'm an artist and independent researcher, and was a professor for the visual department at UDESC. My formal education was in visual arts, literature, and communication semiotics, and my postdoc was in communication and aesthetics. So it was literature, Philadelphia Menezes, communication, Artur Matuk, and Frank Bioca, that was a researcher for the International Society for Presence Research. Artur Matuk has always been a teacher, a writer, artist, performer, recently a philosopher, organizer and producer of events, parties, and festivals. Since decisive decades, he has presented lectures, proposals, workshops in media and contemporary plus combinatorial, telepresential, textual, interactive, computational arts. It has been acting to performance arts since 1980. And recently he has focused more on popular media tradition, reinventing mamulengos, puppets, and humanetes. Bia Medeiros is a Brazilian visual artist, performer, video artist, was a professor from the University of Brasilia, and she has been exploring art and new technologies for over 40 years. She has a PhD in visual arts and philosophy, and is the coordinator of the pioneering telemarketing performance Brazilian art collective Corpus Informaticos since 1992. Bia Medeiros has explored iterative artist language, web art, performance, urban composition, and engraving since 1980. She has an extensive curriculum teaching at Visual Arts Department at Brasilia on both undergraduate and graduate programs. She lives now in Rio de Janeiro. Carla Rocha is an independent Brazilian visual artist, photographer, researcher who has been exploring art and new technologies for over 30 years. As a member of the pioneering teleperformance group, Corpus Informaticos, since 1992, Carla has explored, sorry, I lost the last part of Carla. I think that she can, no, I have it here. She has explored telematic. Oh, I lost the last part. So now I think that I will give the time for 3 minutes for Artur to talk about his investigation, and then Bia and Cara will join. And at the end, Anila will show a little some minutes of my video, of one of the performances that I made with Artur Matuk. Thank you.
Thank you, Yara.
Alô? Olha, meu rosto está muito escuro. Você abre um pouco. Hello, everyone. So, my name is Artur Matuki. I'm talking from São Paulo, Brazil. I'm a teacher at the University of São Paulo until now, since 1984. And I want to thank you this opportunity to talk and to mention how I have been influenced by Roy Ascott.
Cedric, socorro.
Oi. Tá tudo bem? Vocês estão me ouvindo, não? Era a minha vez de falar? Ou era outra pessoa?
No, please, Artur, you, please. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so
I was active in the telecommunication arts movement in Brazil since 1988, when the University of São Paulo was able to get some 2 slow scan machines. And then we start to experiment with slow scan television. And we did an event between São Paulo and Pittsburgh. And that was the start in Brazil of telecommunication arts somehow. And then by that time, we start to research about telecommunication arts. And I came to know about first Karen O'Rourke, in an American woman working at the Sorbonne in France. And then later on about the work of Roy Ascott and also of Lyotard at the Centre Pompidou. So all this experience and getting to know the work of other pioneers in telecommunication arts had influenced me to create a theory which I call meta-authorship. So for me, meta-authorship has been like a very important concept in my teaching and in my artwork itself. And so I have produced like a lecture and an article that is not published in any magazine yet, but it's called Pioneer Events in Telewriting. And the first one I mentioned is La Plésure de Texte. There was a work conceived and also produced by Roy Ascott in 1983 at the Centre Georges Pompidou. And for me, like I was researching and I came across the plans for the event. So I consider this very important that Roy Ascott, among others, when they start conceiving and planning an interactive telematic event, they have to design the whole process before the process actually happens. And for me, like that's what I call meta-authorship. And then I identify this trend in many artists, in many countries, in many exhibitions. And I think this was never conceptualized as a new contemporary art language. And then I became very interested in doing so. And for me, the importance of this concept of meta-authorship is what has been pointed out about Roy Ascott, is that the artist itself, instead of creating an artwork, it creates a plan that will allow other artists to participate in artworks. So it will provide for other artists the gift of authorship, the gift of identity formation, the gift of becoming artists. And among telecommunications artists all over the world, this could be common. But what I have been trying to do in theorizing meta-authorship is like, I have been applying these concepts to performance art or visual arts or electronic arts or even texts. And I think that, this opens up like a concept which I think is very important in Brazil, especially, like to provide, identity, authorship, self-expression to people who have been normally excluded from the creative process. Is it about time to finish?
Yes, it is. So
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And
for explaining your concept.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yara, I want to say just one more phrase.
Okay.
That in Brazil, we are facing a very harsh political situation.
Yes.
Indian rights and the quilombolas, the Black people, have been assaulted in their rights. and then, you know, and just participating today with all of you here, I came up with an idea, and maybe I could get the help of all of you to produce telematic events, starting from Brazil and inviting Indians and Black people, especially from Maranhão, who are being dislocated from their lands. They have been living there in the quilombos of São Alcântara in Maranhão for more than 300 years. So this is an idea that I just, you know, throw to you, and I think will be fructified. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Arthur. So I'm Carla, and I'm from Research Group Corpus Informático since its formation. In 1998, when Bia Medeiros, and I were separated physically from our group at the University of Brasília in Brazil, we had the urge to keep our performance research alive. We started exploring tools for effective way of being a performance art group. So using free softwares like See You, See Me, and I Visit, and at the time, an unreliable internet connection over dial-up, and based in our interest of not just using such tools for video conferencing, but exploring the tools itself in their potentials, with all pixelated image, poor sound quality, and promiscuity, because everyone was invited to welcome us on the meeting. But most important, using such technology and all its low-tech glamour as an art medium itself. Our interest was to explore the possibility of the internet to be iterative in performance art, not interactive, but iterative, being effective of participation and action, an aspect that we believe meets with the concept of performance art itself. The possibility of an informatic body, of a numeric body, flesh. The body turned into image and sound, a sensual body. Only this body, luminous rays and pixels that is generated just the impression of movement. The desire of a palpable body. Presence, the palpable presence. Mise-en-scène of the instinct. Let ourselves be invaded by our own bodies. Let ourselves be possessed. Kiss us, before the substract of our actions become a rhetorical figure, would call corpus informaticus. A numeric body is only possible in group, where the other is recognized as capable of sharing pleasure. We are all creators, voyeurs, artists, isolated individuals, connected to the network, but how to acquire the sense of smell? Is it possible? Despite the rawness of the canvas or the computer screen, the layout, the space generated by the other, does the encounter allow us to taste with all the sense? There's no emergency. No one leaves. We are always there. We're here. It evolves to syncope.
Thank you, Carla.
Sometimes harsh, because difference of time zones, quasi-performance. Isolated bodies remains in front of their screens for hours to turn. The images are not spectacular, brilliant, or dynamic, but it is still capable of quasi-performance, capable of exchanging affect. the records will remain records, a deafening echo of pleasure that's forever stagnant. In the end, the performance will be helpless and hopeless over. Just the memory of the breath of the flesh will be preserved. Longing is awful, and teleperformance and telematic a desire. Thank you. Thank you so much, Yara. Thank you, Delma, for inviting us. Thank you, Bia. Thank you, Arthur.
Thank you, Carla. We are a real group.
Yes, you are. Oh, Delma, can you please just show a little 1 minute from the video? It was a performance called Lapsus Calamis. That was our last performance between me and Arthur Matuk. He wanted me to interfere and on his writing, and so we had a discussion online.
Uma nuvem que amenizava os contornos.
Processo maquínico. Algoritmo. Desescrever maquinalmente.
O fato dela não estar invocada deixava transparecer seu peso.
Variabilizar em duas.
O fato é que alguém ou algo não se encaixava em seu lugar de origem.
Desordenar, desconstruir.
Seria esse movimento bem-vindo?
Melhorar texto. Provisório.
Paralelograma de forças.
Processo de se retextualizar.
101.
Delma, it's enough. But it was this mixture of trying to do something in real time, sharing our windows, and also try to think at the same time and reflect and write a theory, because that was also about my PhD, that was about telepresence. So it was great to have you, Bia, Carla, Arthur, and our great time that time. So I hope that we have in the future more opportunities. Thank you, Delma.
Gracias a ustedes. Mientras estamos dándole la bienvenida al espacio de Chile, porque son las dos experiencias pioneras de comienzos del año 2000 en Latinoamérica, trabajando en telemática, les comentamos que se va a hacer otra videoconferencia más adelante, donde tanto Chile y Brasil van a hablar más ampliamente de el lenguaje, de las tecnologías y de la experiencia. Esto es simplemente un mínimo espacio para homenajear a Roy Ascott desde Latinoamérica con esta experiencia, y por supuesto que lo invitamos para cuando se haga esta otra actividad de más tiempo. Adelante Chile, por favor. Rodrigo Hermosilla, si es posible.
Hola.
Gracias, Bia Medeiros, por haber interactuado mientras Carla iba hablando. Quedó muy lindo, muy interesante visualmente en el streaming. Gracias, Bia Medeiros. Gracias, Carla. Gracias, Yara. Gracias, Arthur Matuk. Seguimos, Roy, en tu espacio, cerrando con la actividad de la experiencia de Chile en los años 2000. Adelante, Rodrigo.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Quiero agradecer a Anilla Cultural, quiero agradecer a Delma por esta oportunidad, por haber invitado a Reuna a participar de este congreso. Paola habría deseado mucho estar acá en este momento, pero está con un problema técnico en este minuto, por lo que su conexión no es muy estable. Estamos todos, como ustedes deben saber, estamos en una situación de cuarentena en todas partes, todos estamos trabajando desde la casa y muchas veces el internet desde la casa no es el de los mejores. De todas formas, les voy a leer el saludo que les dejó Paola, y luego voy a comentar mi experiencia como ingeniero de soporte, trabajando en los eventos culturales que producen los artistas como ustedes, utilizando la tecnología. El mensaje de Paola es el siguiente. REUNA es la red chilena de investigación y educación con 30 años de trayectoria, que es pionera en el desarrollo digital de nuestro país. Hoy, REUNA es más que una infraestructura de red de banda ancha, es una plataforma digital avanzada para la colaboración, para poder expandir el conocimiento y la innovación. Al comienzo del nuevo milenio, por allá por el año 2003 aproximadamente, gracias a los esfuerzos liderados por James Oliverio del Digital Worlds Institute en la Universidad de Florida, avanzamos para construir un nuevo espacio en la creación artística mediante la tecnología. Fue esa la iniciativa que nos impulsó a hacer esto por primera vez. Paola dice que escuchó el concepto, un concepto de alteridad a través de una artista también, una artista digital llamada Vivian Fritz, probablemente la conozcan, que ella hace también talleres en artes digitales entre distintos países, que dice que cuando se encuentran dos mundos diferentes y se fusionan, se crea algo nuevo, y ese es el término que usó ella para la mezcla de arte y tecnología, construyendo una nueva realidad que ella llamó alteridad. Y ese es el saludo que tenía preparado Paola, y yo les voy a contar mi experiencia.
Hola, disculpen, es que
Ahí
no,
está Paola.
sí, me logré reconectar, disculpen, muchas gracias José o Rodrigo por el saludo, obviamente no lo voy a repetir, quiero también agradecer a Delma, y no me quiero saltar la introducción de Rodrigo o José. Él ha sido una pieza clave en que REUNA haya podido participar y estar activamente trabajando en este matrimonio de las artes y la tecnología. Lleva cerca de 20 años en REUNA y es una persona con una curiosidad, un compromiso y además una cosa muy, muy potente, con un amor a la tecnología, pero también con un amor a la música, a las artes. Y la verdad es que, tal como decían varios de los investigadores acá, en ese momento se hacía pixelado, en ese momento se hacía con unas cámaras horrorosas que él les va a contar, pero siempre ha tenido el entusiasmo y el esfuerzo para llevar adelante y permitir estos espacios de creación e investigación artística. Así que con eso cierro. Gracias, José. Y gracias,
Gracias,
Delma.
Paola. Muchas gracias. Bueno, como escucharon seguramente, ya llevo 20 años trabajando con esta institución, con REUNA, la Red Universitaria Nacional, y durante estos años hemos visto muchas cosas. Y la primera, desde el año 2003 en adelante, fuimos participantes reproductores. En el fondo recibíamos señales con distintos tipos de tecnologías para reproducirla a través de videoconferencia de una forma muy artesanal, de una forma muy manual. Yo preparé una pequeña diapositiva, una pequeña slide. Quiero aclarar que no soy artista. Me gusta mucho el arte, me gusta la música, me gustan los dibujos y tengo una imaginación algo inquieta, pero soy tecnológico, más que artístico. Bueno, yo les voy a compartir ahora mi presentación, una pequeña presentación, contando más o menos lo que hicimos, cómo lo hicimos, y luego les voy a pasar un video que rescatamos también de las actividades que hemos hecho en colaboración con el SIGGRAPH, el Instituto de Artes Digitales en Florida. Creo que esto va así, y esto va a modo de presentación. Yo creo así. A ver. Perdón, estoy un poco nervioso. Ahí sí. Ya. Les contaba que en nuestra experiencia, o sea, hemos participado en muchas actividades, pero una de las que hicimos con mayor presentación fue una que se llamaba In Common Time, que la hizo el señor James Oliverio, en donde se juntaban músicos y artistas de todas partes del mundo, de 5 continentes, para llevar una presentación en conjunto en Los Ángeles. La tecnología que usamos en esa época era sumamente básica, como decían mi jefa, y como han escuchado también, teníamos micrófonos analógicos conectados con una serie de cables, a un mezclador de audio que también era analógico, nada muy digital, y toda la conversión se hacía en un computador con un software llamado DBTS, que fue desarrollado me parece que fue desarrollado con ayuda de Japón, usando, como pueden ver, una cámara que no era nada de profesional tampoco, era una cámara de estas manuales, y todo esto se metía en una tecnología llamada Access Grid, que también se desarrolló por allá por el 2004, que permitía unir a más de una persona en una videoconferencia, porque hasta ese tiempo las videoconferencias solían ser uno a uno. Para poder pasar la cantidad de video y de audio, que es mucha información, utilizamos las redes académicas avanzadas, de las cuales Reuna forma parte como un nodo principal en Chile. Pueden ver el mapa de las redes, ¿cierto? que tenemos, que se llama Internet 2, es una red paralela a la Internet comercial que usa todo el mundo, es una red que tiene mucha capacidad. Yo probablemente como técnico les voy a hablar más de valores y cosas de números, ¿cierto? Esta una red con capacidad de muchos megas, mucha cosa, y bueno, cada parte del mundo, nosotros estábamos en Santiago haciendo la presentación, habían personas en Australia, en Japón, en Inglaterra, dentro de Estados Unidos, en otras partes, y todo esto se reunía en Los Ángeles para llegar a un escenario como este, en donde pueden ver que en la primera parte hay solo imágenes sin procesar. En la segunda parte, cuando ya se mete al software de Access Grid, se pueden juntar todas las imágenes para un sitio o para todos. Y en la tercera parte pueden ver cómo era la presentación en Los Ángeles. Yo tengo el video, lo voy a compartir ahora, para que se note un poco que la calidad del video no era la mejor, como decía Carla en algún minuto, que trabajamos con quizá no la mejor tecnología, pero con la mayor de las voluntades. Y les voy a ir narrando este video. El video le saqué el audio original en virtud del tiempo que tenemos. Esta fue una colaboración con el Digital World Institute, y se han hecho varias actividades, no solo la de In Common Time, se hizo también la de Dance Beyond Boundaries, que es danza a través de Internet. Ahí hay una mención al software que se utilizó, que fue la Access Grid, y hay ejemplos de cómo se podía colaborar distintas personas de distintas localidades del mundo a través de Internet en tiempo real, usando un software que lo desarrolló un señor que se llama Andy Quay, de la Universidad de Florida, que se llama Metrónomo, que es capaz de calcular las diferencias de tiempo en Internet para enviar a cada uno la señal en el momento que le corresponde. Y bueno, mi participación en todos estos eventos siempre ha sido detrás de las cámaras, como ese técnico que está ahí, por ejemplo. Somos los encargados de proporcionarles toda la plataforma, proporcionar el cableado, los equipos que funcionen de la mejor manera posible. Ahí hay un ejemplo del metrónomo que está calculando en tiempo real las latencias entre distintos puntos del planeta al momento de hacer la presentación. Y bueno, yo soy solo un engranaje más de toda esta maquinaria, como dijo el profesor Roy Ascott, a quien agradezco mucho también. Toda su presentación es genial, la encontré muy genial. Somos parte de un ecosistema, incluso detrás de los técnicos, que estamos siempre ahí con los cables, haciendo todas las configuraciones. Hay otra capa más, que es la de las personas que desarrollan los software que nos permiten hacer estas interacciones. De hecho, en este mismo momento que estamos utilizando el reproductor de video, estamos utilizando un computador, estamos utilizando un software. Detrás de todos ellos hay ingenieros que han dedicado su vida a esto para hacer posible la colaboración entre nosotros. Así que ese era mi aporte. Estoy viendo que ya son mis minutos.
Muchas gracias, Rodrigo Hermosilla. Gracias, Paola Arellano.
Esa es mi visión como técnico. Muchas gracias, Delma.
No, gracias a ustedes. De esta manera estaríamos cerrando el espacio en homenaje a la trayectoria y al trabajo de Roy Ascott en arte telemático, y bueno, es un mini homenaje desde Latinoamérica. Muchas gracias a todos los que han estado participando en este espacio. Vamos a tener posteriormente los comentarios de Tom Gorman y Justin Trigger, que va a quedar dentro del foro de intercambios para seguir después del Congreso. Y ahora vamos a iniciar con el panel transnacional. Así que ya están todos dados de alta como co-hosts: Santiago López, Olga Remneva, Randall Packard, Jadwiga Jarzinska, Tadeusz Museli. Si pueden probar los audios, y ya estaríamos
Hola.
iniciando con esta parte de...
Hola.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Sí. Hola, sí. Hola, ¿estoy escuchando bien? Sí. Hola, soy Santiago, también estoy escuchando bien.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. Greetings from Washington, D.C. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, Randall. Hello,
Couldn't hear.
Randall.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfecto. Nos falta Olga Remneva. Perfecto. Gracias, Olga. Gracias, Olga, por tu participación. Voy entonces simplemente a dar el inicio del espacio que va a estar coordinado por Santiago López. En este espacio va a estar también Pierluigi Capucci, que nos envió un saludo. Él va a estar más adelante dentro del programa internacional para docentes en Nuevos Medios, así que por cuestiones de su agenda no iba a poder estar hoy, pero como ustedes ya saben, esta actividad del Congreso es el lanzamiento de ese programa, y se van a seguir haciendo actividades de capacitación, de intercambio, foros, discusiones. Bueno, más adelante les vamos a extender las invitaciones. Entonces voy a presentar a Santiago López, que es director del Instituto de Estudios de la Ciencia y de la Tecnología de la Universidad de Salamanca. Su especialización es dentro de la historia, la economía, las tecnologías y los usos sociales de las tecnologías en la actualidad y bueno, en diferentes épocas. Es doctor en economía, en particular, de la Universidad Complutense de Madrid, y además es profesor titular de economía en la Universidad de Salamanca. Fue vicerrector de planes estratégicos de la Universidad de Salamanca, 2004-2009, y presidente de la Asociación Española de Historia Económica. Particularmente el rol de Santiago López está muy vinculado a los usos sociales de la tecnología, y dentro de eso ha liderado diferentes proyectos de emprendimientos y demás dentro de la Universidad de Salamanca. Muchas gracias, Santiago, y adelante con tu coordinación y con la presentación de los diferentes oradores.
Hola, hello. First, I like to speak in Spanish, only a little, okay? Quiero dar las gracias a Anilla por esta invitación y darnos la posibilidad al Instituto de Estudios de Ciencia y Tecnología de estar colaborando con vosotros, ¿vale? Well, I like to start with this panel, the panel of Transnational, with a very, very good title that is the new media and the new approach to the cross counties, okay? And in this opportunity, we have the luck or the fortune to have a 4-person very, very important in the work of the art, media, and technologies. First, we have the opportunity to hear Olga Remeva. Nowadays, she is deputy head in the artistic and interdisciplinary programs in the department of the National Center of the Contemporary Arts in Russia, in Moscow. And in this institution, she is the curator in a very important program or platform that is Techne, that I hope that she speak about this platform. She is curator in a very important activity that is Arts Electronica in Russia during the past year. And we can say that now in Russia, Olga is a key figure in the cultural management and academic research in science, arts, and technology. Second, we have the opportunity to speak or the person of Randall Parker that probably don't need any introduce, because Parker is in the internet and the arts a person very, very important. Currently, he is developing the third space network, 3SN. This is an internet broadcast channel that is a new vision of the internet. At the beginning of the 21st century, he was the co-director of the one book that is fundamental for us, that is the multimedia from Wagner to virtual reality. In fact, Randall is an activist of internet, a free thinker in internet, and it's possible to say Randall is a person is the base of internet, a great mentor in the for all of us. In the third place, we have the opportunity to speak with Jasinska Jasdiga Hardinska, that is the director of the LATNIA, that is the Center for the Contemporary Art, in the city of Gdansk, and she is a specialist in the culture management. And now she has a lot of awards of the national authorities of Poland in recognition of her merits in the Polish culture and heritage. The last, we have Tadeusz Muselli, that is an artist, a curator, a researcher, a manager in the digital art, and very important person regarding to the digital art biennale in Brazil. And probably he speaks about Diana Dominguez, that is a new artist, and that has a very important recognition in her country. But Tadeusz has another activity very important, that is the recovery of the old systems of communication, this system that has 20, 30 years, and we now to recovery in the present time. Okay, we can start. And in the first place, we have Olga Remneva. When you like, Olga, you can start.
Okay. I hope you can hear me well. Please let me know. So, first of all, I really want to thank everybody who organized this conference, because it's really feels connecting to be here now with all the international community during this lockdown. And thanks to Zoom, the lockdown is not disconnecting, but connecting. My warmest regards from Moscow, Russia. We have a beautiful thunderstorm there, because it's almost night already. So I have I think 15 minutes to share my ideas with you. And one thing I want to highlight in my presentation is the adaptive potential of the art. And of course, we are in the context of technology-based art and art and science and media art. And I strongly believe that the key point here is to look for this adaptive potential. I hope it's going to be all right. I will share my presentation.
Perdón la interrupción, Olga, un segundito. Olga, tu audio está saliendo cortado. Si puedes... Si puedes de pronto utilizar los auriculares como hicimos en el test, porque tu audio está saliendo entrecortado.
Okay, let me try to do it without...
Sí, también otra posibilidad es que apagues tu video. Apaga tu video y habla solamente para optimizar tu línea.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Can you hear me well
Olga.
now? Because I took off the earphones. Is it okay now? Yeah. Okay.
Sí, un poquito mejor.
Okay,
sí,
it's better.
Sí.
Yeah.
Gracias.
Okay. So let's say that AirPods are not perfect yet.
So I'm going to share my presentation, there I would like to start with this point of the adaptive potential of the art. Here's a very nice quote of the Marshall McLuhan, actually one of my favorites, and it's not very common. He said that all the warning signals of the new ground are present in the arts long before the hardware boys ever filled them. So, and this is the starting point for me, because this is how these visionary processes can be found in the arts. And here is a small self-quotation. I hope it's not prohibited here, sorry, that this was the phrase that we used, that Anil Kultural used to the advertisement. And this is my statement, that I believe that the technology-based art can help us adapt to the technology-based world of today and tomorrow. And to show this thought, to highlight this, I just want to, to show you some examples of the Russian actually artists who are working with new media and technology. So I'll just show 3 examples that maybe will be interesting for you. So the first topic here is big data and face recognition. And this is a very beautiful work by the artist Yegor Tsvetkov. And the name of the project is Your Face is Big Data. And it was made like 4 years ago, as you can see. And what he did is he just took pictures from the people on the in the underground, in the metro, and then uploaded these pictures to the special common widespread face recognition app that were open back then. And this app helped him to find those people in their social network, which is called Vkontakte. This is a like Russian Facebook, let's say. And if you had your page without any closed profile, you could be easily seen. And in one moment, some stranger from the underground became very familiar to the person who took this hidden picture. And what is funny here is, I know that you have no clue that what is written here, I'll just translate. What is funny here is that this website, findface.ru, if you want to see it now, it's impossible. So it became closed to the wider audience, and all the technology they had, they just say that we focused for their special decisions for the government and business on the base using the technology of face recognition. And we decide, and we invite you to connect to the Find Face Pro. And what we are seeing there, if we go to this website, we just find that now it is, I'll do it in English, that this is like cool business that can help you use the technology to your own purposes, either governmental or business purposes. And they really have this really nice technology, which was had really big, large media coverage. And now it's like they use that technology for like fun and entertainment, and anybody could find any person using this website. But now with all the data they gathered, they had this really nice technology of face recognition with huge amount of data behind, and now it's a business. And what I want to highlight here is that this is what the artists told us beforehand, before it happened. So the project is 2016, and it happened in 2018. And now I recently wrote to the artist and asked him, what do you think about the project? How can you rethink it now? And he said, of course, now I am a good artist who thinks that it's very important to have this personal responsibility and to not to making people the part of the art project, because once the media coverage of this project came up, some of these people got to know about this, and they became, of course, very frightened. But that was the artist statement back then, that this is the world we are living in, and if we don't take care of our own privacy, then we might be non-strangers to anybody, because these technologies are open to anybody. And this is what was his thought. But of course, this is a critical project. What I would like to highlight here is that this is just the thing that artists show us, that we are living in the world that keeps changing, and we have this less and less borders. And with this project, he just can show us that okay, this is the new reality, and maybe we just, if we want to be aware, then we have to be aware. If we don't mind, don't bother, then it's okay. So it's up to you. That was the statement. The second project I would like to show you here during this short speech is dedicated to the topic of DIY and hacktivism. And this is a project made by very well-known Russian technology-based artist, Dmitry Morozov. I'm pretty sure you know his name. And the project called Hotspot Poet. I'll just show you a short video on the background without any sound and explain you meanwhile. What you are seeing on the screen is four custom-made devices, and these devices are something like mini routers. They distribute Wi-Fi, masked as a wireless network. So, and if you have this device, you can go to a public place, and if in that place Wi-Fi settings are open, so wasn't changed, then you can change them with this device. And here I must say the word poetic, because this project is really poetic in a metaphorical way, and in a really straight meaning of the word poetic, because the lines you can see here on the screen that which are shown by these micro devices are the poetic lines from four different poets: Petrarca, Bossuet, Pasternak, and Goethe. And of course, this is a way to show how the technology could work if we are living in the world where all the information controlled. So you can be the one who produce some device, then you go to the underground or any other public place, and you just change some common Wi-Fi networks to the message with the message you want to give. So if in this case it's a poetic ones, of course there could be any type of the message, either political or social or whatever. Like you can write even rude words there, nobody cares, because nobody has this device except the artist yet. And which is funny here, that you actually can't connect to this network created by this device, because it's like strange thing about this project, that it just gives you an information, and you can be just a passive, acceptor of that. And I really like this project because it's simple and straight. And what is important for me in this project is this feeling that artist gives us, that even if the whole country will be disconnected from the internet, then there might be these little devices that can help you to be to communicate with people. Now it's only like dozens of meters, but maybe it could be upgraded if it's really needed. So, and the third point here, a third project I want to talk about is dedicated to wearable technology and what I called proto-cyborgs. And this is a very beautiful project by Russian new media artist Anastasia Alyokhina, and the project is called Neuropsis. And of course, you can easily get where the aesthetics came from. I think the image is quite recognizable. So the fifth element of new media art. What you can see here, this is a DIY device again, but the device produces sound. So I'll try to share a little video. So it sounds like that. And what she's doing with this device is her body becomes this musical instrument. She plays with her body, with her own body. And this was the message of the artist, that we are all now going to the direction of cyborgization and self transformation with flesh and blood. And this is like something that one step before real cyborgization, because wearable technology is kind of the close, maybe not body yet, but the direction is straight. And what is important here, that artists shows us this perspective. Yeah, she shows us this way to the future. I think I'm running out of time. Yes, because I was muted. Yeah. Okay. So the last, actually, it was the last project I wanted to show you, and the last sentence I want to tell you is that before we talked a little bit the history of new media art and how it's and how we got to this point, to the point of today, but today practices is a heritage of tomorrow. And in this case, it's just the simple examples of the future that might be there. And for us, it is important to just get the idea of the artist and to look what are we expecting in that future. So thank you. And yeah, I'll give the word to another speaker.
Thank you very much, Olga. Perfect in the time. Now, Randall, if you like, you can start, please.
Okay, well, thank you. And can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Great, great. So, well, it's really, first I want to thank you, Santiago, for the really nice introduction, and to Delma for putting on, and her team for putting on this amazing event. As someone who has created a number of online conferences, it's about the hardest thing in the world to do. So I want to just give a big shout out to Delma for that. So I'm going to pull up my my presentation, and okay, oh, I see, never mind. It switched over to my other monitor. It really threw me off. Okay, all right, so this is the Third Space Network, and this is the logo for the Third Space Network. And what I wanted to talk about today is the idea of migration to the third space. You know, as we have entered into this time of COVID-19, what we have seen is an exponential escalation into online activities. I mean, everything we're doing now is going online with all the various distancing and social separation. And I want to talk about some histories that I think really inform our use of the medium. So first is this idea of the third space. So this is a term that I have coined and applied to the network space that we share, which integrates the local and the remote as the first and second space into a shared networked third space. And the thing that if there's nothing else that you get out of this presentation, it's that the third space is not a substitute for the first space. It is its own creative medium. And it's absolutely critical to think of it that way. It's a laboratory. It's a place for activism. It's a place, you know, to transpose our activities in, you know, in new ways that are impossible in the first space. So I'm going to show a few examples of some exercise and projects that I've done with my students and with colleagues. This is a class that I taught at the California Institute of the Arts. And what we're doing here is playing with our webcams. And this action was led by Annie Abrahams, who's a very well-known internet performance artist. And, you know, essentially kind of sculpting the space and trying to break the grid as we can. Another example is with my students at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, where I taught a course called Experimental Interaction. And here again, we're playing with the grid of the web conferencing interface, breaking the grid, and finding ways to connect with one another, not just through speaking, but through our bodies. This is a work by Annie Abrahams called Distant Feelings, in which the participants close their eyes and just feel the presence of others on the network. And it would be great to do it here, but it would take too much time. So it's a very powerful experience. And I recommend the next time you do a Zoom with someone, try this. It's amazing. Okay, and then a performance that I did a few years ago with 12 artists from Europe and North America was a piece called New World Disorder. And everyone was broadcasting live over Facebook, and we aggregated the feeds into a composite aggregation, a video wall, and to bring this kind of discord in the way that we engage and transmit information to one another, to bring it in into a single unified composition. And then I always develop these techniques, and then I use them with my students. And so 4 of my students in Singapore were walking through the Botanic Gardens, connected to one another, distant, but connected to one another through Facebook Live, synchronizing their actions. It was quite an extraordinary project. So I want to just refer briefly to the histories of telematic engagement, and not just to delve once again into history, but because I believe that the artists who have been pushing the internet as an artistic medium represent models for what we should be thinking about today. So the first idea is that broadcasting is a monologue. It's a one-to-many connection. And, you know, for the Americans who are a little older here might remember, maybe some of others know of Walter Cronkite, the most trusted man in America, broadcasting when there were only 3 channels in the 60s and 70s, broadcasting, and everyone watched him. That is the epitome of broadcasting as a monologue. Then you have this idea of social broadcasting as dialogue. And a group of artists and journalists called the Video Freaks, who came out of New York, and then they had they developed a commune and communal house in upstate New York. They were among the first artists to be experimenting with video in the late 60s and early 70s, when video became available to artists, handheld portable video equipment. And they did a remarkable thing at their space in upstate New York. They created the first pirate television station. Now, this is 1972. They hacked into the networks in this area of very conservative New Yorkers in the upstate area, in rural upstate New York, and they created a 2-way transmission between the broadcast studio and the viewer. And how did they do this? You might be wondering. With the telephone. It was a very, very simple idea, but extremely powerful. And what it did is it broke the centralization of broadcasting to become a dialogue, from a monologue to a dialogue. A very important project. And then, of course, Roy's seminal essay, Is There Love in the Telematic Embrace, which I think many of you know about. It's a very important essay that speaks to, I'll read this quote, "The ubiquitous efficacy of the telematic medium is not in doubt, but the question in human terms, from the point of view of culture and creativity, is what is the content?" So what is the content of communications art? It's the transmission, it's the communication, it's the connection between people. And this is a work by Kit Galloway and Sherry Rubinowitz, who've been discussed today, in their early satellite work in 1977, Satellite Arts 1977, breaking the grid of the telematic space in the 70s by creating the image as place or composite space. Then you have this project has been referred to Hole in Space by Kit and Sherry, in which they linked Los Angeles and New York over web conferencing before there was web conferencing. And as Olga was saying, it's always the artist, quoting Marshall McLuhan, it's always the artist that's ahead of the rest of society and technology and so on, pushing the boundaries of a medium that had not become a commercial medium yet, long before Zoom and Skype and all of that. And then Kit and Sherry also did a project called the Electronic Cafe in 1984 as part of the LA Olympic Arts Festival. Again, exploring this idea of transmission and bringing communities together, diverse communities together into an organic kind of system of artistic exchange. And Nam June Paik in 1984 with Good Morning, Mr. Orwell was also experimenting with the composite space, breaking the grid over television satellite transmission. This is Merce Cunningham, the dancer, and Salvador Dali. And then you have Roy's project, Planetary Network. And Roy, of course, has talked extensively about his work today, so I won't go into that. Paul Sermon, the British artist in '93, created a work called Telematic Dreaming, again, exploring the idea of the composite space using chroma key effects, and also exploring the idea of intimacy between participants who are separated by distance. You have another work by Annie Abrahams called The Big Kiss, and again, back with the grid again, but exploring this separation and the intimacy that can be exchanged through this separation. So one of my recommendations for all of you who are exploring this new world of web conferencing and Zoom and so forth is that the online moderator is essentially a talk show host. I'm sure Delma can comment on this idea. And even the talk show host is becoming an online moderator, so to speak. This is Stephen Colbert and The Late Show broadcasting from his home. And so, you know, even major talk show hosts are now doing exactly what we're all doing. So I developed a project called Network Conversations in my studio, which I refer to as my underground studio bunker in Washington, D.C. And I've been doing a number of interviews with various artists, many of whom are pioneering artists in the media arts, such as Gene Youngblood, who authored Expanded Cinema in 1970. We did an interview with Gene. He was in Santa Fe, and I brought Mark Garrett and Ruth Catlow from Furtherfield in London. And one of the things that I like to do with these events is bring people up on stage very spontaneously, again, to sort of engage with the audience and bringing audiences into the flow of the show. This is another Network Conversations that I just did a few weeks ago with Mark America, the net artist who created the important work called Grammatron. And what Mark did is he did a reading of some of his poetic writing on top of a video while he was, while we were doing the interview, a little bit like what we just saw earlier from Carla and Yara. So one of the things I wanted to talk about, and it's something that is really tricky to do, and so I wanted to share this idea, is the idea of hybrid web conferencing, in which you conduct a conference in a physical space, and then you also extend it out into the network. And I'm not talking about Skype. I mean, we're all familiar with bringing people in by Skype. This is a totally different concept. So I first did this while I was teaching networked art at the Nanyang Technological University in Singapore, and we did the first Art of the Network Practice online symposium. And as you can see here, we have a number of speakers, one of whom is John Cates, from the Art Institute of Chicago, the School of the Art Institute. And you can see in the upper left-hand corner, you see the physical space. So we're actually in a physical space, but the speakers all have their laptop computers and they're joined together with the online participants. So David Ross is in New York, who's the former director of the Whitney Museum. Ann Balsamo is in Texas. And then the two in the lower right-hand corner are in Singapore in the physical space. So we unite the physical and the remote into this third space. And I consider this to be really pushing the idea of the third space even further. The second symposium we did was called Art of Network Practice, Social Broadcasting, an Unfinished Communications Revolution, that was inspired by Gene Youngblood and his writings on communications art. So again, you see this hybrid fusing of the physical and the virtual space. We took this symposium over to LaSalle College of the Arts, where Steve Dixon teaches. Many of, I'm sure, are familiar with Steve Dixon, who wrote Digital Performance, and Matt Adams, who's the co-founder of Blast Theory, and Maria X, who's based in London. We're doing various keynotes and panel discussions. And again, you see the physical audience, the audience in the first space in the lower left-hand corner. And one of the things we try to do is connect it all. You have the online participants in the chat, you have the local participants in the physical space, you have both local and online panelists, and we try to create as much cross conversation between all of these different domains as possible to create 1/3 space. I'm going to move ahead a little faster because I'm sure I'm going to run out of time before I finish. This was a performance that was part of that symposium that was coming from Chicago. So we moved the symposium to Chicago for the third day to the School of the Art Institute. And the artists transformed the performance theater into a broadcast studio where they were mixing and sharing screens and engaging with the chat. And it was a really extraordinary amalgamation of all the different components of networked and physical spaces. And then just most recently, I have done, I'm in the midst of doing a series of panel discussions that is engaging with the political situation, particularly here in the United States, where we have, as you know, a president who's completely out of control. And so we did the first one just before the virus struck, called Democracy versus Authoritarianism. And again, we have panelists, we have remote panelists, we have local panelists in the physical space. And again, this idea of the hybrid installation, where the two local panelists, myself moderating, and one of the artists are local. And we're bringing in artists, and we're bringing in government officials. We have the city manager of Oakland, and we have the rest are artists talking about this idea of how democracy and authoritarianism is impacting the arts. And of course, we're going to do the rest of these panel discussions around the idea of the politicization of the virus, which has become manifest here in the United States, as I'm sure you're all hearing about. And again, you try to create this connection between the physical audience and the remote audience. You try to engage a real cross interplay between the two. So I want to just emphasize the importance and use of the chat. So the chat space, and again, we're going back to the symposium, the chat space is not just a place where people can, type a few things and make a few comments here and there, but they're participants, they're engaging in the experience. And as you can see, when you activate that space, it really becomes very creative and playful. And people are actually communicating with the panelists, who are then interacting with them by typing into the chat. We try to feed that relationship as much as possible. During Maria's keynote, as again, you can see people are talking about what she's talking about, and then she is reacting to what they're talking about. And the keynote becomes this collective participatory experience. Annie Abrahams did a performance where the performers were showing objects and creating this collage in the grid of the web conference. And again, the audience is responding, and the artists are responding to the audience and creating this cross-pollination between the two. And then finally, Steve Dixon was giving a keynote address, and here's just a little sampling of the chat, which was just amazing in terms of just the playfulness. And one of the things that you can do with the chat that I always do is we create a transcript of it, and you combine that with the archive of the video conference, and you have a complete snapshot of everything that took place, which is really quite an extraordinary repository of knowledge and information. I think I have locked up here. Wait a second.
Randall.
Sí, Randall hizo una mínima pausa,
Sí.
salió y volvió a entrar en la sala, así que lo estamos, supongo yo, que retomando.
Ok. Continuamos con Yadwida.
Podemos, no sé si Randall está ahí.
Él vino a decir que sí, vamos. Pero.
Hello,
Randall?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you?
I
Okay.
have no idea
Go
what
ahead.
happened. My home computer just locked up. And so I just came back on my laptop computer. So, so I don't even have access to my my presentation right now. But I don't know how far I got before it locked up, but I think I was just about done.
Okay. Thank you very much, Randall. Okay. And then we can continue with Jadwida Jarzinska. Jadwida, are you prepared? Jadwida, are you prepared? Okay. Delma, do you know if Jadwida is connected?
Sí, estaba conectada, Yawiga.
One moment, please. Okay. Please open now your microphone. One moment. I think that in 2 minutes she starts. Hello, Jadwida. Open your microphone. Delma,
Sí.
si vemos que hay un problema serio con Jadwida, podemos pasar a lo mejor
Perfecto.
a Tedeus.
Sí, pasamos
Okay.
a Tadeusz. Chawiga, lo hablamos por privado.
Okay.
Que solucionamos, ¿sí? Continúa, gracias.
Okay, Tadeusz, welcome to the panel. If you like, you can start. Okay, thank you very much, Tadeusz.
Sí, perfecto. Buenas tardes, buenas noches para todos. ¿Están me escuchando bien? ¿Sí?
Sí, te estamos escuchando bien, perfecto.
Estoy hablando en portuñol porque voy a improvisar un tanto. Un poco más de trabajo para los intérpretes. Combinamos de asistir un vídeo, ¿no? Primero, para después iniciar mi fala. ¿Sí? ¿El vídeo está con ustedes?
Delma?
Sí, Tadeusz.
Sí, perfecto.
Cargado.
Ela não só traz toda uma carga de questões estéticas, tecnológicas, quanto de questões políticas, sociais, que vão se colocar através da linguagem artística, das linguagens experimentadas híbridas entre ciência, tecnologia e arte, né? Porque essa separação ela é de certa forma arbitrária.
O discurso da Bienal e as questões que estão fazendo são questões completamente atuais.
entendeu? Então eu acho importante e relevante para a nossa sociedade poder ver esse tipo de trabalho, porque a arte tem esse fator também de instigar, de trazer curiosidade, aproximar, trazer sentimentos, entendeu? Né? Então isso eu acho super importante ter esse tipo de iniciativa.
E quando você tem essa junção de um grupo de artistas do mundo inteiro numa Bienal, você mostra que os pontos de pesquisa, apesar que você está trabalhando com engenharia, com matemática, com ciência, junto com poética, né, eles são os mesmos da arte contemporânea.
Es una necesidad no solo para los artistas, las bienales, porque uno puede estar constantemente exhibiendo obras, pero una bienal tiene este tiempo que va a contravelocidad del ejercicio del mercado cultural. Entonces es relevante una bienal porque permite encontrarnos, conversar, compartir, decidir y finalmente llegar a puntos de encuentro o puntos de disidencia en pos del desarrollo también de una reflexión crítica.
Acho que nenhuma sociedade viveu sem arte, mesmo quando não tinha o nome de arte. Quando eu digo não houve nenhuma sociedade que existiu sem arte, é porque a capacidade criadora do ser humano, a forma de expressão mais legítima é a da arte.
A arte ela é um diálogo com os meios e linguagens de sua época. Então, trabalhar hoje a sensibilidade contemporânea e os modos de sentir dessa sociedade, que seria uma sociedade que lida com as tecnologias, os artistas são capazes de mostrar qualidades estéticas, a dimensão social das tecnologias e evidenciar numa proposta, vamos dizer, que tem uma dimensão que exacerba, que extrapola os limites daquela tecnologia de maneira a tornar visível o uso da tecnologia de uma maneira metafórica, de uma maneira mais poética, num convite a uma ação social. É muito importante, porque é usada de uma maneira criativa essa tecnologia pelo artista ou pelo seu grupo, né? É muito importante porque a Bienal vai propiciar esses tipos de ambiente, pensando de uma maneira inovadora essas tecnologias.
As related to something more primal as a ritual. So how do we get back to the importance of our ritual through technology? And how do we achieve an intimate and visceral relationship with technology and with others by thinking about different kind of bodies?
You know, a lot of artists don't bother to learn arithmetic. A lot of artists forget about the deep history of the relationship between mathematics and the arts. And art historically contributed to the invention of chemistry and biology and many other scientific fields. Can we do something awful with this? Well, I guess that depends on human nature.
O determinismo principal a evitar é aquele que pressupõe que nós somos fruto das tecnologias que nós usamos. De fato, as tecnologias e os artefatos nos programam, certamente nós nos adequamos a eles, nós interagimos com eles, mas nós não podemos ser produzidos por eles. Nós não podemos ter as nossas ações previstas e organizadas pelos dispositivos com os quais nós convivemos. É esse tipo de determinismo que nós temos que evitar.
¿Qué ocurre con esto? Que realmente la gente no se plantea qué es lo que hay detrás de toda esta tecnología. Entonces, para mí lo importante de alguna forma en esta relación, este binomio entre lo que es lo analógico y lo digital es que de alguna manera la obra de arte digital ponga de manifiesto estos esfuerzos, esta estructura, esta alámbrica que está detrás de la tecnología.
Eu acho que trabalhar com as questões da arte tecnológica, digital, eletrônica, computacional, híbrida, como a gente queira chamar, transcende essas barreiras disciplinares, né? Então, até mesmo as linguagens que são tratadas na exposição, a expografia, a narrativa que ela provoca, traz isso, traz um hibridismo de condições que faz com que a gente promova uma arte e uma formação de público desmistificada, vamos dizer assim, a respeito de arte e a respeito de tecnologia também.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Santiago. Voy a dar continuidad entonces a la presentación. En primer lugar, me gustaría de agradecer, ¿no?, a toda la organización del Congreso por la invitación y el trabajo de todo el equipo, especialmente a Delma, que nos conocimos en el 2019 en Bruselas en un desafío de proponer un nuevo manifiesto para la cultura y la arte digital por medios digitales propuesto por la Unión Europea y otros países con relaciones de intercambio cultural que apoyan los nuevos desafíos de la arte en la era de los datos e información masivos. Una actualización necesaria de lo que fue en 2005 en la UNESCO, que pensó sobre la cultura digital. Desde entonces no han sucedido muchas cosas debido a los rápidos cambios en la economía política digital y hemos tenido cambios significativos para la cultura y la arte, especialmente los medios tecnológicos. Me gustaría de decir que me siento honrado en estar aquí frente a tantas personas que forman parte de mis referencias, ¿no? Sin duda, un evento de muy alto nivel también, ¿no? Voy a compartir mi pantalla para hacer la presentación. Acá. Sí. ¿Sí? ¿Están todos mirando la pantalla? ¿Sí? ¿Está compartido? Sí,
Sí,
gracias. Gracias. Entonces, para aquellos que no conocen mi trabajo, he estado involucrado con arte y tecnología durante 15 años, especialmente como director y curador de proyectos como el Festival de Arte Digital y recientemente la Bienal de Arte Digital, ambos en Brasil, sobre lo que has visto el vídeo, ¿no? Como investigador durante 6 años, especialmente, he centrado mi atención en la memoria digital y el patrimonio en medio de los desafíos dentro de los desafíos de las humanidades digitales como un campo de estudios principalmente en desarrollo en Brasil. Me preocupa principalmente el contexto de los archivos y colecciones brasileñas de arte digital y tecnológico. Actualmente estoy en la Universidad Federal de Minas Gerais, en un doctorado desde el cual he estado trabajando en la perspectiva de las redes de aprendizaje de máquina, ¿no?, machine learning, y de peer-to-peer, para ayudarla a administrar archivos de información para las artes tecnológicas como memoria y patrimonio, ¿no? Bueno, mi contribución con este congreso es sobre la exposición de Diana Domínguez, ¿no?
Tadeusz,
Sí.
perdón la interrupción, está fija el primer slide, no
sí.
estás haciendo correr, solamente
Sí.
avisarte.
Perfecto, gracias. Entonces voy a hablar sobre la exposición de Diana Domínguez, que está prevista para marzo de 2022, ¿no? Llamada Diana Domínguez Retroprospectiva en el Espacio Cultural o el Futuro en la ciudad de Río de Janeiro. Diana, que también participará de este congreso en la fecha de mañana, ¿no? Y será una gran oportunidad para todos su presencia aquí. Diana, sin duda, es una de las artistas investigadoras brasileiras más importantes, né? Entre as mais importantes de arte, ciência e tecnologia, especialmente com uma carreira muito involucrada tanto com a arte quanto a pesquisa científica, não? Então, destaco sua participação neste sentido em mais de 30 exposições, não? Individuales, e sua presença na Bienal do Mercosul y la Bienal de Havana en Cuba, que recibió un premio de la UNESCO por la promoción de la arte. Entonces, artista y escritora, contribución fundamental a la arte y la tecnología, fue una alumna de Walter Zanini, uno de los curadores más destacados que tenemos en nuestra trayectoria del arte a través de tecnologías. Diana escribió y organizó publicaciones con referencias y que son referencias en nuestra bibliografía nacional, siempre trayendo pensadores reflexiones de valor extremo, ¿no? Debemos considerar especialmente el periodo en que esto ocurre, que es una era anterior a Internet, que se remonta a la década y que se remonta hasta años 2000, ¿no? Podríamos pasar algunas horas hablando de sus contribuciones al campo de la arte, de la intersección con la ciencia, pero además de su capacidad de promover una visión anticipada y disruptiva de los dispositivos y la procura de una arte y ciencia naturalizados y humanizados, con fines sociotécnicos, ¿no? Una arte función, una arte con mirada para la sociedad, que en vista que lo estamos experimentando actualmente, como la pandemia de COVID, es extremadamente necesario lograr estos objetivos, ¿no? Aún más pragmáticos del mundo real, que tiene la posibilidad de cambio en las artes de la ciencia, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, el propósito del vídeo, de este vídeo que acabas de ver, cumple una doble función para nuestra conversación. En primero, que es que el vídeo representa un corte de la edición de 2018 de la Bienal de Arte Digital, ¿no? Y en ese sentido, creo que la presentación no está caminando acá, ¿no? Solo un instante. Sí. Entonces, los vídeos cuando hay un encuentro con Diana, porque Diana, la Bienal técnicamente debería tener un lugar en 2020, ¿no? Entonces, la Bienal busca hablar y reflexionar sobre lenguajes híbridas, un concepto amplio, si pensamos las posibilidades de la arte y la ciencia en la era biotecnológica que nos encontramos. Por eso, por ejemplo, tenemos la presencia de un pionero como Troy Davis también en la Bienal, ¿no? Increíblemente, este tema gana fuerza en nuestro contexto hoy. No prevíamos esto de ninguna manera. Así, las cosas son procesos que simplemente a una curaduría dialógica que hemos estado construyendo en la Bienal y que todavía se está realizando, pero ahora. Sin embargo, incluso digo la primera mano aquí, que es el Congreso, que tendremos que posponerlo para 2021, la Bienal que sería este año, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, tuvimos una audiencia de 43,000 personas en la Bienal involucradas con la exposición y presentaciones de taller, el seminario internacional, que fue el evento de lanzamiento de la Bienal. Y esto es el punto que hay de encuentro con Diana. Diana, a través del seminario internacional, abrió nuestro evento. Ponerla en esta posición también fue la forma correcta de rendir homenaje a Diana como pensadora y ejecutora de obras importantes dentro del tema integral que abordamos en la Bienal. Queríamos que un artista y un investigador representara esta dimensión ubicua de la arte, la ciencia y la tecnología. De una manera peculiar, Diana nunca se puso más, es una trayectoria artística o narrativa de uma carreira científica estandarizada em canal tradicional. Então, sempre entendido uma unidade inseparável entre arte e a ciência, não? E principalmente o papel de ambos na sociedade, com uma proposta de solução social, econômica e política. Este também é o pensamento de Diana. Então, me gostaria de fazer uma menção importante depois da Bienal, que é Alberto Saraiva, que é importante curador de artes visuais no Rio de Janeiro, é o grande colaborador que dio vida a la possibilidade de existência de uma exposição de homenagem a Diana. Alberto, entonces, hace una invitación a la Diana, que por consecuente Diana me hizo una invitación y me sentí muy honrado por comandar una curaduría respecto de Diana, ¿no? Entonces, la característica de la exposición de retrospectiva es una exposición que es parte de un concepto de exhibición de historia de arte de medios. Es decir, una exposición que cumple con los criterios de historia de la arte, los medios y nuevos medios. En este sentido, el proyecto aborda fundamentalmente la biografía de Diana Domínguez como artista, cientista, escritora, y su conexión con la arte contemporánea brasileño e internacional, en un sentido historicista. Ela igual como que Lucia Santaella, que foi sua supervisora em la tesis de imagem eletrônica e poética de metamorfoses de Diana. Diana actuou como uma porta-voz entre pensadores internacionais e Brasil. É uma lista considerável de diálogos, como Tom Sherman, Pierre Levy, Edmond Couchot, Roger Malina, Oliver Grau, Stephen Wilson, Luce Poisson, Roy Ascott, entre outros, não? Então, portanto, não só se exibirão as obras artísticas, sino também sua contribuição científica em um contexto de linha de tempo, em Brasil, e as correlações com hechos importantes da cena internacional, da arte e da tecnologia, que coexistiram simultaneamente, reforçando sua grande contribuição à arte e à ciência brasileira, não? As discussões sobre virtualidade, inteligência artificial, aprendizagem de máquina, sistemas biotecnológicos, foram temas tratados por Diana há muitas décadas. Então, Diana, em sua carreira, se involucrou com comunicadores matemáticos, físicos, biólogos e outros. Realmente construiu puentes muito multidisciplinares em seus projetos, não? A condição estruturante dessa exposição está em uma investigação e restauração de mais de 80% das obras involucradas, assim como em uma búsqueda meticulosa da documentação e dos arquivos de Diana, que vão mais além da ideia de uma coleção de arte. Então, a restauração é vista como algo extremamente fundamental para o contexto da exposição, não? Especialmente em Brasil, a situação é extremamente escassa para esse tipo de coleção, e apesar que artistas brasileiros estiveram presentes em los eventos, exposições e museus mais importantes durante esse período, incluso o tema se revisa constantemente em investigações de maestria e doutorado sobre a ausência e perda de acesso à memória para esse tipo de arte, né? Ao menos em minha perspectiva, é tentado cumprir com nossa contribuição, né, em Festival de Arte e na Bienal de Arte, não? Então, aunque que Diana é uma das artistas brasileiras líderes em cena nacional e internacional, já que participou de bienales relevantes, suas obras, assim como vários outros artistas em período, como Gilberto Prado, entre outros, Tânia Fraga, não foram bem recebidos pelos centros de conservação e preservação. Estes tampouco existem no Brasil, pelo modo de arte com o uso de tecnologias, não? Então, a ausência do contexto brasileiro, de um sentido arqueológico de los medios, de algum nível, tem impactos diretos em nossa condição histórica. E este tipo de arte, né, é um fator aislado. Temos outros problemas. Tenho a impressão que que o mesmo é certo que outros países do Cone Sul também têm este tipo de problema. Tivemos iniciativas mínimas em Brasil que tentaram aliviar a situação desse tipo de arquivo de coleção, como o Itaú Cultural em São Paulo, pero não foram suficientes em sentido de garantizar a materialidade dessas obras e seu acesso através de exposições posteriores ao público. E nem mesmo solamente as exposições físicas, pero lo histórico armazenado em algum espaço virtual, não? Por lo tanto, as obras de Diana Domingues, para ser selecionadas e exibidas, é um projeto de exibição em questão que necessita de restauração de um árduo trabalho de investigação, não? Com base em dados, notas, manuais, fotografias e vídeos, por exemplo, não? Em los slides estava mostrando um pouco das obras de Diana, como a Trans E, My Body, My Glory, que é uma obra muito famosa, como também la Paragens, Caverna, Las Paisagens de Borges, que foi uma obra executada em Argentina, que tratava de realidade aumentada em la cidade, numa cartografia virtual, não? De la parábola de Borges e tudo mais. Então, algumas dessas obras estarão presentes, como eletrogravuras, La Ceia, Influxos, Heartscapes, La Caverna, La Cueva de Trans, né? Mitos, Living Tattoos, Fábulas Biocíbridas de Borges, Paragens, Ouroboros e outras, não? Desafortunadamente, não podemos dedicarmos um tempo agora, neste congresso, para falar sobre cada, mas teremos outras oportunidades também. E o principal para encerrar minha participação acá é falar sobre a originalidade da exposição, não? A singularidade. É importante ressaltar a originalidade da proposta expositiva, que é uma exposição brasileira singular e também um artista brasileiro biográfico e retrospectivo, em que tendremos a restauração de obras eletrônicas, computacionais e digitais. Em termos de dimensão e de contexto, não me recuerdo nada do gênero hasta agora em Brasil. Não há precedentes em este respeito para o modelo desta exposição. As exposições existentes, hasta então, trabalharam com artistas de la época, pero com novas obras, não? Ou trabalhos que se mostram em la versão 2.0. Pero nosotros vamos a hacer otra cosa. Nosotros vamos a hacer las obras como fueron pensadas y ejecutadas, ¿no? Entonces, sobre todo, la importancia de la exposición se refleja más a la de la biografía del artista, yendo hacia un desafío técnico sin precedentes para nuestra historia del arte, ¿no? Actualmente estamos tratando de reclutar una equipe capaz de recuperar los trabajos, preservando su integridad principalmente. Portanto, o inédito histórico também se refleja a originalidade sem precedentes, como um desafio das técnicas que serão necessárias para a exposição se convierta em realidade basada principalmente na multidisciplinariedade científica involucrada, e por esta razão o projeto necessita de condições estruturantes, né? Teremos cerca de 18 meses até a exposição em março de 2022. Pero lo gostaria de destacar apenas para encerrar que a exposição também tem a intenção de narrar os hechos mais relevantes dessas perspectivas paralelas que contarão com colaboradores brasileiros e estrangeiros que trabalharam com a artista em sua investigação. E, además, a investigação documental e investigação técnica e artística será um ponto de partida para as possibilidades das ações, não? Pensamos em muitas coisas, Diana tem um grande desejo de reativar algumas obras, pero se em alguns casos contamos com tecnologias que facilitem seu retorno, como as questões da realidade aumentada atualmente, os contextos conceptuais e sociais são muito diferentes de quando se mostraram, não? Então, isto abre uma enorme quantidade de perguntas à curadoria e à restauração técnica, causando alguns problemas, como a integridade e o sentido de trabalho, não? Então, por fim de compreender a complexidade dos processos necessários, a produção da exposição e algumas técnicas serão necessárias para o projeto. Não bastarão somente documentação, emulação, migração, mas uma reengenharia, né, que funciona a um nível tecnológico mais livre, o que me permite os acoplamentos de novos dispositivos, mas mantendo a integridade do trabalho, né? Então, portanto, pretendemos fazer totalmente uma documentação a respeito dessa exposição, através de vídeos. Pretendemos fazer um livro a respeito de toda esta recuperação das obras de Diana, porque é uma coisa realmente sem precedentes em Brasil, no sentido do sentido histórico de mídia artes, não? Então, será uma contribuição importante, creio que tanto para a preservação quanto para a conservação de arte, pero também em todo o contexto educacional a respeito de arte, ¿no? Eletrônica. Então, minhas considerações finais são este é o espaço, né, em Rio que vamos ocupar, fazer a ocupação de todos os andares expositivos. E, bueno, minhas considerações finais são mais a respeito da exposição retrospectiva. É uma obra histórica e documental, né? Então, se falamos da característica de uma exposição retro, é dizer que algum retorno significativo e, ao mesmo tempo, prospectiva, que é decidir que propõe algo. Significa dizer que a contribuição de las ruelas e a biografia de Diana todavia tem muito para contribuir com, ou seguir sendo contribuintes de um peso em nossa sociedade necessita. Uma arte que propõe resuelve nossos principais dilemas de hoje. Finalmente, né, a exposição terá lugar em 2022 e o trabalho começou no ano passado e continuará em 2021, principalmente em cierre da investigação e a recuperação dos trabalhos. E é isso. Também prevemos que a exposição é um simpósio com algumas discussões importantes. Teremos a intenção de fazer uma documentação completa e um registro completo disso. E é isso. Muitas graças. Perdão pelo espanhol, totalmente improvisado. E agradeço a todos a oportunidade de falar nesse congresso. Muitas graças.
Muito obrigado, Tadeusz, pela sua participação e a reflexão sobre Diana. Muitas gracias. Now is Jasdiga Hardinska.
Yes,
are you okay?
I'm here. Do you hear me now?
The microphone and the video is perfect now. Okay, perfect. When you like to, you can start.
Okay. So it's hello to everyone. Do you hear me well?
Yes, perfect.
And I should. So today I will speak about this what doing our institution. Now I would like to share my presentation. And do you hear this? Yeah. And I start with the presentation. So from the beginning, I would like to thank you very much to Delma Rodriguez for invitation and to Santiago Lopez for introduction. I'm here because LASNIA is one of the institutions should create condition of reflection of the state of our culture, and the community has deprived itself of such reflection, strive to self-destruction or plunges into crisis. I hope you agree with this idea, with this mind. And so I'm speaking to you from Gdańsk. It's quite far to Montevideo. And our institution is one of the first public culture institutions established in Poland after transformation in 1989. It was initiated from local artists. They were opposed to traditional model of art. And what we are doing, LASNIA describe our activity in 4 points. Art and Science Meeting is our program running from 2011, and we have also a presenters international strong program and art and public space, and of course everything is surrounded by education. Education for me is important because it's in my mind effectiveness of message from gallery and museum is the essence of education. Here you can see some pictures from a Leisure Art and Science project will be realized, and widely I will present it in a short video. This video I will show you without sound, and I will try comment because in the video is some description what will be presented. This what is important. We are looking for in our project how to present public our audience what means art and science and what how it can help people to understand contemporary world, and like describe it one of our lecture how to do new things come into the world and what do they do. From 2011, we will organize 19 exhibition where we presented 53 artists, and we published 16 books. And now I start with the movie. As you can see,
Jadwiga, disculpas por la interrupción. Sabes que no tenemos, no has ido pasando las diapos. Si puedes ir a la diapositiva en la que tú vayas a mostrar el video, coloca F5 o algo que te permita, porque estamos viendo tu diapositiva, pero no está en modo presentación.
I do not understand what you said. I don't know Spanish.
Oh, sorry. I think that you are hearing my translation. No, just only that you are depicting your presentation, but not exactly in mood, in presentation mood. The PowerPoint is just only in the one slide, and maybe you can choose the presentation mood F5.
F5, okay.
Yes, for running the presentation.
Oh, okay, F5. I don't know where it is.
The top of the lab.
I have a Mac, I don't know. I don't know what I should to do.
You can choose the icon in the above near the Zoom, not the Zoom this app, the Zoom of the PowerPoint. You have the icon of presentation. Yes.
Okay, now.
Perfect.
And now you can see that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe I start with it from the movie from the beginning, okay? So as I said that we organize quite big number of exhibition. In this movie you can see quite of a resume. This what in our mind is the most important. And when we started 2011 with this project in Poland, art and science was it was not recognized. And in fact, after almost a decade, all the time Łaźnia is one institution in Poland who presents this kind of art. As you can see, in 2011, we started with the conference and presented 3 exhibitions. In that exhibition, we presented performing data, Monika Fleischmann and Wolfgang Strauss artworks. And it is that time you don't see in this movie, but we also had possibility to present Victoria Vesna Blumolf and Frank Malina and George Kepes in exhibition organized by Nina Czegledy, and we show it in Gdańsk as well. It was called Pleasure of Light. And next step was in 2012 when we present Oron Katz and Jonat Sur in their project called Crude Life. As you can see now in the picture, in 2012 we present also Christa Sommer and Laurent Mignagnon. But 2014 we had possibility host Stellar and present his artistic activity, and in the same year we present also a billboard with historical machines and a small exhibition of presented Ken Feingold. In 2015, we continue our bio presentation of bio art. As you can see on the movie, we invited Guy Benari teams. And at the same time, Jasia Reichardt organized for us exhibition called Nearly Human. It's a historical project about robots, automats, dolls, etc. And in that year yet we show Patrick Tresset Human Prize. And 2015, we organized only one exhibition after this strong time, and it was a group exhibition. And Dmitry Buatov, who you could see in minutes ago, present us exhibition also connecting bio art and call it Die and Become. About augmented reality, we presented, we talked in 2015, and we organized Masaki Fujihata exhibition called Augmenting the World. After this project in 2018, when we celebrate 20th anniversary, we organized International Congress of Curators, and we, by this occasion, invited Leonardo, and we celebrate together with them the 50th anniversary, and by this occasion, we organized special conference touching art and science matters. And finally, in 2019, you can see some picture from the conference. In 2019, we presented Polish artist Zbigniew Oksiuta, and in his project called Studiolo Cosmic Gardens. And 2019, we finished by again group exhibition curated by Ryszard Kluszczyński, who is curate mainly our project. Only several people curated by different some project, but main person who curate our project is Ryszard Kluszczyński. You can see some picture from this project touching artificial intelligence and bio art. I think that these ideas describe that new technology do not alienate the individuals. I use in this describe in this mind by Jean Baudelaire mind. I hope you agree with me. For our program also is art and technology in the second point of our program, the project regarding the public art. And from 2004, we start with a big project, a long-term project about public space when we, by international competition, create permanent collection. You can see on the picture 3, in fact, ready project, but we realized 5. 3 of them are waiting on the queue, but the artwork or object in the public space is one thing, but education activities surrounded that is the most important part for local publicity, and is a part of revitalization program, because our institution is located in this kind of space. Here is a movie from 2014 talking about a main idea main idea of this realization. I turn off Polish voice. You can read shortly what are people talking, and you can see these realizations. And how develop this activity, and that is not only several objects in the urban space, but it's a lot important activities in international context, but also like you can see take care about local people. In this movie, you can see only project to realize until 2014, but in 2015, we together with Metropolitan Relay Station organized huge project, which in a minute we can see the picture after the end of this movie. It was extraordinary because first time we had possibility to present, to be included in the project and to give them artistic content, and we wasn't responsible for supporting financial aspect and in Gdańsk now you can see a big relay line where whole 8 stations are designing by people by artists from this competition. I can show you that because the movie is all the talking. It's here you can see one example of this station. And for me, it's important because to talk about public space because it also is a relation between scientists, urbanists, and artists, and it's very important for creating imagination about space where we exist, and to learn people how can look our urban space, that it's not only factories and non-recognized spaces, that if the space has concrete design, attractive for our eyes, it's also more humanistic for us. For our program, is very important this that we have possibility to organize residency stays. Now, of course, when we have pandemic, it's a trouble. We try organize a lot of things online. But from 2012, we have possibility to host more than 100 people, artists and curators, because from a few years also we invited curators and researchers. As you can see on the map, they are from whole the world. And it's a very, very different projects we organize. But of course, in context of this conference, art and science is the most important. In context, the place where we exist, we also all the time looking for answer. What the kind of process do we initiate for, and what the changes, if any at all, do they stimulate by artistic activity. Here you can see example of a very social project. But also here is art and science aspect, because Ruth Leger is working with biological memory of water, and during her stay we were working with Polish Institute of Oceanography. It was in 2015. Now we're working on another project called Sense Perception, and it's curated by Nina Czeglady. And we start with a number of residency important for developing of this project. And now we have trouble with realization because pandemic blocked international trips. But all the time we believe that this project will be organized in 2021. And here you have, oh, sorry, it's too quick. Because institution like our must to be the kind of play for alternative education. We hardly work on this field, and we have a number of workshops which can find in whole institution, but this what is important. We are focusing on the project for people with disabilities. And from this year, we start also with training session for on the field of accessibility for curators and employers from other cultural institutions in Gdańsk and Pomerania region. Here we have also again some example of our activities as a pictures. I do not describe concrete name of artists because here I try to present that artistic activity is a tool for developing education and a way for change the districts where we exist. As I said on the beginning, the effectiveness of the message is the essence of education. I hope that you agree with me if you are talking in context of modern galleries and museums, because as I heard and I start to follow this mind, I heard on one conference, culture is not for everyone, but it's for everybody. And I hope that this how describe this role of contemporary of art from perspective both the artist and audience. So finally, I would like to present you and invite all of you to our publications, which is possible to order from our bookstore. All these books are in English. Here is this Art and Science series. And here you have number publication about our artistic program and touching and describing art in public space. So I would like to say finally that in context this what happened by this pandemic, that the world is a collection of communication vessels where nothing is permanent, as said Eric Fromm, and I hope you agree with this mind. And I'd like to say thank you for listening to me. I hope that this what I told is interesting to you. If someone would like contact to me, here you can find my address, email, and website of Waśnia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Diga, very interesting, of course, your presentation about the project Latnia, no?
Latnia. Of course, I told you now about this, what we did. In this year, we have also planning to present Victoria Vesna project. If you've been at Ars Electronica, it's a very wonderful project, Noise Aquarium, because we would like connected with in our project regarding ecology, water ecology. Gdańsk is on the border of sea. But we don't know how to develop pandemic and political situation in Poland is another big trouble. But we believe that in the end of year, we organized a project which we are doing together with Chris Salter, and it's starting, it will be about widely understood self-censority in digital world. I will inform you about this because now Chris is working on another version of the project in a new situation, must be partly to be in digital space, partly in institution.
Thank you very much for the last information. Delma, Delma, are you here, Delma?
Sí.
¿Tenemos tiempo para preguntas o andamos muy mal?
Estaría bueno que tú hicieras una reflexión porque las preguntas las están haciendo vía chat o comentarios, así que mientras llegan, de pronto podés hacer como una conclusión editorial. Parte.
Okay. Well, in this panel, we have the opportunity to listen in 4 experience or 4 biographies in some case about the art, technology, and in particular the political situation. The question of the chat was very interesting because was respect the political situation in these countries like USA, Russia, Poland. Okay. And if these art, these activities are a mirror or a reflection of our society. No? Probably, I don't know exactly the ideas of Randall or Jasdiga or Olga or Tadeusz, but probably the artists in the context of the internet are more advanced than our society. In this case, the future is very problematic. But if you have one idea about this, Olga or Randall or any person, please conclude this panel. Okay, Randall, do you have any idea, or Olga, or Tadeusz?
Yeah, I just can shortly say that the thought I already put on to the chat, that all these art and science, art and technology, new media, net art practices is the way for us to be ready to the future we have. And all this coronavirus situation wasn't expected to the most of the people. So it was completely unexpected, and all the businesses, all the people, they just like, what's going on? We are in the hell now. But if you work in this field, for example, for me, it is so, like my personal experience, you just have this picture in your coordinate system. You just can't predict that this might happen. And it helps us to build these connections between each other, to think about some further steps we are going to take, just to be, mentally and emotionally ready for this kind of situations. So that's why I think it's important, like for anybody to be interested in those kind of art practices, because it's just a question of being ready to the world of which is totally unpredictable nowadays. So this is my key point, I think.
Yeah, could I just respond to that now that I'm working properly here? So, we find ourselves isolated, insulated in the third space right now during this time of COVID-19. And I've been looking back to the pioneering internet artists, people I talked about, such as Paul Sermon and Kit Galloway and Roy Ascott and others to help us navigate this space, because this may very well be our future for a long time, maybe forever. We may never get back to normal again. I mean, completely normal, whatever that was. And so I think that the artists are, and already during this pandemic, many artists have been activating web conferences into dance performances and theater and music and so on. And I think that this is very cathartic in helping us to cope with what we're going through, but also unleashing a torrent of creative activity in this space.
Okay, thank you. Tadeusz, one moment, because I like to finish with you, but ya sé que es complicado, pero ¿qué diría Diana en este mundo y del futuro que nos espera?
Bueno, Diana diría que Diana escribió 2 libros a respecto de la humanización de las tecnologías y a respecto de sistemas nativos o sistemas que son integrados a nuestra vida y la nuestra condición biocíbrida. Entonces creo que Diana insistiría en esta tecla de que la adaptación de nosotros, que somos de una generación de transición, no será la misma que de una generación, de una nueva generación que la generación post-digital. Pós-digital no sentido de no de un tiempo después de digital, pero no sentido de que el digital es dado como común, como algo natural. Entonces, esta relación con lo espacio, por ejemplo, como Randall habla respecto de la tercera espacio, la tercera dimensión, es lo que necesitamos entender que se trata de lo mismo espacio, no lo mismo espacio material, pero lo mismo espacio del combate, de producción de crítica y de mantener las perspectivas de batalla, ¿no? De resistencia. Creo que Diana se basearía en la ciencia y a través de los sistemas nativos y cada vez más biocíbridos para manter la idea de una construcción de una sociedad que busca cada vez más soluciones a través de cualquier condición sociotécnica, ¿no? No sé si es una
Sí.
buena respuesta, pero creo que sería más o menos por este
Muito
camino.
obrigado. And finally, Jasdiga, please, your opinion. Jasdiga?
Okay, do you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, now.
All of you said that now we don't know in what reality we will exist. In Poland, we slowly start to open culture institutions this week. Not everyone is ready for this, and it's a lot new regulation for us. And from this, I said that I don't know how we will organize our project because projects this year, and maybe this pandemic will continue to the moment when they find any possibility for sensible treatment. But we have to exist. We cannot close themselves in home because it starts to be crazy to everyone to stay all the time home. I don't know, like it was in your countries, but in Poland it starts to be quite nervous. It's it's many reasons, political as well, but I don't want to speak about this because it's not moment where I would like to this matter. But if we are talking about artistic aspect, suddenly we move our activity into internet. But when I discuss with our colleagues, director of other institutions, internet is fine, but it's not the same like possibility to connect in a real space with artistic activity, with art objects. And we have to find a way how to open people possibility to come back to galleries and museums. We will see how it develops. But I think it's this new reality that suddenly everyone found a way to share our activity much deeper than to this moment in internet.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and comments. And I think that we conclude this session. Delma?
Sí, gracias, Santiago. Simplemente quería mencionar que encuentro a los 4 panelistas con características de borde en lo que hacen, ¿no? O al menos en lo que presentaron aquí. Características de borde me refiero, por ejemplo, en el caso que planteaba Olga del artista que trabajó con reconocimiento facial, o sea, el borde que provocan algunas acciones o creaciones de nuevos medios con las últimas tecnologías, por decirlo de alguna manera, el borde en el activismo que planteaba el activismo en el manejo, ¿verdad?, de herramientas que están al alcance de todos, como lo planteaba Randall en su presentación. El borde que planteaba Tadeusz en el trabajo arqueológico, no solamente por la obra inmensa increíble de Diana Domínguez, sino por hacerlo también desde Latinoamérica, donde además de trabajar arqueológicamente en la recuperación de obras que llevan muchos años de Diana, también en la producción y exhibición de artistas regionales actuales, ¿no? Como el caso de Cruz de Chile. Y otro aspecto de borde que quería mencionar es el trabajo de Chadwiga en Gdansk en torno a grandes figuras internacionales de los nuevos medios planteadas en una ciudad relativamente pequeña y cómo se hace el trabajo de un alto nivel teórico expositivo a la comunidad. Entonces, ese borde, esa transposición, ese trabajo con el público también implica un borde de interacción muy, muy delicado y que, bueno, que ellos lo han sabido llevar muy bien, ¿no? Entonces, quería simplemente mencionar como una característica que veían los cuatro, pero con diferentes aspectos en cada uno, en ese sentido de borde, de riesgo, de brecha también, y que ellos se están articulando en esa brecha, en ese sentido. Nada más que eso. Muchas gracias a los cuatro y muchas gracias a Santiago por este trabajo.
Okay.
De esta manera les estaríamos agradeciendo y dando la bienvenida. No sé, Santiago, si tú querías agregar alguna otra cosa para el cierre.
No. Okay, that's okay. Perfect. Your conclusion is very, very, very good. Okay.
Gracias, gracias, Santiago. Vamos entonces a pasar ahora a la conferencia de cierre, que bueno, que hemos seleccionado a una investigadora, especialista uruguaya en nuevos medios, así que les vamos a estar dando la bienvenida. Si pueden ir activando el audio, Ángela López Cruz, Guillermo Zabaleta, May Puchet, y a la moderadora y presentadora Adriana Casas desde México. Si activan sus micrófonos, los tienen activados, ¿verdad? O sea, tienen la posibilidad de activarlos ustedes mismos.
Sí, hola, ¿qué tal?
Perfecto, perfecto. Entonces, vamos a hacer lo siguiente. Voy a presentar una breve introducción de nuestra querida Adriana Casas. Adriana Casas en este momento se encuentra en México, en el DF, si no me equivoco. ¿Estás ahora?
Sí, sí.
Muy bien, Adriana. Adriana Casas es justamente la directora del Centro Multimedia, ubicado en el Centro Nacional de las Artes, bueno, en toda una ciudadela hermosa dedicada a las artes en la Ciudad de México. Ella estudió Ciencias Humanas en la Universidad del Claustro de Sor Juana en México también, tiene un diplomado en Gestión Cultural, bueno, estudios críticos sobre discapacidad. Adriana, hay que decirlo con todas las letras, es un referente en la gestión cultural en México, así que con su experiencia y que siempre ha estado apoyando y interactuando en Anilla Cultural. Es un gusto que pueda estar encargada de este espacio con nuestra querida Ángela López Ruiz, así que nada más que agradecerte, y este espacio es para que tú lo estés dirigiendo. Muchas gracias, Adriana.
Hola, muy buenas tardes a quienes nos acompañan en línea. Muchas gracias, Delma, por esta presentación. Gracias al equipo de la Anilla por este trabajo extraordinario, un evento magnífico. Quiero presentarles a quienes nos acompañan esta tarde, comenzando por nuestra oradora principal, Ángela López Ruiz. Ella es magíster de Estudios Latinoamericanos de la Universidad de la República de Uruguay, licenciada en Artes Visuales de la misma institución, artista visual, investigadora, curadora, independiente, por supuesto, docente de distintas instituciones en Viena, en Cuba. Ha dictado conferencias, seminarios, talleres y participado en festivales colectivos, autogestionados. Codirige MBDC Cine Experimental y es colaboradora del Laboratorio de Cine FACT. De 2007 a 2013 desarrolló la investigación Arqueología de la Imagen en la Fundación Arte Contemporáneo. Este proyecto se expuso en la 29 edición de la Bienal de Sao Paulo, en Paralelos también, manifiesta en Murcia, en Madrid, en la 7ª edición de Orphan Fields Festival Symposium, y forma parte del equipo de investigación curatorial de Istmo Cine Experimental en América Latina, proyecto que pertenece a Los Ángeles Film Forum, y también al Pacific Standard Time de LA. Tenemos otros 2 invitados muy especiales: Guillermo Zabaleta, artista visual y docente de cine experimental. Él cursó la Tecnicatura de Museología en la Facultad de Humanidades y Ciencias de la Educación de la Universidad de la República de Uruguay. Es miembro de la Fundación Arte Contemporáneo. De 2009 a la fecha coordina el Laboratorio de Cine FACT. Es docente invitado en la Maestría de Cine Alternativo de la Escuela Internacional de Cine y Televisión de Cuba. Ha dictado talleres y laboratorios de cine experimental en La Habana, Salto, Maldonado, Murcia, Madrid y Montevideo. Como artista, participó en la 3ª Bienal de Montevideo y en la 12ª emisión de la Bienal de La Habana. En la 9ª Bienal de Salto manifiesta 8 paralelos y cine contracorriente. Sus filmes y performances se han mostrado en México, Cuba, España, Argentina, Brasil, Estados Unidos y Suiza, entre otros países. Coordina y organiza MBD Cine Experimental 1 y 2. Y finalmente nos acompaña May Puchet. Ella es investigadora, curadora y artista visual, magíster en Filosofía Contemporánea de la Universidad de la República de Uruguay, licenciada en Artes Plásticas y Visuales. Se ha desempeñado como docente en la misma universidad y su tema de investigación es las prácticas conceptuales en Latinoamérica y los vínculos entre estética y política. Ha publicado libros y artículos sobre estos temas, participó en congresos y seminarios internacionales sobre archivos de artista y actualmente trabaja en el proyecto Conservación, Digitalización y Apertura del archivo Clemente Padín, 2ª etapa, que integra la red Conceptualismos del Sur. Bienvenidos, Guillermo, May, muchas gracias por su participación. Ángela, dejamos un poco este espacio para que comiences tu charla.
Gracias, Adriana. Bueno, muchas gracias, Adriana. Quiero agradecer especialmente, no sé, Delma, ¿estoy bien? ¿Estoy saliendo bien?
Sí.
Sí.
Sí. Adelante.
Bien. Bueno, quiero agradecer especialmente a Guillermo, que está acá, que me prestó su taller para dar esta charla, dado que es uno de los invitados especiales, y como todos conocen el estado al que nos conlleva la pandemia, tuvimos que improvisar acá el laboratorio, hacer como un micro laboratorio acá en el taller de Guillermo. También agradecer especialmente a Mai Puchet, que se tomó un tiempo para participar de este congreso, y a Delma, a todos. Ha sido un gusto, un orgullo también haber presentado a Roy Ascott, un maestro para mí. Bueno, me toca hacer como una especie de involución, digamos, entre todas las charlas que se han dado que estamos hablando de tecnología de punta, de una actualización muy específica de los nuevos medios, y a mí me toca justamente hablar de la arqueología. Me sentí muy identificada con lo que planteaba Tadeusz acerca de cómo abordar un archivo de un artista, sea un artista de nuevos medios, o sea un artista básicamente de lo que voy a presentar, que van a ser archivos ligados al audiovisual. Entonces, voy a hacer como una breve presentación. Acá en la pantalla está Mai también, que también vamos a navegar, digamos, por diferentes caminos, pero planteándonos la idea de nuevos medios no como una actualización de tecnología de punta, sino como quizás al revés, o sea, el ir hacia atrás y repensar esos instrumentos arqueológicos desde una política efectiva. Bueno, desde hace un tiempo vengo pensando en la idea que plantea Herzog en la película La Cueva de los Sueños Olvidados, donde el ritual cinemático está presente en las pinturas rupestres que están pintadas en las cuevas de Chauvet. No sé si vieron esa película, pero si no la vieron, mírenla, porque tiene mucho que ver con todo esto que estamos charlando, pero digamos como en las antípodas. Con este ejemplo quiero plantear un ejercicio de desterritorialización epistémica e incluso de descategorización de las prácticas artísticas ligadas a los nuevos medios, especialmente en lo que tiene que ver con lo audiovisual. De todo lo referente a los nuevos medios, el audiovisual desde que comienza hasta ahora ha sido como los eslabones que más se han perdido debido a los cambios de tecnología, e incluso actualmente hasta con los celulares, cuando te hacen un cambio de programa y te cambian el celular, ya nuevamente perdés archivos. O sea que es una de las áreas donde mayor cantidad de obras se han perdido. Esta desterritorialización nos permite quebrantar el canon universalista que ha impuesto ciertos criterios de calidad que nos han segmentado e invisibilizado a los artistas alternativos de las narrativas hegemónicas. Es decir, artistas alternativos que han realizado obras, incluso, por ejemplo el video punk latinoamericano, o mismo, por ejemplo, en el caso de Brasil, en los 80, todo lo que significó, por ejemplo, lo que significaron los videoclips. Todas esas narrativas no entran dentro de lo que el canon universalista propone como un buen videoclip. Son herramientas que se fueron utilizando porque se tenían allí, y bueno, para nosotros es muy importante reepistemizarnos desde lo que nosotros somos como continente, como un continente mestizo, transversalizado y potente desde su propia enunciación. Podríamos definir entonces esta charla como una charla que deviene de una perspectiva del feminismo decolonial. ¿Por qué digo esto? Porque la ausencia absoluta en todas las capas que se da esta narrativa canónica tiene que ver con la invisibilización o el borrado de los nombres de mujeres. Entonces ya no estamos hablando solamente de una charla de arqueología de los nuevos medios o arqueología de la imagen, sino que estamos hablando también de una redacción de una narrativa desde nosotros mismos que contempla también una producción de mujeres, aunque no haya sido constante ni esté con la vara de calidad que nos impone el europeísmo u otras visiones que no sean la nuestra. En esta charla voy a plantear el mapeo que hemos realizado para este proyecto, que fue nombrado Istmo, 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 y voy a entregar una serie de fuentes. Ese es básicamente el quehacer de esta conferencia. Voy a entregar una serie de fuentes para que los participantes de otras partes puedan navegar, puedan tener tiempo para ver todo ese material que se ha copiado, básicamente desde emprendedurismos o proyectos simplemente realizados por artistas independientes, es decir, no son en su mayoría proyectos que pertenezcan a una institución o a un museo, sino que son proyectos que siguen siendo llevados a cabo por los mismos artistas y perpetuados por ellos. Bueno, tomamos para esto, hay una transversalización en todos estos proyectos, que es la idea del archivo lacunario de Foucault, o la idea, como dice María Bolín Moncayo, el archivo como escoria, la escoria del archivo, todo aquello que no tenía la suficiente calidad como para entrar en una filmoteca o para ser guardado en un museo, o aún siendo guardado en un museo, no saber cómo tener las herramientas para acondicionar. Es así que estos archivos son también archivos basados en políticas afectivas, es decir, es la política afectiva la base para la restauración, dado que puede que haya algún manual para ver cómo esos archivos son restaurados, pero nunca va a ser un manual que represente la fisicidad o la materialidad del archivo. Siempre hay que estar frente a él, conocer las condiciones en las que fue creado, e incluso hasta ese relato del artista amigo, esa red que acompaña ese campo relacional, constituye en sí mismo un archivo basado en documentaciones como es, por ejemplo, el archivo de cartas o fotografías familiares. Bueno, ahora vamos a ver un PowerPoint que no tiene otra misión que no sea tener como una especie de listado de fuentes y luego una lista de links, y luego le pasaré la voz a mis colegas. Delma, entonces, ahí está. Bueno, con esta imagen central de Torres García quise poner en cuestión uno de los puntos que nos estamos cuestionando desde ese tiempo en el que se hizo esta imagen, desde los años 40, 50, el norte es el sur, ¿no? Y a la vez representar esa América del Sur, que les digo, cruzada por diferentes latitudes, por diferentes epistemes que vienen ya no de una sola vía, sino desde el propio corazón de América Latina como un relato propio. Bueno, espero que, sé que tiene algunas palabras en español, pero espero que quede claro igual de qué cosas dicen en la imagen, por ejemplo, el movimiento de la Tierra, los trópicos, Todo esto quiere decir que se piense, digamos, tanto los nuevos medios como el audiovisual latinoamericano como un nodo de existencia, no solo desde lo que se posicionó en un momento que fue el documentalismo, sino como una multiplicidad de expresiones. Pasamos a la próxima. Bien, ¿cómo se piensa un archivo de nuevos medios en nuestro continente? A través de esta obra, todas las obras que están aquí, van a verlas luego en los links que les voy a pasar, porque allí están todas registradas. Esta es una obra que representa el proyecto Marginalia, que es lo que vamos a ver después, y quiere de alguna manera también representar como esa herida que queda cuando un artista no está curado, entre comillas. Es decir, no tuvo como el suficiente reconocimiento como para que esa obra pudiera ser preservada a lo largo del tiempo, y a la vez ese reconocimiento depende de los conocimientos que se tengan en el lugar. Por eso decía la identificación con lo que proponía Tadeusz. Una importancia de adquirir conocimientos en todo lo que tiene que ver con trabajo de nuevos medios, y cuando digo nuevos medios me refiero también a medios de reproducción cinematográficos. Pasamos a la próxima. Bueno, aquí están los ejes que abarca la investigación. Dentro de los ejes puse las investigaciones curatoriales, que es también a lo que nos dedicamos junto con May y con Guillermo. La curaduría como un archivo vivo, es decir, la lectura de las escrituras primarias sobre nuevos medios, que es una lectura que se ha perdido en el tiempo, porque hay también como una especie de canibalismo textual que nos obliga a estar siempre como reivindicando el último producto, la última cosa que hay, y va quedando en el tiempo aquellas lecturas de lo que yo llamo los pioneros, ¿no?, de la curaduría de nuevos medios. Bueno, mapeo de las prácticas audiovisuales, creación de archivos abiertos, esto lo vamos a ver luego, y los colectivos que trabajan en torno al archivo. Próxima. Bueno, este es un proyecto muy importante del cual lamentablemente solo hay datos en este libro, no existen datos en internet, existen de repente pronto artículos académicos y algunas de las películas, pero es un proyecto que considero anticipador de todo lo que vino después, que fue una sistematización generalizada del videoarte y del cine experimental latinoamericano. Marginalia 70, pasamos a la próxima. Marginalia 70 se basa en una investigación de textos y documentos personales entre el artista brasileño Elio Itisica y el crítico de arte Mario Pedrosa. Ahí se fueron buscando pistas de cómo existía ese cine experimental realizado en Super 8 en Brasil, y a través de eso se ubicó un corpus de películas que se llamó así Marginalia a la muestra. De eso se realizaron tareas de preservación y digitalización, una exposición antológica que fue luego creciendo de manera arborescente para dar paso a otras investigaciones. Pasamos a la próxima. Todo esto lo pueden encontrar en el proyecto Ismo, que luego les voy a pasar el link. Esta es la película Agripina, Roma, Manhattan, de Elio Itisica. Y esto también tiene mucho que ver con esa idea que se venía manejando de los nuevos medios, ¿no? También digo, son obras intersticiales, obras perdidas, por decir de alguna manera, que no entran dentro del mercado del arte, pero que sí tienen una interactividad y van labrando una fortaleza teórica en cada autor. Pasamos a la próxima. Bueno, el texto curatorial como archivo vivo. Acá lo que intenté hacer fue como una recopilación de referencias curatoriales que empezaron a ver desde mediados de los 90, básicamente desde el 2000 hasta ahora. Bueno, ya los podremos ver, pero me interesa también ese texto curatorial como una referencia a cada una de las tecnologías que se iban usando. Y también a las especificidades, desde el activismo, el hacktivismo, el net art. Entonces, a ver la próxima. Aquí tenemos desde la sistematización de los encuentros franco-chilenos de videoarte, las curadurías de Graciela Tacchini, de Nelly Richard y de Solange Farcas. Yo creo que mi charla va a quedar como totalmente entendida después de mañana con las charlas de Mariela, Arcángelo y Graciela, que también van a atravesar estos temas. Pero igual hoy quería recomendar especialmente a estas tres teóricas, dado que ellas marcan también un territorio específico en el rol que cumplió el videoarte en una época donde América Latina estaba atravesada por sistemas de gobierno dictatoriales y sistemas de represión muy impresionantes, y en ese quehacer el videoarte cumplió un rol de expansión de nuestra realidad en el mundo. Bueno, luego las primeras curadurías de arte digital y nuevos medios. Esto es algo muy tragicómico, digamos, que es que en el manual de las reglas APA, el manual introductorio de las reglas APA, no existe ni cómo citar un catálogo, ni cómo citar una exposición. Entonces, también es una tarea militante, una tarea activista, el estar citándonos a nosotros como artistas, como para salir del lugar de subalternidad que tenemos y empezar, digamos, un nuevo camino en esta nueva narración latinoamericanista. Pasamos a la próxima. Bien, esta es una obra de Juan Downey, o sea, la fotografía pertenece a una obra de Juan Downey, que lo vamos a tener luego dentro de los links. Y dentro del mapeo de las prácticas audiovisuales a nivel continental, creo que la de Juan Downey es la que representa como ese lugar. No me gusta hablar de lo híbrido, pero sí es un lugar, digamos, propio, ya que no estamos hablando ni de documental, ni de videoarte, ni de nada, simplemente una experiencia multimedia realizada en Venezuela con los indios Yanomami en los años 70. Entonces, me pareció apropiado la representación de esta fotografía como un decir propio. Podemos pasar a la próxima. Bueno, a partir del año 2007 comienza un especial interés por parte de las grandes museísticas internacionales en el audiovisual latinoamericano. Entonces ahí empieza como una práctica de sistematización. Esta es una de las primeras, Visionarios. También me interesa que luego la consulten, está el link. Pasamos a la próxima. Bueno, empiezan también las muestras antológicas del videoarte, como una revisión de 25 años del videoarte en tal lado, 25 años del videoarte en tal otro, pero a la vez, revisitando esas prácticas, es que uno va tomando en cuenta cómo esos espacios intersticiales que decía al principio, tanto dentro de la performance, el mail art, los nuevos medios y el cine experimental. Pasamos a la próxima. Bueno, esta es una... empezamos a hablar también a partir de ese momento como de una América Latina regionalizada, cosa que me parece muy interesante. Ya no es una América Latina nada más, como existía en los 60 y en los 80, cuando hay empujes que tienen más que ver con una consolidación política. Esa regionalización habla de un diálogo andino, un diálogo rioplatense, un diálogo incluso en el Cono Sur. Esto es una muestra organizada por ATA, Alta Tecnología Andina. La próxima. Esta muestra me interesa que la vean especialmente. Está en internet, pero no está en un link, hay que rastrearla. Es una muestra organizada por una artista llamada Narda Alvarado. Lamentablemente, después de el contexto boliviano, ese link se dio de baja, pero supongo que se va a restablecer. Y me parece muy importante lo que se da en esos países que están, digamos, como enquistados al resto del mundo, como Bolivia, Paraguay, con un conocimiento muy profundo de lo que son las tecnologías de captura de imagen. Bueno, la puse aquí, pero esta justamente es una de las que no tengo para compartir el material. Pasamos a la próxima. Y bueno, esta no entra dentro del periodo que yo elegí, que fue del 2001 al 2011, que es el periodo donde me parece que el mercado del arte también cumple un rol muy importante en esa sistematización. Y este es un archivo de la memoria trans argentina. Lo puse porque me parece sumamente interesante también cómo, por ejemplo, esto es un solo panel perteneciente a una persona, y cómo esa persona hizo un collage de su propia memoria, ¿no? Y ese collage ahora es compartido a través de un colectivo como una obra. Y ellas empezaron a hacer de esto también como esa cosa arborescente. Así que archivo de memoria trans es otra de las cuestiones citadas dentro de los colectivos de artistas que venimos tratando. Pasamos a la próxima. Bueno, ya estoy llegando al final, quizás esté yendo demasiado rápido, no sé, me he perdido un poco. Acá me dicen que estoy bien. Bueno, permanencia voluntaria, Adriana, creo que quizás los conozcas porque son más mexicanos. Me interesa sumamente el nombre de esta experiencia archivística. Es un colectivo que si vos tenés películas en tu casa, no importa en el formato que estén, podés llevarlas allí. Eso es un archivo abierto, se visita, hay artistas, pero también hay archivos familiares. Y Permanencia Voluntaria, después del terremoto, tuvo como un gran caos, bueno, como todo es en México, pero para la reconstrucción recibió ayuda de todo el colectivo donde está citada, que es en Tepoztlán. Entonces, en este sentido, me parece que el rol de la comunidad, ese rol del artista participante, el artista participador del que hablaba Roy en un comienzo, también es sumamente importante e interesante a la hora de hablar del archivo. Vamos a la próxima. Bueno, con esta imagen quiero presentar lo que va a venir después, que es lo de Guillermo. Este fue el inicio de lo que nosotros empezamos a hacer con lo que llamamos arqueología, que fue trabajar, digamos, con la preservación del soporte fílmico, pero hoy por hoy también nos hemos ramificado y una parte apoyamos otros emprendimientos que tienen que ver con archivo. Una de ellas es el archivo AMTMAP, que es un archivo que estamos haciendo junto a Brian McCarn, que muchos de ustedes lo deben de conocer. Brian se está encargando de la parte de rearqueología de ese artista, digamos, de restaurar los archivos digitales, etc. Y nosotros estamos dedicados absolutamente a la imagen. Bueno, con la próxima diapositiva ya voy a dejar que Adriana le dé paso a Mai y ya los voy a dejar para encontrarnos al final si es que tienen preguntas. Esto se trata de una... quería también citar un caso desde América Latina al mundo, ¿no? Y, perdón, Mai, no era de sino que vamos a pasar primero los links, me equivoqué. Desde América Latina al mundo, y bueno, voy a dejar que Mai hable sobre este caso en especial, y le voy a pedir a Delma si puede poner los links.
Bueno, muchas gracias. ¿Se escucha bien, Delma?
Sí, te escuchas muy bien.
Bárbara, Adriana, muchas gracias.
Hola, bienvenida, May.
Bien, les mando un saludo a todos y todas. Espero que estén bien, llegando ya casi al final de este primer día del Congreso. Y bueno.
May,
¿sí?
a ver, espera, dame un segundito, que primero tengo que pasar los links, ¿puede ser?
Sí. Claro, adelante.
¿Está? Perdón, paso los links estos, los presento rápidamente. Tuve una equivocación yo en mi planificación, perdón, estoy desde hoy de mañana y... Bueno, este es el link de Ismo, el cual pueden navegar, ver los programas, biografías, etc. Pasamos al próximo. Todos estos los vamos a mandar por chat. Este es un archivo muy interesante realizado por María Bien Moncayo, lo que les comenté del archivo Escoria. Es un archivo de cine y video experimental ecuatoriano. Pasamos al próximo. Lo mismo, pero con Colombia. Pueden ver en este link todo el cine y video experimental de Colombia, en conexión también con otros festivales, etc. El próximo. Bueno, puse Video Brasil porque Video Brasil es en sí mismo también, por todos los años que lleva realizándose, es en sí mismo también un archivo, o sea que hay aquí una fuente inagotable, no solo de visionado de películas, sino también de aconteceres y lecturas. Podemos pasar al próximo. Esto era lo que les decía de los encuentros franco-chilenos de videoarte, con materiales de Downey y, bueno, de muchos otros artistas latinoamericanos que compusieron el campo en ese momento. El próximo. Alta tecnología andina, del cual les mostré también la muestra, esta como de regionalizar, digamos, el quehacer no desde un país, sino desde una región. También es una fuente muy interesante por los textos ligados a los nuevos medios y a rescates que se han hecho sobre el tema. El próximo. IDIS, que es una propuesta de un archivo repositorio teórico, o sea que podemos ahondar en muchísimas biografías, textos, documentos y también películas. Esto es llevado a cabo por la Facultad de Arquitectura y Diseño Urbano de Buenos Aires. El próximo. Bueno, archivo Memoria Trans, del cual ya les conté. El próximo. El laboratorio chat puse esta red porque en realidad es la que tenemos más actualizada, pero creo que Guillermo preparó otras más interesantes. Igual me parece que está bueno ver también como las actividades que se hacen desde aquí con el medio y las redes que se tratan con otros colectivos. El próximo. Y ahora sí, May, cedida la palabra.
Gracias, Ángela.
Gracias a ustedes.
Bien, bien. Bueno, yo saludaba y les decía que espero que estemos llegando todos como con fuerza y estamos muy interesados, expectantes de todo este resultado de conocimientos de este congreso. Y bueno, yo estoy aquí para hacer una pequeña colaboración entre tantas conferencias excelentes y de gran interés para todos nosotros. Bueno, empiezo con algunos conceptos que quisiera resaltar de la conferencia de Ángela, que me permite reflexionar y espero compartir con ustedes. Ella se estaba refiriendo más que nada a archivos a contracorriente, ¿verdad? Y yo agregaría que estamos hablando de archivos frágiles, que materiales de archivos que han estado guardados por mucho tiempo en domicilios particulares, en cajas, roperos, esperando ser rescatados, esperando irrumpir en la historia aún no contada, ¿verdad? Muchos de los cuales se encuentran en condiciones de emergencia, con peligro de ser abandonados, deteriorados, y por lo tanto estaríamos frente a la imposibilidad de recuperarlos. Por eso la importancia de poner en valor las investigaciones y las iniciativas que generan acceso público de estos acervos documentales. En mi caso, como integrante de la red Conceptualismos del Sur, quisiera compartir unos minutos nada más algo de nuestro trabajo y en particular sobre la plataforma que presentaba Ángela al final de su conferencia de archivos en uso. Yo voy a poner en el chat los links de la red y de archivos en uso para quien quiera ir recorriéndolos o bueno, teniendo ese dato. Y además, ahora, ahí están, ahora Delma puede después ir, ella nos va a mostrar y recorrer, que ella es la que tiene el acceso. Entonces rápidamente les comento que la red Conceptualismos del Sur se inició en el año 2007, está integrada por alrededor de 50 investigadores y artistas de América Latina, Europa y Canadá, y se trata de un espacio de trabajo y reflexión colectiva en torno a la investigación, discusión y toma de posición desde América Latina. Ahora en este momento no tengo el tiempo suficiente para comentar por qué decimos desde América Latina, y que en realidad esto del sur, creo que también fue esbozado en la propuesta de Ángela, es un sur global y no un sur geográfico. Por eso hay investigadores y trabajos no solo centrados que viven en América Latina. Bueno, nuestro trabajo se basa en un compromiso ético respecto a la puesta en valor de los archivos latinoamericanos, estos sí, archivos vinculados a experiencias poéticas, políticas, surgidas a partir de los años 60, y que por sus condiciones materiales se encuentran en situación de precariedad, de dispersión o sin posibilidad de consulta pública, como comentábamos entonces al comienzo, ¿verdad? De estas palabras. También debido a la precariedad que caracteriza a las institucionalidades culturales de la mayoría de nuestros países latinoamericanos o de esto del sur global, que se refiere a que no hay políticas de archivo, ¿verdad? De preservación y acceso público de estos documentos. Por eso mismo digo entonces que esta precariedad hace que las condiciones de emergencia, en este contexto que además es un contexto de creciente valorización de los archivos en el mercado de arte global, bueno, requieren de una atención particular y de un interés propio, ¿no? de esta red, la red Conceptualismos del Sur. En este escenario, entonces, la red busca contribuir a la preservación, socialización y reactivación de la potencia crítica de los archivos de arte en base a dos grandes ejes. por un lado, la institucionalización de los archivos físicos en sus respectivos países de origen, y por otro lado el trabajo de digitalización y puesta en acceso de estos archivos a través de este sitio que comentábamos, Archivos en Uso. Este sitio es una plataforma virtual que busca contribuir entonces a la activación de la memoria y a la construcción de pensamiento crítico. Ahí sí, después sí podemos ir viendo, esa plataforma se puede ir recorriendo, pero les comento que es una herramienta de socialización de acervos documentales heterogéneos, que opera entonces a través de Internet, para facilitar el acceso público, y que reúne diversos proyectos colectivos de investigación de este grupo, ¿verdad?, de investigadores, con el propósito de producir narrativas y saberes laterales. Archivos en Uso no se ajusta, además, a las sistematizaciones estándares ni al protocolo de normativas archivísticas. Aloja distintos acervos documentales constituidos a partir de un proceso de investigación y que han sido organizados de acuerdo a descriptores y palabras clave que retoman un léxico propio de esas prácticas, como se autodenominaron, se autopercibieron. Bueno, voy a darles la lista, capaz que ahí no sé si se está pudiendo encontrarla, porque yo desde acá no puedo compartir el link. Rápidamente, si podemos compartir el link de Archivos en Uso. Simplemente la lista, bueno, la lista tiene el archivo personal del artista Juan Carlos Romero de Argentina y su colección gráfica política, la agrupación de plásticos jóvenes de Chile, el archivo de Graciela Carnevale, la artista argentina, integrante del grupo de vanguardia de Rosario, revistas culturales subterráneas en la última dictadura argentina, colectivo de acciones de arte de Chile, el archivo sobre prácticas creativas del Movimiento de Derechos Humanos de Argentina, el archivo del artista Roberto Jacobi, también uno de los gestores de Tucumán Arde. Bueno, podemos recorrer también en estos acervos cómo se eligen distintas categorías, están dispuestas en un orden cronológico, o tipo de documento, o palabras clave. Y hay también una lista de espera de proyectos en preparación, que estaríamos subiendo en breve. Entre ellos están el conjunto de un proyecto de archivos sobre revistas de poesía experimental en América Latina, y el archivo del artista uruguayo Clemente Padín. Por último, quisiera comentarles que estamos hablando de investigadores involucrados en este tipo de proyectos, pero también del rol del artista como archivista, porque ya que, digamos, varios de estos proyectos en los que estamos involucrados fueron creados y cuidados por los propios artistas. Por ejemplo, el archivo de Clemente Padín, el de Graciela Carneval, el de Juan Carlos Romero, entre otros, o redes de artistas preocupados por la memoria. Bueno, no se pudo visualizar ahí la página de Archivos en Uso, pero sí está el link. Es demasiada información tal vez, pero bueno, podemos, como está allí, se puede después ver cuando ustedes tengan sus tiempos. Y nada, esta era hasta aquí mi intervención rápida, pero bueno, para completar toda la excelente exposición de Ángela y el cuidado de la investigación, ¿verdad? En este contexto. Bueno, Adriana, por acá dejo estos minutitos y ya doy paso a Guillermo, ¿verdad?
Muchas gracias, Guillermo, bienvenido.
Hola a todos, espero que anden bien. Adriana, ¿qué tal? Delma, toda la gente del equipo de Anilla y toda la gente del Congreso, un gusto estar acá. Bueno, un poco hablar de lo que es básicamente el laboratorio de cine de la Fundación de Arte Contemporáneo, que se crea a partir de este colectivo artístico que se funda en el año 99, con una trayectoria bastante extensa en el correr del quehacer del campo del arte en nuestro país, y en el 2007, a partir del trabajo de arqueología de la imagen, se crea el laboratorio. El laboratorio es un espacio de investigación, de preservación, de conservación, de restauración y de producción vinculado a la imagen fotoquímica. La imagen entendida como un soporte más y sus transversalidades dentro del campo del arte. Entonces, la fotografía, las diferentes prácticas audiovisuales, el cine expandido, el cine como ritualidad, hacen al quehacer del laboratorio en el devenir de estos años. Y básicamente, no solamente vinculado a lo que es a la producción en sí, sino también algo que es fundamental, me parece, en todo colectivo, es la gestión independiente, y lo que promueve posteriormente la concreción de repente de determinados hechos históricos. Y en ese sentido creo que una de las acciones de gestión que el laboratorio ha tenido ha sido la restauración en formato fílmico de una obra histórica de una cineasta uruguaya, de Lidia García, que en el año 2009, a través de la gestión de este colectivo, pudimos restaurar una pieza del año 55 que se llama Color, y creo que es un hito en ese sentido de la gestión independiente. A través de otras instituciones como la Universidad de Nueva York, como la participación fundamental de Bill Brandt en ese sentido. Entonces es algo que quería resaltar porque hace también al quehacer del campo y al quehacer de los colectivos independientes. En ese sentido, el laboratorio también es un espacio germinal de ideas y de producciones vinculados a las transversalidades que tiene el campo como tal. O sea, podemos realizar a través de estos trabajos que hemos tenido durante estos años, apoyar proyectos documentales, proyectos expositivos, proyectos de investigación, proyectos de realización, pero ante todo creo que lo que nos caracteriza es que somos un facilitador dentro del campo, dentro del medio uruguayo, en lo que tiene que ver con el cine. Y el cine entendido como un soporte más dentro del propio campo, saliendo de la hegemonía propia del cine industria y anclándonos dentro del campo como un hacedor y promotor de diferentes proyectos. En ese sentido, les hablé de la restauración, no solamente del material fílmico, sino a lo que hace también a los dispositivos técnicos que hacen posible el ver. Y en ese sentido creo que uno de los elementos que son básicos es el concepto que trabajamos durante el año pasado y a partir del año pasado, que es el concepto de vivo cinema, hacer cine con otros. Y en ese sentido, al hackear dispositivos técnicos apoyados por otros colectivos, como en este caso NanoLab de Australia, nos permitieron utilizar una maquinaria del año 50 que estaba en desuso por la falta de luz. Y a través de Arduino pudimos concretar el hecho de que tuvieran luz a través de tecnología LED. Y eso es uno de los, digamos, una de las bases de nuestro laboratorio, que son las redes afectivas. Y esas redes afectivas hacen posible, como por un lado les decía, la restauración, por otro lado, mantener los dispositivos técnicos en uso, y por otro lado, trabajar el tema de la memoria. ¿En qué sentido? En el sentido de los archivos afectivos, esos archivos que van apareciendo y van construyendo memoria a partir de el estar guardados, el haber sido preservados afectivamente por otros. En ese sentido, esa construcción de la memoria colectiva es posible a través de la gestión, a través del apoyo o a través de diferentes técnicas de preservación que hacemos hacia la comunidad, que hacemos hacia otros colegas, otros colectivos. Y en ese sentido me parece que es importante también rescatar lo que hace a nivel de nuestra forma de producir o de facilitar las herramientas para que eso ocurra, a través de diferentes seminarios, programas, laboratorios, y la utilización de la herramienta cine como un dispositivo más dentro del campo del arte. Cuando producimos, lo podemos hacer a través del cine sin cámara, a través de la reinterpretación de archivos, a través de la poesía visual, de la film performance, del cine expandido, manteniendo el origen del cine, la ritualidad. En ese sentido, hoy nos vemos ante un hecho inusual, estamos perdiendo la materialidad y el contacto. Nosotros trabajamos desde la materialidad misma, entonces voy a tratar de pasar a mostrarles algo que, espero que se vea ahí, los diferentes formatos fílmicos, que quizás muchos de ustedes los conozcan, pero ya que estamos en mi taller, compartirles con ustedes estos formatos, ¿tá?, que tenemos acá, desde material 35 milímetros, ¿sí?, industrial, 35 milímetros devastado por la acción del tiempo, formando diferentes abstracciones de forma, el 16, los negativos 16, y otra de las cosas que también promovemos es la acción del trabajo de luz, ¿sí? Y el trabajo de luz a partir de la concepción de Kubelka que desarrollamos con luz, oscuridad, ruido y sonido. Entonces, en esta variable de formatos, 35, 16, 8 milímetros y super 8, podemos ir acercándonos a las materialidades del cine para preservar y utilizar esa herramienta como una forma también de producción. También por acá quería pasar a mostrarles, a ver si se ve, los dispositivos con los que trabajamos.
Maravilla.
Sí, genial.
Espero que se pueda apreciar de alguna forma. Y a partir de ahí, como que nosotros podemos ir generando diferentes proyectos audiovisuales. Como la tecnología de la cámara no nos permite captar en su mejor fidelidad lo que estoy tratando de compartir con ustedes, me despido con un videito que va a estar a disposición, lo van a subir las compañeras, y de este modo me despido agradeciéndoles a ustedes la escucha, y a Delma, a Adriana, al equipo de Anilla, al Congreso todo, a todos y a todos. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Guillermo.
Para ustedes. Les voy a dejar un link del proyecto Intersticios, donde pueden ver algunas de las restauraciones que hemos hecho de películas, y el link en Vimeo del laboratorio. Gracias.
Gracias, querido. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
¿Podemos mirar la pieza final? Gracias. Muchas gracias. Pues muchas gracias, Ángela, Guillermo, May. Estaremos casi terminando esta mesa. Yo creo que el tema de los archivos nos persigue a varios que tenemos ya una trayectoria en este tema de las tecnologías. El tema del almacenamiento, la recuperación, la preservación es ahora mismo imperante para no seguir perdiendo muchos documentos de muchos tipos. Justo es también una tarea que estamos haciendo ahora mismo en el Centro Multimedia, una revisión, pero me parece que esta gran conversación de revisar la tarea de los demás, de conectarnos, de seguir creciendo con estos afectos, es sumamente importante para que podamos llegar a algún punto óptimo para recuperación de los archivos. Creo que muchas de las charlas y personajes que nos han acompañado este día en las diferentes conversaciones están apuntando por ahí. Creo que el tema de Diana Domínguez es súper importante, pero también muchos otros. Este tema de el tema de la tecnología vinculada con el sur, por lo menos de México, vinculada con Argentina, ha sido importantísimo desde el inicio de los 90s, porque no había más con quien conversar y hemos podido seguir mucha de la historia, la trayectoria, la invención de piezas, y creo que nos toca juntos crecer estos afectos para crecer los archivos. ¿Alguna conclusión, Ángela, Guillermo?
Bueno, nada, sé que estamos un poquito pasados de tiempo, pedimos disculpas. Acabamos de enviar ahora todos los links. Hubo un tema ahí como un pequeño delay entre lo que decía May y el link que se pasaba, pero creo que ahora con esto quedó todo compartido. Y bueno, por mi parte estoy leyendo ahora los comentarios. Muchas gracias a todos los amigos que mandaron también saludos por chat y a todos.
Muchas gracias y bueno, seguimos en esto.
Y gracias a ti, Adriana, por saberte de ese lado.
Gracias, aquí estamos. Muchas gracias, Delma, a ustedes tres también. Un evento fantástico. Gracias. Buena tarde.
Chao, chao.
Gracias a ustedes por estar cerrando el evento hoy, el primer día. Bueno, realmente representantes de lujo de Uruguay. Varios en el chat pedían si podían dejar el sonido del proyector justamente.
Fantástico.
Hay sonidos que evocan, ¿no? Toda una atmósfera, un ambiente, así que agradecerles a todos, Adriana, May, Guillermo, Ángela, por estar liderando la conferencia, a todos los participantes que han estado bastante, aunque estemos un poquito pasados de hora, se han quedado ahí en la sala, y no se olviden que todos estos materiales van a estar a disposición vía web, vía los canales de comunicación, y seguramente que a raíz de las diferentes interacciones que ustedes han tenido en el chat y por los diferentes medios, se van a hacer o foros u otras actividades vinculadas al programa internacional de formación para docentes en Nuevos Medios, de la cual ya están invitados, y este formato mismo del Congreso es el lanzamiento de esos contenidos. Así que estamos cerrando por hoy, nos vemos mañana, dentro de un ratito. Agradecerles sobre todo a los intérpretes de portugués, que como ustedes ya saben, todos los intérpretes están en sus domicilios y eso dificulta, sobre todo porque dificulta las conectividades locales de cada uno, así que en el final de la última parte tuvieron que suspender ese sector, pero todo lo demás estuvo funcionando, así que bueno, agradecer por el enorme trabajo que hicieron de relevos y todo lo demás, y probando por primera vez, digo, más allá que se hicieron muchos ensayos, pero digo, probando al público, mostrando al público por primera vez esta interrelación de diferentes canales distinta a como la veníamos haciendo. Gracias, Cudi, gracias, Red Académica Uruguaya, hasta mañana.
Chao. Chao, chao.
¿Se puede ahora o no?
Sí.
Bueno, ahí se pueden ver, se pueden ver todos. Podemos desactivar los canales de... Voy a finalizar el canal de transmisión, así que de idiomas, así que cada uno puede dar un saludo en el idioma que quiera, porque estamos sin transmisión, ¿sí?
Muchas gracias.
Lo que quieran, pueden saludar. Gracias a todos.
Chao, que estén muy bien. Abrazo.
Gracias, Adriana. Estamos pegando los últimos links.
Links,
ahí.
estoy viendo, sí.
Sí. Bueno, hemos sobrevivido a todo.
Muy bien. Muchas gracias.
Chao. Gracias.
Chao, estén bien.
Gracias, Mónica. Vielen Dank, vielen Dank.
Chao, Belma.
See you tomorrow. Gracias, Adriana, querida, por terminar con broche de oro la actividad.
Muchas gracias por la confianza.
Hussein Susi, desde Marruecos. Hello, how are you? Wait a minute, Hussein. Ok. Bueno, Hugo Moreno, de México.
Great conference.
Les estoy habilitando a todos el micrófono, así que los que quieran. Ángel, ¿estás todavía ahí? ¡Qué bueno! No sé, creí que habías estado en el final. En el inicio, perdón, Ángel. ¿Cómo lo viste, Ángel?
Fantástico.
¿Estás listo para mañana, para la experiencia, para el experimento?
Y ahora tengo que pensar en cambiar todo porque Tadeusz hizo la presentación de Diana.
Seguro que tú vas a decir algo diferente. Seguro.
Y si no, no tiene gracia.
Sí. Viste cómo funciona todo, ¿no? O sea, igual tú mañana vas a tener la posibilidad de co-host y tú mismo vas a poder activar el micrófono, ¿ah? O sea, que esa diferencia de hoy que estabas como asistente.
Sí. Después me vas a tener que decir cómo se activa el micrófono.
Ah, sí, mira, te lo digo ya si querés, igual mañana también te ayudo, pero ¿viste que tenés abajo en tu menú? Abajo, a la izquierda, es el primer exacto, es el primer botoncito.
Aprieto ahí pronto.
Exacto, si querés ahora mutearlo para probar, que estás hablando y que no sale nada.
Estuve hablando ahora.
A ver, ahora te oigo. No sé si
sí,
lo
pero estuve hablando antes, se ve que funcionó.
Exacto, funcionó. Yo como estaba haciendo clic, 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 no me pasó ahí. Gracias, Lucía, que estuviste ahí liderando Colonia.
Gracias, Dilma.
Evelyn Bruschi, que no sé de dónde.
Gracias, la última parte me hizo acordar a mi profesora de dibujo que nos ponía las películas.
Las películas antiguas.
Sí, que nos ponía todas las películas antiguas, nos hacía trabajar en base a esas películas, así que me recordó mi sala de dibujo de aquel entonces.
Bueno, las memorias afectivas, como decían ahí. Bueno, como verán, esto recién empieza, porque es como que empiezan las exposiciones y bueno, uno se queda como con ganas de lo que viene.